Farlow would never forget the day Death walked into his cantina. The cosmic cantina had been in Farlow's family for 3 generations. It had been a booming business once, a thriving saloon on a station that saw more traffic than it knew what to do with. Kentel Station had been a major stop along the galactic hyperway during the Grug Rush. For 80 glorious revolutions, species of every description stopped at the cosmic cantina for one last drink before they hurled themselves into the frontier. Those days were gone now. The Grugs were extinct, but the frontier remained, a vast stretch of barely colonized worlds, wild, lawless, and deadly. Kentel Station was still a last stop on the way to the frontier, but the frontier was now a place for the wicked and the desperate, outlaws and exiles, and hopeful colonists from species that had yet to learn better. The cantina was surprisingly spacious, and Farlow's grandsire had spared no expense with the decor. The walls were lined with hivestone, and the floor with resilient, nearly odorless lichen. The lighting was dim, but full spectrum, and isolation fields allowed patrons to adjust the setting on their table lamps as low or as high as they pleased, without bothering other customers. The tables and chairs were modular, designed to easily accommodate the shapes required by a variety of species. Farlow had not expected to inherit the cantina. He'd been one of a brood of hundreds, and had fully expected to make his way through the galaxy with nothing but his wits and whatever resources he could scavenge. The culling had changed all that. Farlow was now the last of his brood. He'd been tempted to sell the place, remove the grim reminder of his family's fate. Gylia had convinced him otherwise. She'd been right, as always. Farlow did not know why the whims of the cosmos had gifted him such a wife, but he would always be grateful. Farlow loved his cantina. He liked meeting new people, and business was just brisk enough to keep him and his family comfortable. The rise of roving gangs had become a concern, but Kentel Station security forces were an adequate deterrent most of the time. When they weren't, Farlow was more than capable of dealing with the problem himself, or at least he had been so far. Farlow's gaze drifted to a table near the back of the room. 4 beings took their seats, laughing coarsely. A rough group, even by Farlow's standards. Heavily armed, and Farlow's cybernetics informed him they didn't have ident badges. Outlaws, most likely. Farlow didn't care about the legal status of his customers, but something about this group made his antennae twitch. They were in trouble. He'd bet his favorite gun.
"I'm telling you,"
old Drago insisted.
"It's gotta be the feds."
The voice snapped Farlow out of his musings. Old Drago was a Phylaxian. They were hairy bipeds with 2 arms and 3 eyes. Usually they were orange, but Drago's hair had turned silver long ago. He and old Hylar were lounging at their usual place by the bar. They had been regulars at the cantina since the days of Farlow's grandsire.
"It ain't the feds,"
Hylar argued. Hylar was a Phylaxian as well, but he refused to age gracefully. His body hair had been dyed back to its original orange, sort of. Farlow hoped the old man had done it himself. He'd hate to think Hylar had paid money for such a botched attempt at youth.
"It's gotta be,"
Drago said again.
3 gangs in less than a month, and one of them the Heifels. Who else has the gigs to pull that off? It ain't the feds."
Hylar was certain.
"First off, the Federal Unified Worlds don't give 2 spits about the frontier or anything near it. Second, if it was them, they'd be hollering about it on every station they could broadcast, telling everyone how they brung law and order and such. No way they'd do anything quiet-like." "Quiet-like is the word, too."
Old Drago gestured at Farlow. The barkeep wandered over and refilled his glass.
"No witnesses, no evidence, no one even trying to take credit. And if that ain't the strangest thing,"
Hylar agreed,
"the syndicates would have left one alive to tell the tale. And if a rival gang beat the Heifels, they'd be telling anyone who'd hear. Nah."
The Phylaxian shook his head.
"This has gotta be somebody new. Some new player looking to make a name for themselves." "Make a name for themselves?"
Drago smirked at his friend.
"By not telling anyone." Creates an aura of mystery, don't it?
Old Hyler said sagely.
People will take notice and all more when the fraggers reveal themselves. That's assuming they do reveal themselves,
said Drago.
Could be a case of payback. Maybe the gang's pissed off some high-up corporation type or a crime lord from Fed space. Could be.
Hyler finished the glowing blue liquid in his glass. He gestured for another.
All I know is this ain't a good time to be an outlaw.
Do you two want to talk about something else? Farlow interrupted. The group at the far table didn't seem to have heard the codgers, but that wouldn't last. Hyler and Drago were experts at picking up rumors, but they had the situational awareness of a hatchling, a dumb hatchling, who was drunk. Farlow didn't want to have to rescue the old fools from yet another bar fight.
Ain't nothing else to talk about,
said Drago.
Now, Drago, you know that ain't true,
Hyler drawled.
What about that fine little filly just came on the station? Salia, was it? Salia's my great-granddaughter, Hyler.
Drago gave him a look.
Well, she ain't mine,
Hyler smirked.
She's already got 2 husbands,
Drago pointed out.
Why'd she want a third, especially one as ugly as you? Ugly?
Hyler snorted.
That ain't what your wife said. Jira hates you,
Drago reminded him.
No, not her. Your other wife.
Satisfied that the old men were back to harmless bickering, Farlow turned his attention to the rest of the room. There was a decent crowd tonight, almost 20 people. Farlow's wife, Gailia, fitted from table to table, delivering drinks and taking orders. She moved with delicate grace, wiggling her antenna with playful charm and leaving smiles in her wake. By the uplift, she was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. 4 slender arms extended from her thorax, tipped with long, sensual fingers. Her exoskeleton was a pale lavender, smooth and iridescent. Her multifaceted eyes were the perfect shade of red, and her wings fluttered ever so slightly when she laughed. She'd had her antennae modified to give off a soft pink light.
You!
One of the denizens of the outlaw table shouted at Gila.
Boy, come here!
The speaker was a Rondar, a hulking brute, brown in color. Instead of a head, he had a large mouth and a single eye in the center of his abdomen. Rondars produced asexually, and they tended to refer to themselves and everyone else they met as male.
That's a girl, Claude,
one of the other outlaws told him. This one was a gizmodi. The creature itself was tiny, barely 12 centimeters around. Like most of its kind, it used a 2-meter mech suit to interact with the world. Farlow saw the thing snickering through the opening in the mech's chest.
Green Zist are male, purple Zist are ladies. Shut up, Melna!
Claude roared. Since his species basically cloned themselves for reproduction, nearly all Rondars were the same. Voracious, ill-tempered, and not very bright. This one did not appear to be an exception.
What did I say about correcting me? You said genders are confusing and you could use the help,
Melnar told him seriously. Claude scowled.
Well, I changed my mind. Shut your mouth hole.
Both of you shut your mouth holes, the third member piped up. This one was a Scarlac, tall and skinny with yellow scales and a tail that ended in a venomous sting. Like Farlow, she had 4 arms, but she also had 6 legs and a set of long serrate pincers.
You're making a scene,
she snorted.
Can't you see this is a high-class joint?
The other 2 chuckled at the joke. The 4th member smiled at Farlow's wife.
Ignore these idiots, little lady. Why don't you come on over and we'll tell you what we want.
Farlow marked this one as the leader. He was a grotto, a 2-armed biped much larger and wider than most species. Thick plates covered most of his body. They were a deep blue with glowing swirls of gold engraved upon them. A concerned Farlow made a quick scan with his cybernetics. It was as he feared. The grotto's armor had been extensively modified. A mixture of titanium and ceramic had been used to increase their durability, along with an energy-conductive alloy to lessen damage from blaster fire. It was an expensive, exclusive process reserved for the upper nobility of his species. A normal grotto was dangerous, but a noble was much worse. They were full of cybernetic enhancements and hidden weapons, but their personal lethality paled in comparison to what they represented. Anyone foolish enough to kill a noble would be hunted to the ends of the galaxy. Grotto nobles were incredibly vengeful. It was their favorite pastime. Gailia flitted over, taking orders and making small talk. Farlow used his cybernetics to listen in and had a platter with the drinks ready when she came back to the bar.
Thanks, sweetie,
she tittered, leaning in to nuzzle her antennae against his. Farlow wrapped his arms around her for a moment, breathing in her sweet pheromones. He'd been with her for 8 revolutions, but she never failed to make his head spin. He watched her take the tray. Her wings fluttered with a naughty whisper as she walked back to the far table. Farlow pulled his gaze away long enough to give old Hyler another refill. An outraged shout snapped his attention back to his wife.
"What did you say, boy?"
It was Claude the Rondar.
I said, that will be 27 gudongs,
Gailia repeated. You hear that, boys and girls? The grotto gave an evil sneer. The bug thinks we should pay for our own drinks.
If you do not pay,
Gailia said firmly,
I will have to call security.
Call security? The grotto guffawed. You do that, little lady. Tell 'em the Brill gang's ready and waiting. The bottom dropped out of Farlow's stomach. The Brill gang. They'd only been operating for 2 revolutions, but they were the most feared bunch of outlaws in the frontier. Even the hardest criminals only dared speak of them in whispers. Some outlaws were vicious. Some were well armed. Some were well connected. None were more vicious, armed, or connected than the Brill gang. Go on, bug, the grotto urged. Farlow realized it must be Brill himself. Call him. Gailia frowned at the grotto, but did as he asked. The security station did not answer. See that, bug? Brill leaned close to the woman. The gang and I already paid a visit to security. Had us a nice chat. Came to an understanding, you see.
That's as may be,
said Gailia. Farlow called out to her to stop, but she didn't want to hear it.
But if you're not going to pay, you will no longer be welcome in the Cosmic Cantina.
Brill laughed, his backhand sending Gailia crashing through one of the tables. Farlow was over the bar and between the two of them before the grotto took another step. All 4 of his guns centered themselves on Brill, the outlaw's chest. I'll give you 1 chance, Farlow growled. Leave now. And if I don't? Brill asked. He gestured at his carapace. You know what these sigils mean? I do, said the barkeep. They mean after I kill you, I will go to your ship and kill your men. Then I will take your ship and fly to Grotto Prime. Once there, I will kill as many of your kin as I can before I die. His wings vibrated with an ominous hum. Or you can leave now. Brill regarded Farlow with a serious expression. That's a zarg of a threat, bug. You really think you can back that up? You'll be dead either way, Farlow assured him. That's so, Brill grunted. Well, you got gigs, bug. I'll give you that. You ever kill a man before? I fought as a captain in the culling, the barkeep told him. The bug hunt, Brill smiled. Not a lot of your kind survived that dust-up. You must be a bona fide badass, huh? The smile disappeared. Too bad you didn't learn nothing. Bugs get squashed when they're too big for their britches. That was the whole point of the war. Farlow didn't waste more time on conversation. His cybernetics had already calculated a firing solution. The grotto's carapace would stop the disruptors in his top set of hands. The ion bolter in his lower right wouldn't fare much better. It was made for dealing with machines. His bottom right gun was a phased disintegration cannon. It was designed to vaporize dense material. He pulled the trigger on that one first, and the other 3 a tenth of a second later. Nothing happened. Yep. Brill nodded. You got gigs, all right. He slid open a panel in one of his armored plates. A small blinking device revealed itself. Farlow barely stopped himself from gasping in alarm. It was a nullifier. Farlow had come up against nullifiers a few times in the war. Fancy federal tech. They shut down all weapons in a 300-meter radius, turned every battle into a melee. The feds kept a tight grip on the devices. They were almost unheard of out in the frontier. Farlow dropped his guns. They wouldn't do him any good. Instead, he pulled out his braking sticks, rods of pure tungsten, a meter long and 7 centimeters thick. Farlow's species had lost many of their natural advantages when they were uplifted. They needed more food now and more oxygen, and they lost their claws and stings in exchange for thumbs and the ability to speak. Their strength had not been taken. Farlow could lift over 20 times his body weight. He would die. He knew that. He might take an enhanced noble grotto in an even fight, but the other 3 made it a death sentence. It didn't matter. He would kill Brill or die trying. Either way, Gylea would have time to escape. He shifted, preparing to leap. A flash of light and heat and searing pain stopped Farlow in his tracks. He stared down in shock at the charred stump where his arm used to be. Then he looked up. Brill was holding a plasma caster. Here's what's gonna happen, Bug. Brill kept his caster leveled at Farlow. You're going to get back behind that bar. You're gonna keep that booze coming, and you're gonna thank your lucky stars I don't feel like pouring my own drinks today. The rest of the gang will be here in an hour or 2, and you're gonna get us all good and drunk. His eyes glittered with malice. Do that, and maybe, just maybe, I won't kill you and the missus here.
I think we should take that boy, too,
Claude spoke up, pointing at Farlow's wife.
I hear Zit's eggs is good eating.
For the last time, Claude, Melner snapped. That's a girl. Boys don't lay eggs. Ignore those idiots. Brill ordered. His weapon never wavered. What's it gonna be? Farlow trudged back to the bar, thinking furiously. Brill didn't just have a nullifier. He had a selective nullifier. He'd only heard rumors of such a thing. They were used by high-ranking feds and no one else. Farlow had no idea how Brill had acquired such a thing, but it didn't matter. Brill's guns worked. Farlow's didn't. It was as simple as that. He tried calling security himself. No answer. Farlow looked around the cantina. Most of the customers had cleared out. Only Drago and Hyler had stayed. They'd help if they could, but Farlow knew it wouldn't amount to much. He was on his own. Farlow poured drinks and made plans. He knew it was useless. Brill would kill him. His wife would be taken. Farlow could fight. He probably would. But he couldn't win. He would die, and no one would lift a hand to save him. He was handing Gila a 3rd round of drinks when the human walked in, a male specimen just over 2 meters tall. He wore black boots, black pants, black shirt, a long black coat, and a black hat with a wide brim. The human paused just inside the door. Farlow assumed he was letting his eyes adjust to the dim light of the cantina. Then he strode forward, long, confident strides. His eyes darted around the room, taking in everything. No profile appeared in Farlow's cybernetic interface. The human didn't have an ident badge. Farlow wasn't surprised. Humans had only made their way into space some 20 revolutions ago. The feds didn't acknowledge them as citizens. Farlow's cybernetics scanned the creature. He wore no armor, had no cybernetic enhancements. The only power sources Farlow detected were a pocket full of gudongs and a basic communicator. Farlow hadn't dealt with humans often, but he knew enough to know that they had no natural weapons. They were slower and weaker than most species. This one moved like a predator, all grim and graceful, but Farlow knew better. No power sources meant no weapons, at least none used at range. Perhaps this one was a melee specialist. He was either that or a fool. Kendall Station was as close to safe as could be found near the frontier, but that wasn't saying much. No one went unarmed. Even old Drago and Hylar kept blasters on their person at all times. Those who failed to do so rarely lived long enough to regret it. The human walked straight up the bar. He sized Farlow up, eyes tightening slightly at the barkeeper's missing arm. The stump was still bleeding. Farlow spoke before the human did. "You should leave, human. This place isn't safe for you." The man replied with a single word. "Whiskey." Farlow didn't appreciate being talked to that way, like he was an automated menu at a food dispenser. Still, he did not want this man's corpse on his conscience. The Brill gang hadn't noticed the man yet, but they would. Humans were not well liked. Farlow doubted the man would survive the gang's attention. He tried again. "I am serious, human. You are in danger." The man mulled that over. Then he pulled a few gudongs from his pocket and slapped them on the bar. "Whiskey." The cantina didn't have whiskey on hand, but Farlow was able to fabricate some in a synthesizer under the bar. He poured it into a tiny glass. The human downed it all at once.
"Say,"
Old Drago addressed the man.
"we don't see a lot of humans in these parts. You a trader? Trying to make your fortune out in the big empty?"
Cold eyes flicked to the Phylaxian. Farlow didn't think the human would respond, but after a moment the man nodded thoughtfully.
"I guess you could say that."
His voice was deep but surprisingly smooth for such an unfriendly-looking specimen.
"I thought so."
Drago smiled at the man.
"So what you dealing in these days?"
"Lead." The man slapped more money on the table and gestured at Farlow. Farlow poured him another shot.
"Lead?"
Old Drago frowned.
"I didn't think lead was all that valuable."
The man downed his whiskey. "Depends on what you use it for." Old Drago looked like he was going to ask another question, but a voice rang out before he could.
Well, looky what we got here.
It was Brill. The Grotto stood up.
If it ain't a human of all things.
The other three followed Brill as he clomped towards the bar.
"I didn't think human ships could even make it out here this far."
The Scarlac quipped. Her stinger wove a threatening pattern as she advanced.
"What did you do, Primitive? Ride here on a livestock animal?"
The human turned to face them. He said nothing.
What's wrong, boy?
Claude jeered.
Got no translator? Too dumb to speak?
He's dumb, all right. Marlin's laughter chittered out of the slot in his mech suit. You picked the wrong place to come in for a drink. Ain't here for a drink, said the human.
Not here to drink,
the Scarlac snorted.
You do know this is a bar, right, Lunker?
If you ain't here to drink,
asked Brill,
then why are you here?
I'm here for you, Brill.
The human brushed his coat back, revealing an object strapped to each of his hips. They were gun-shaped, but they didn't look like any kind of blaster Farlow had seen before. The Grotto froze. The smile fell from his face.
That a fact?
Farlow ran another scan. Whatever the human had, they weren't guns, no power source. Not that a gun would do the man any good. Brill's nullifier would see to that. Farlow's lower hands twitched toward his braking sticks. The human was going to die, but he might distract Brill long enough for the barkeep to strike. If Farlow managed to kill Brill and Claude, Gylea might manage to escape while the others killed him. A look at his wife stopped him. Gylea was only 4 meters away, holding perfectly still. She was very carefully not focusing on the gang, but Farlow knew what she was thinking. The moment Farlow attacked, Gylea would strike too. The barkeep abandoned his plan. He should have known that woman wouldn't run. He'd been a fool to think she'd let him face death alone. It is. The human spoke with certainty, like he was stating a simple fact. Well now, the Grotto's hand drifted toward his weapon. Look at the gigs on this lunker. Planning to take on the Brill gang all by his lonesome. Brill's eyes glittered dangerously. Who sent you, human? I know it weren't the feds. They wouldn't give a prim like you the time of day. Little colony called far away, said the human. Didn't appreciate you shooting it up. Far away, Bill grunted. I remember that dirt hole. They should have surrendered quicker.
They should have had more worth taking,
The Sarlacc added.
Should have tasted better too,
Claude threw in. You shouldn't have named your client like that, Lunker. Brill chided the man. Now we're gonna have to pay them another visit. Teach those prims their place in the galaxy.
Unprofessional.
Marlin tutted from his mech suit.
It would be,
The human agreed.
except they wanted you to know. Then they're too stupid to live,
The Grotto declared. He opened a panel in his carapace and pulled out a communicator.
same as you.
Brill activated the device.
D-Knock, get the rest of the gang over here. We're gonna have us a shindig.
D-Knock did not respond. Brill frowned at the communicator.
D-Knock, you listening?
D-Knock did not respond. Brill tried again.
D-Knock? Grillo, somebody better answer me.
The human spoke.
They won't be coming.
Brill met the human's eyes. For the first time, the Grotto looked genuinely angry.
Is that a fact?
They were too stupid to live. The man told him. Brill was quiet for a moment. Then he growled.
Take 'em!
The other three reached for their weapons. There was a bang, deafeningly loud. Claude dropped, a hole where his eye used to be. The Sarlacc fell next. The back half of her head was missing. Marlon stayed upright, but he had stopped moving. Farlow could see a pulped mass of blood and tissue through the slot in his mech suit. Brill turned to look at the remains of his gang. He said what Farlow had been thinking. What the... The human had one of the gun-like objects in his right hand. Farlow hadn't seen the man draw the weapon. He didn't see the man holster it either. Too fast. Farlow stared. What was this creature? Humans were supposed to be primitive. How did he move so fast? And where did he get a gun that could bypass a nullifier? Or kill 3 separate targets with one shot? Farlow wouldn't learn what had happened until much later, when his cybernetics replayed the scene in slow motion. The human had pulled, aimed, and fired 3 times. He'd done it so quickly they sounded like a single shot. Each time he pulled the trigger, a piece of metal came out of the gun. The metal bits moved faster than the speed of sound, using their velocity to deliver a large amount of force in a very small area. Brill's eyes narrowed.
Kinetics. You must think you're clever, Lunker.
He went for his plasma caster.
But you ain't!
The bang came again. The human's gun was in his hand again. The Grotto raised his plasma caster, then grimaced. The blaster was sparking. There were 2 holes in it. Farlow could only guess what would happen if Brill pulled the trigger. It might fizzle, it might backfire, it might explode with enough energy to kill everyone in the cantina. Brill dropped his broken gun. He reached with an armored finger and rubbed his eye. Farlow would later learn the human's 3rd projectile had struck him there.
Nice shot. Too bad your little rock thrower can't hurt me.
The Grotto stepped forward, fists clenched. Farlow prepared himself. The gang leader was alone now, unarmed. If Brill killed the human, Farlow could attack. Gaelia would help as well. They could kill him. Killing a member of the Grotto nobility meant they would spend the rest of their days in hiding. But they could do it. They could live. Not that Farlow was eager to make that choice. He wouldn't forfeit his family's safety while there was a chance the human would succeed, nor would he risk entering the man's line of fire. His strange gun might not have stopped Brill, but Farlow's exoskeleton was far less durable. The human's gun disappeared into its holster. He reached into his coat and pulled out another strange weapon. This one was a long metal tube with a wide barrel. The man tucked the butt of the gun into his shoulder, one hand on the trigger and the other on the barrel. He pulled on the barrel and the gun made a chunking sound. He pulled the trigger. The bang was much louder this time. Brill staggered back. The human pumped his barrel and fired 3 more times. Brill the Grotto fell. His armored chest was cracked and oozing. There were holes in it.
How?
Brill wheezed.
Tungsten sabots,
said the human.
good for armor.
Brill tried to grunt, but it came out as a gurgle.
You'll pay for this, human. My family will come for you.
The grotto broke down into a coughing fit. Blood leaked out of his mouth. Good. The human pumped his sabot slug gun and leveled it at Brill's head. I'll be waiting. He pulled the trigger. The bat blew out of Grotto's head. The human examined the grotto for a moment. Satisfied, he started pulling small objects out of one of his coat pockets. He fed them into the sabot thrower. What had Brill said about kinetics and being clever? A careful scan of the sabot told the tale. A pointed tungsten core wrapped in some form of polymer, a mix of explosive chemicals at its base, packed in against metal with a substance in the center that would spark when struck. The idea was primitive, but the weapon was much more sophisticated than Farlow had expected, and surprisingly lethal. A weapon that did not rely on a power source. No wonder the nullifier hadn't been able to shut it down. With the sabots reloaded, the human put the thrower away. He checked the bodies of the rest of the gang. Marlin and Claude were thoroughly dead, but the Scarlac was still twitching. The human drew the gun from his left hip and judiciously shot her 4 times in the thorax. He watched for a moment, then shot her again. She stopped moving. Satisfied, the human reloaded his hip guns. Then he searched the bodies. He opened Brill's armor panels, finding the nullifier, several weapons, and a stash of gudong chips in large denominations. He pocketed the nullifier and several of the chips. He searched the rest of the gang, coming out with an armful of money. He turned back to the bar. A frightened Drago reached for his disruptor, but Hyler slapped him upside the head and made him put it away. The man walked calmly up to Farlow. He dropped the money on the bar. Should cover the damages, he said. He grimaced. And the arm. Farlow's wife dashed towards the human. His hand flashed up to his hip, but he didn't pull the gun. Gailia stopped a meter away, antennae throbbing in gratitude.
You saved us! Thank you!
Didn't do it for you, said the man. He reached up, pinched his hat between finger and thumb, and dipped it towards Gailia. But you're welcome. The human turned and walked away. Old Hyler called after him.
Hi, human! What did you say your name was?
I didn't. The human kept walking.
Are you sure you're a traitor?
Old Drago yelled the question. The human paused. Of course I am. I told you, didn't I? He half turned. He met Drago's gaze with a cold gleam that sent shivers up Farlow's exoskeleton. I deal in lead.
You can't be serious. Federal Primox Grazin regarded the entry form with extreme distaste. Kinetics? Kinetics, Zoldar confirmed. They throw bits of metal. I know what kinetic weapons are, Zoldar, the Primox harumphed. What I don't know is why the humans would enter in one of the premier weapons exhibitions in the galaxy. He glared down at the application. Or why humans would be allowed to enter at all. They've barely been spacefaring for 20 revolutions. Zoldar fluttered his wings, the Zist equivalent of a shrug. They like throwing rocks. It's worked for them so far. Primox Grazin gave another great harumph. Rocks. They might as well be throwing their own dung. Bunch of primitives. The Primox reached for the rejection stamp. I think we should see what they have to offer, Great Primox, Zoldar suggested. I've been hearing some disturbing rumors from the frontier. No one cares about the frontier, Zoldar. The Primox slammed the rejection stamp down on the human's application. No one goes there but bugs, refugees, and outlaws. Zoldar ignored the slur against his species. The humans go there, Primox, he elaborated. They've established several colonies. No one cares, the Primox repeated. He stamped another rejection on the form for good measure. They found a way around our nullifiers, Zoldar added. The Primox paused in the act of handing the rejection form back. They what? Nullifiers were the pinnacle of weapons technology. They detected and shut down all weapons in a set radius. Some of the more advanced models could do so selectively, allowing the wielder and their allies to use weapons while the enemy could not. Nullifiers were strictly controlled by the feds, so much so that even Grazin had only gotten his mitts on a few of them. The Zist clacked his antennae together.
In the past 2 months, 7 outlaw gangs have been snuffed out in or near the frontier. They were all killed the same way.
The Primarch sat back, idly brushing his fur. Like all Phylaxians, his fur had been orange at one point. Age had rendered it a distinguished silver. Grazin spent a lot of attention and a great deal of money keeping it soft and shiny.
Go on. Bits of metal thrown at high speed, the bug continued. In all but one case, there were no witnesses, and no one has come forward to take credit for the kills. The only connection between the gangs, aside from being outlaws, was that they had all recently raided human colonies.
Is that so? Primax Grazin had noticed a decrease in sales on the black market. Providing weapons to the unlicensed had been a lucrative side venture, but several of his wealthier clients had ceased their purchases. He'd almost scaled back his operation, fearful the other feds might have taken an interest somehow.
You said all but one.
Yes. Zoldar clacked his antennae again. Annoying habit, that. Grazin wasn't fond of bugs, but Zoldar had been an able assistant, and his status made him pliable. The Zist continued.
The last case involved a Grodo by the name of Brill.
Brill? Grazin sat forward. Brill had been one of his largest clients, a scion of the Azure House of the Grodo nobility. He'd been typical for the breed, spoiled, entitled, and cruel. He'd paid Grazin a fortune for the toys he needed to go play outlaw and stomp all over the Prims.
Brill Azure? That Brill? Yes, Primax, said the Zist. The feds and the House of Azure both investigated. They learned it was the work of a human.
A human? The Primax blinked. Wait, a human? Just one?
It would appear so, Primax, Zoldar confirmed. The human docked at Kental Station in an unregistered craft. He murdered 23 outlaws in or near their ship, then found Brill and the remaining 3 in a local cantina. The bartender's cybernetics recorded the encounter.
The Zist pulled out a holo recorder and passed it over. Grazin watched a man gun down 4 people.
The human is impressively quick, he remarked, but the weapons aren't all that.
He paused. All 3 of his eyebrows drew down.
Brill had a nullifier. Yes, said Zoldar. We have confirmed that it was active during the engagement. And the guns fired anyway.
Grazin reviewed the footage again. The humans' weapons weren't particularly destructive. Even a basic plasma caster could deal more damage. Still, they were lethal enough in the hands of the human.
Interesting. How? The humans' weapons don't have a power source, Zoldar explained. They are chemically propelled.
Chemically? Grazin frowned.
They use individual cartridges, said the Zist. Each cartridge contains a chunk of metal and a small explosive charge. The explosive launches the projectile.
Small explosions to throw rocks. Primax Grazin stroked his fur. It was primitive, barely a step above rubbing 2 sticks together to make fire. And yet,
no power source, you say?
None, Primax. The Zist kept his tone calm, but his antennae betrayed his excitement.
Not only do they sidestep nullifier technology, but security scans don't register them as weapons.
His wings fluttered.
At least, not yet.
Very interesting. Grazin sat back, thinking. Nullifiers were the ultimate trump card. They allowed the feds to control every engagement.
If your kind had had that sort of weapon during the bug hunt, it wouldn't have been called the bug hunt, Zoldar finished. We would have won. Don't rise above yourself, Bug,
the Primox warned. He glared at the Zist until Zoldar lowered his antennae in submission. Grazin grunted.
You might have a point, though. Primitive or not, a ranged weapon that can bypass security and nullifiers both could be worth a fortune. Several fortunes.
He glared down at the form he'd just rejected.
We might have to let those primitive lunkers in after all.
I made an extra copy of the application,
Zoldar told him.
Just in case.
Primox Grazin would spend the next 3 months researching the humans. Well, not personally. He made Zoldar do it. What he learned was not encouraging. The humans were even more primitive than he'd expected. They'd made a shoddy attempt at terraforming the planet nearest them, but had abandoned it after a few fruitless decades. The hyperdrive they'd cobbled together was a barely functional accident, and they'd used that pathetic excuse for FTL to spend the next 60 revolutions trying and failing to colonize worlds no other species would have bothered with. Even the bugs knew there was a vast difference between nearly habitable and actually habitable, but it was a lesson the humans had yet to learn. The humans did not possess a unified government. Their home planet was divided into over 200 nations, and there were no less than 19 full-scale wars going on at that very moment. Upon encountering the Federal United Worlds, the humans had devolved even further into petty conflict. Nations, corporations, and wealthy individuals all started sending envoys into the big empty, doing everything they could to beg, borrow, or steal technology from their betters. The good news, if Grazin wanted to call it that, was that they had found no takers. No one was interested in trading with a bunch of dung-smeared primitives. Earth was a backwater planet in a boring section of the galaxy. It had only the most basic of elements, and there wasn't a useful spatial anomaly within 100 light-years of their space. No one even cared enough to conquer the lunkers. The humans were weak, slow to breed, and even slower to reach maturity. Their average intelligence was so low it was a miracle they'd achieved sapience. Grazin could not imagine a more worthless species. Even the bugs were better than this. Grazin very much wanted to ban the humans from his expo. Their gormless, chaotic nature and pathetic kinetics would be a blight on the greatest weapons exhibition in the galaxy. Unfortunately, the human Firearms were too valuable an opportunity to pass up, and he was too public a figure to contact them in secret. Too many spies, too much risk his competitors would catch on. The Primox intended to fleece those prims for as much as he could, and that wouldn't happen if they thought they had other options. Primox Grazin's mood steadily decreased as the exhibition grew closer. The very thought of those primitive weaklings stinking up his pristine expo drove him to distraction. Zoldar bore the brunt of his displeasure, but soon his entire staff was tiptoeing around him. The Primox didn't care. He heaped abuse on anyone unlucky enough to cross his path. He only forced himself to calm down when he was home, and only because 3 of his wives threatened to leave him. 2 weeks before the expo began, Grazin received a call. It was Primox Frel Viridian. Primox Frel was a Grodo noble, and would be one of the other judges at the exhibition. He appeared on Frel's viewer with his customary scowl. Frel was a large green specimen, wide and tall, with 2 arms and 2 legs, and a body covered in bulky plates of armor. Like all Grodo nobles, his carapace was heavily engraved with sigils and gold filigree. Like all Grodo nobles, he was a bit of an ass.
"This is an outrage, Grazin!"
The Grodo started shouting the moment Grazin accepted the call.
"I demand an explanation!" "Everything's an outrage with you, Frel."
Grazin rolled all 3 of his eyes.
"You're going to have to be more specific." "Humans!" Frel bellowed. You're allowing humans into the exhibition! You just now noticed? Grazin raised two of his eyebrows. I approved their application months ago. You should pay better attention, old friend. Don't call me that, Frel snapped. I'm no friend of yours. Not friends? Grazin placed both hands on his neck in pretend shock. The Grodos were particular about interpersonal relationships. Calling one a friend without their consent was an insult, which was why Grazin did so at every opportunity. I'm hurt, Frel. Really, I am. Enough of your games, growled Frel. Antagonizing a Grodo noble was a bad idea for most people, but even Frel wouldn't dare attack a fellow Primox. The Federal United Worlds did not tolerate attacks on their high-level officials, not even from other officials of the same rank. I rejected the humans. Primox Clean rejected the humans. Only you approved their entrance. Why? Curiosity, mostly, Grazin drawled. They're an interesting species. Don't play primitive with me, Grazin, Frel warned. You're the only Primox more arrogant than I am, and I've had bowel movements that were more interesting than those lunkers. I wouldn't be so sure about that, old friend, Grazin smiled. Surely you've heard what happened to Brill Azure. The former heir of House Azure, Frel snorted, smiling in spite of himself. I did hear, gunned down by a human, he chortled. Can you imagine the shame? A single human killed a Grodo noble and 26 heavily armed outlaws, said Grazin. Does that not sound like a species worth meeting? An outlier, Frel waved the idea away. The rest of the humans have been easy pickings. Even your species produces a capable warrior every once in a while. An exceptional outlier, Grazin argued. The Brill gang was only one of 12 this human has slain. In addition, 4 of House Azure's strike teams have been found riddled with holes. I know, Frel barked a laugh. Oh, what I'd give to see the look on Braun Azure's face. Not that he'd dare to show it right now. He laughed harder. Yes, quite amusing. Grazin allowed himself a small smile. Considering the unique nature of this human. He frowned. What are they calling him again? The lead dealer, said Frel. He snorted. Stupid name. Considering what this lead dealer has accomplished, Grazin continued, I thought it wise to meet his species for myself. I want to see if they are more than they seem. You mean you want to see if they have any technology worth stealing? Grazin scowled. That's not a good enough reason to be defiling our expo, Grazin. Knowledge is power, Frel. Grazin gave him a level look. The feds may be complacent about a new species entering the galaxy, but I am not. If these humans pose a danger, it is better to know now. A danger? Those prims? Frel sneered. You are getting paranoid in your old age, Grazin. Those idiots haven't even managed a unified government. Their ships are barely void-worthy. They're nothing. We said the same thing about the Zist, Grazin reminded him, not too long ago. Primox Frel grunted. His eyes narrowed. I think you are skimming me, Phylaxian. You've never been patriotic. You are loyal to your bank accounts and nothing else. That's as may be, Grazin smiled. But entry into the ship-mounted weapons category of the exhibition is subject to my approval and mine alone. The humans will be coming. Do you really think they'll have anything worth seeing? Frel demanded. No, the Phylaxian admitted. I think there'll be a terrible embarrassment. If the humans have anything resembling a proper weapon, I'll eat my own fur. Is that a fact?
Frel gave him an evil grin.
Well, damn! Now I'll have to root for those lunkers. I'd really like to see that.
I'll bet you would, Grazin harumphed. They're coming, and there's nothing you can do about it. I'll be happy to tell Kveen the same thing, if she bothers to call.
She won't, Frel assured him. She hates you even more than I do.
Good. Now it was Grazin's turn to sneer. Now, if you are done wasting my time, some of us have actual work to do. Goodbye, old friend. Frel snarled, but Grazin cut off the call before the Grodo could say anything else. The humans arrived 4 days before the expo was due to start. After examining Zoldar's scan of their ship, Grazin was impressed they'd made it there at all. Oh, the vessel was pretty enough. It was 300 meters long, a rectangular hull made sleek with graceful curves. Gun ports and missile launchers were clearly intended to give it a fearsome appearance. One gun was so long it took up the entire upper spine of the ship and stuck out another 10 meters besides. A fine-looking ship, if you were some ignorant yokel. Grazin took one look and barely restrained himself from turning those primitives away, or better yet, blasting them out of the sky. The hyperdrive was so basic it was barely functional, and so slow the humans must have started for the expo 2 months before turning in their application. The vessel had no inertial dampeners, no artificial gravity, and no armor. It was forced to rely on chemical propulsion to maneuver. It didn't even have a singularity reactor. The lunkers had to use nuclear fission to power the ship. Inefficient fission at that. Grazin could see no other reason they'd need 10 nuclear reactors to power a scrap heap like that. The Primox calmed himself with thoughts of profit. No matter how weak, stupid, or revolting these prims might be, they had guns that could ignore a nullifier. Grazin wanted those guns. He wanted them very much. If he had to swallow his dignity and hobnob with bum-licking savages to get them, he would. Grazin did not contact the human ship himself, nor did he have his assistant, Xoldar, do it for him. Instead, he told Xoldar to ask Zoldar's assistant to tell a lesser assistant to make contact. Grazin doubted the humans would notice the slight. He was certain they didn't have the gigs to speak up if they did. Several hours later, a delegation of humans were led into the Grazin's office. The Primox's office was a tidy place. Large, lavish, and tasteful. The walls were lined with row after row of accomplishments and accolades. Primox Grazin sat in a chair that may as well have been a throne, behind a desk composed entirely of grugshell. A dozen armed guards stood outside the office at all times, but their presence was unnecessary. Automated defenses would vaporize anyone who dared accost the Primox in his place of power, or anyone who caused offense. Anyone he wanted to vaporize, really. Grazin controlled them by neural link. There were 3 of the primitives, 1 tall male in a military uniform, 1 short female in black pants, a white blouse, and a black jacket, 1 short male in what appeared to be a brand-new white shirt, white pants, and a long white coat. None of them were armed. All of them were ugly. They had fur above their eyes and at the top of their heads. Nowhere else. Disgusting. The 3 of them knelt, each tapping the center of their chest 3 times. They waited for the Primox to speak. They were polite, at least. Grazin waited an appropriate minute, and then said, "Rise and be noticed." The humans stood up. Even the shortest was taller than the Primox, but Grazin's raised chair let him look down on them. The female spoke first.
Greetings, Great Primox. I'm Heather Wu, Executive Liaison for Interstellar Incorporated.
She gestured at the tall male to her right.
This is Commander James Waters of the USS Glorious Purpose. And this,
she gestured at the short male to her left,
is Dr. Frank Arroway from Research and Development.
Heather, Commander, and Doctor. Grazin carefully memorized the names. Then he swallowed his disgust and smiled at the creatures.
Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you all. He pointed at himself. You know who I am. He pointed at the Zist standing beside his desk. This is Zoldar, my personal assistant and chief of staff.
Thank you, Great Primax.
Heather returned the smile.
And thank you for this opportunity. The other judges rejected our applications. You're the only one who gave us a chance.
Opportunity indeed. The prize for a good showing was only a few 100 million gudongs, but the publicity and possible contracts could make or break a company. Grazin still wasn't sure lead dealer weapons were worth giving these lunkers such a chance. Still, he needed to be diplomatic. He leaned down with a conspiratorial look.
The other judges are idiots, he confided, but I wouldn't say that outside of this office.
Of course, Great Primax.
Heather looked down and brushed her hair demurely.
Don't do that,
Grazin told her sharply. He barely resisted the urge to vomit.
Oh.
The female looked up.
I'm sorry, Great Primax. I was told that was a gesture of respectful submission.
It is.
Grazin raised two of his eyebrows.
But only if you are seeking a husband.
Oh.
Embarrassment flashed across her features, followed quickly by anger. Then her face was smooth again. Heather tapped her chest twice.
My apologies, Great Primax.
That's not how the gesture is used either,
Grazin informed her. The poor, stupid, gullible prims. He carefully hid his amusement, allowing only irritation to leak into his tone.
I would advise you to stop trying to use Phylaxian idioms. I would also advise you to find whoever taught them to you and shoot that lunker in the face.
He scowled.
They have purposely trained you wrong, as a joke, no doubt.
I see.
Another flash of rage, quickly controlled. She bent at the waist.
Thank you, Great Primax.
And drop the great, Grazin ordered. Just Primax will do, or Primex Grazin if you want to be formal.
Yes, Primax.
The woman nodded sharply.
Better.
Grazin sat back, regarding the humans.
Now, I'm a busy man, so I'll make this quick. While I am willing to give you a chance to prove yourselves, I am doing so with an ulterior motive.
The humans looked at each other. Heather spoke.
And what might that be, Primax?
Grazin leaned forward.
Are you familiar with the human known as the lead dealer?
The lead dealer?
The female's face crunched in confusion. Doctor's eyes widened in amazement. You mean the lead dealer is real? I thought he was just a story.
Who is the lead dealer?
Heather asked Doctor.
A vigilante,
Grazin answered before the other human could.
Or an assassin. We are not sure. What we do know is that he has single-handedly killed nearly 200 people.
Oh.
Heather was silent for a moment, thinking.
Did you want us to help you find him somehow?
The authorities will catch the human in due course,
the Primax lied. The feds didn't give two spits about the frontier. They couldn't be bothered to deal with the outlaws terrorizing settlements. They certainly didn't care about some primitive lunker gunning the outlaws down in turn.
No, what I'm interested in are the weapons he used. What can you tell me about a tungsten sabbot thrower?
Sabbot?
Heather was confused again. Grazin had marked her as the leader of the delegation, but she was surprisingly ignorant. Or perhaps not so surprisingly, humans being what they were.
He means sabot.
Commander spoke.
A tungsten sabot, only it's pronounced sabot. Unless you're some kind of yokel.
Primax Grazin fixed his stern gaze on Commander.
And what can you tell me of this sabot?
It's a category of ammunition,
said Commander.
A sabot is a supporting device attached to a projectile to keep it aligned in the barrel of a gun. They see some use in artillery, but they're more common in shotguns.
Shotguns?
The Primax prompted. One of our oldest and most versatile firearms. This time it was Doctor who spoke. They can take a wide variety of different ammunition, from pellets to explosives to incendiaries. The human gave a knowing smile. And armor-piercing sabot rounds, of course. Shotguns. The Primox nodded slowly. That must be it. Noting the human's confusion, the Primox elaborated. Before I was a federal Primox, I owned a weapons manufacturing company. I am something of a connoisseur when it comes to weapons. A Primox was not allowed to own a business. It was considered a conflict of interest. Fortunately, Grazen's fellow feds were as canny and corrupt as he was. No one had blinked an eye as he signed the company over to his wives.
And you would like to see some of ours?
Heather nodded, getting it. I would, the Primox confirmed. I'm going to be honest, human. Kinetics are not highly regarded in the Federal Unified Worlds. Your weapons would be considered quaint at best. He steepled his fingers. Still, I believe a market could be found for them. If nothing else, I would enjoy a few of these firearms to add to my collection. Heatherwoo gave Commander James Waters a considering look.
You know, the Glorious Purpose has an extensive armory.
No, said Commander.
What do you mean, no?
Heather demanded.
This is...
The Glorious Purpose is a military vessel of the European Union, Commander reminded her. We cannot give away our ordnance to anyone.
This is a joint venture, Waters,
Heather countered.
I've got full discretion.
Not with our ordnance, you don't.
Commander was firm. Wait a minute, Doctor interrupted. He was looking at the other two with a mix of shock and disappointment. Are you telling me the only guns you have are in the ship's armory? Commander raised an eyebrow.
Where else would they be?
You've got to be kidding me. Doctor stared in disbelief.
What do you mean?
Asked Heather. What I mean, Doctor slowly enunciated, is we just traveled for 5 goddamn months to visit the biggest weapons exhibition in the goddamn universe. He was almost shouting. And none of you thought to bring any goddamn guns? Primox Grazen honed in on Doctor like a laser. Did you? Doctor grinned. Of course I did. I'm not an idiot. I've got enough to set up a booth if I want. I can't authorize a booth, Grazen told him. I only have jurisdiction over ship-mounted weapons at the expo. He gave the human a smile. But I am very interested in acquiring some of your hardware. That can be arranged, said the human. Heather spoke up.
Interstellar Inc. is a tech company with an emphasis on space travel. We don't make firearms, but I have some contacts I can put you in touch with.
Excellent. Grazen gave the humans a satisfied nod. He grimaced slightly as his gaze fell back on Doctor. Unfortunately, I will not have time to examine your wares myself. The expo will be keeping me quite busy. My assistant will meet with you instead. He pointed at Heather. Zoldar will coordinate with you as well. We would like to meet your contacts. The Primox made a show of checking the time on his desk clock. I am afraid this is all the time I have allotted for this meeting. You may go now. The next 5 days were a flurry of activity. As one of the 3 acting judges, Primox Grazen was obligated to sit through a large number of weapons demonstrations. It was a task he enjoyed, even if the newest models were little different than the ones from the previous year. True innovation was rare these days. It was much easier and more profitable to slap a few shiny features onto an existing gun and increase the price. Still, Grazen loved guns. He liked watching people shoot things almost as much as he liked shooting things himself. As a bonus, there were no humans. The other Primoxes had barred them from entering the expo. Grazen had put up a token protest, but had been quite pleased not to have those disgusting prims mucking about in his pristine gun convention. The downside was that Zoldar was spending a lot of time on the human ship. and Grazin had been forced to make do with backup assistants to organize his day. The Primox understood the necessity, but it still irked him. He hadn't realized just how smooth and efficient the Zist was until he was forced to do without him. On the 6th day, the ship-mounted weapons exhibition began. Primox Grazin sat in judgment along with Frel and Ktheen. Ktheen was a Scarlac, one of the few species uglier than humans and bugs. She had 6 arms, 2 of which ended in pincers. She had 6 legs and a 2-meter tail that ended in a venomous stinger. Her exoskeleton was a sickly yellow in color, and her 6 faceted eyes were vomitous orange. She was also the most unpleasant being Grazin had ever worked with.
So,
The Scalac sneered, or at least she sounded like she was sneering. Mandibles are not particularly expressive.
the time has finally come. The event that will embarrass us all.
Only if you are easily embarrassed, Grazin countered.
Who wouldn't be embarrassed by such filth?
Ktheen dripped with disdain.
Humans, really?
Complain all you want. Grazin scowled at the creature. Ship-mounted weapons are my purview, and I decided to give them a chance.
And how much did they pay for this chance?
Ktheen hissed the words.
How many gudongs is enough to sully this exhibition?
Her mandibles clacked.
Or maybe they offered more than money. Has one of them agreed to be your plaything, Grazin? Has exploiting your secretaries become so boring that you are looking outside of your species now?
Grazin fantasized about turning the Scarlac into a pile of ash. It's always such a pleasure talking to you, Ktheen, the Primox deadpanned. I think about you often, you know.
I don't,
The Scarlac spat. I do, Grazin insisted. Every time I smell feces, your name comes to mind.
I'm glad the humans are here,
Frel spoke. The other 2 turned to stare at the Grodo.
You are?
Ktheen clacked in disbelief.
Why?
I'm hoping those lunkers surprise us,
Primox Frel grinned.
Grazin promised to eat his own fur if they do.
The judges continued to bicker as the first entry moved into position. A Geelong-class battlecruiser, courtesy of Stinger Industries, Ktheen's company, though she didn't own it on paper. Grazin watched the view screen as the long, slender vessel approached the target. The target was a cube of pure inviolium, 10 meters across. Inviolium was the most durable substance ever recorded, an alloy of several exotic elements combined and compressed to an extreme density. Its invention had revolutionized ship-to-ship combat. The alloy's melting point was so high that an armored vessel could skim the surface of a star without ill effect, and so strong that a mere millimeter of armor rendered a ship immune to explosives and kinetics. The invention of Inviolium had rendered all space combat into a carefully calculated slugfest. No weapon had been found that could penetrate the armor in one shot. Only repeated strikes from high-energy weapons could degrade it, and only if one managed to strike the same spot dozens or even hundreds of times. There were downsides, of course. Inviolium was highly radioactive. Extensive measures had to be taken to shield the interior of the ship, and armored vessels weren't allowed on a planet's surface without a thorough examination of their external containment shielding. Still, the raw utility of the alloy could not be denied. Grazin gave the order to proceed. The battle cruiser opened fire. 100 glowing balls of white light streaked towards the target cube. Antimatter. Scarlax loved antimatter weapons. Whenever antimatter collided with normal matter, the annihilation effect would create an explosion. Scarlax loved explosions. The balls of light moved in a perfect line. They struck the cube in sequence. 100 explosions filled the view screen. When they subsided, Grazin asked, "Effect?"
The weapon left a depression in the target, one of the technicians reported. 20 centimeters wide, 14 millimeters deep.
Impressive!
Primox Ktheen preened. Not really, said Grazin. The damage output is sufficient to destroy a small, lightly armored craft, but the antimatter is highly susceptible to point defense. A simple laser will destabilize the field holding it in place, and a particle beam will cause it to detonate prematurely. He leaned down to look at the battlecruiser's captain. Your antimatter projectiles need to be at least 6 times faster to be used in combat. As it is now, the enemy is likely to detonate them before they exit your guns. I rate it a 7.6 out of 10.
Primox Grazin is just jealous of your damage output,
Ktheen scoffed.
I rate it a 9.9.
It's as much a danger to your ship as it is to the enemy, Frel intoned. But the damage is impressive. I will give you an 8.5.
The demonstrations continued. Ship after ship fired the best cannons their companies could devise. Guided plasma balls, phased disruptors, molecular disintegration rays. None of the other weapons did as much raw damage as Ktheen's cruiser, but several earned higher ratings overall. The humans went last. Ktheen clacked, and Frel scowled when the human representatives stood before them. Heather, Commander, and Doctor all bowed in unison.
Don't waste our time with niceties, Prims,
The Scarlac hissed.
Get on with it!
Commander looked to Primox Grazin. The Primox gave a single nod. Commander spoke into his communicator. Fire! The glorious purpose bucked. The human ship was suddenly moving backwards at nearly 6 meters a second. Recoil? Grazin frowned, but the explosion that followed tore his gaze away from the human's jalopy. The cube was gone. All that remained were rapidly moving chunks of shrapnel.
What the?
Primox Frel's mouth was hanging open. Grazin almost went slack-jawed himself, but he maintained his composure enough to ask, Effect?
Stand by, great Primox,
said the technician. The judges waited. After 2 minutes, the technician spoke again.
The weapon penetrated 3.26 meters into the target, then detonated. The target has been destroyed.
The target has been destroyed,
Grazin echoed. No one had ever said those words about an inviolium cube.
You, Lanka!
Primox Frel jabbed a finger at Commander.
Explain!
The weapon is called a railgun, Great Primox, Commander explained. It uses magnets to rapidly accelerate a projectile. This particular projectile was packed full of antimatter, which detonated on impact.
Impossible!
Ktheen sputtered.
No projectile can pierce inviolium! It's the strongest substance in existence!
There is an old Earth saying, Primox, Doctor spoke up. A riddle our engineers like to share. He held up a small object. Do you know how many aluminum cans it would take to destroy a moon?
That's a ridiculous question,
hissed Ktheen. The answer is 1, Primox Ktheen, the human grinned. Just 1, at sufficient velocity. Ktheen looked like she was going to jump down and kill the human. Grazin interrupted.
And how fast did you throw that projectile?
612 kilometers per second, Doctor said proudly. He frowned. That's the best we can do, though. Any faster and the recoil will destroy the ship.
How could that scrap heap even survive that much energy?
Ktheen demanded. It wasn't easy, said Doctor. Reinforcing the ship and protecting the crew was a lot harder than building the gun itself. Even now, I wouldn't risk more than a dozen shots without a complete refurbish. Primox Frel burst into laughter. The other judges turned to look at him.
Outstanding! The Grodo hollered. Absolutely outstanding!
Frel nearly fell over from the force of his guffaws.
I rate it a 10 out of 10!
Ctheen hissed at the Grotto.
A perfect score? Why would you?
She trailed off, staring at Grazin. She, too, began to laugh.
Yes, I agree. A perfect 10.
What? Grazin looked between the two of them, confused. It took the Primox several seconds to understand. When he did, he gave them his most dignified expression.
Words cannot express how much I hate the two of you.
Primox Frel managed to tamp down his laughter enough to yell,
Quit stalking, Lanka! Tell these prims how you rate their weapon!
Primox Grazin glared down at the humans. Those firearms of theirs had better make him the richest Phylaxian in history. Even if they did, he wasn't sure it was worth it. Grudgingly, Grazin gave his judgment.
It's the most powerful ship-mounted weapon I've ever seen, but it comes with significant drawbacks. I rate it a 9.6.
Then, with all the dignity he could muster, Federal Primox Grazin yanked a handful of fur off his arm. He stuffed it into his mouth, and he began to chew.
Kinetics?
The Scarlac laughed.
Metal slingers?
We call them firearms,
Anita told him. The Scarlac was the ugliest thing Anita had ever seen. He had 6 legs, 4 arms, and a pair of pincers and a venomous tail that reminded her of a scorpion. His exoskeleton was a sickly yellow, and his mandibles made an awful clacking noise when he got excited. Which he did. A lot. Cthulhu was an excitable guy. The Scarlac laughed again. The rest of the gang laughed with him. Anita laughed too, nervously. She never asked for this. She'd just been trying to get away, make a new life for herself on the frontier. If she'd known it would be like this, she'd have stayed on Earth. She'd have still been homeless, but at least she wouldn't be tied up, or at risk of being eaten. Cthulhu's antenna wiggled in amusement. His bug eyes and mandibles didn't allow for much expression, but Anita had been learning his tells. She had no choice. Cthulhu was the only thing keeping the Rondar members of his gang from eating her. She had to keep him happy until she had a chance to get away.
How embarrassing,
the gang leader teased.
You prims think you can settle the stars, and you don't even have real guns.
Well,
Anita was pretty sure a pistol would kill the hell out of Cthulhu, but she wasn't dumb enough to argue with the thing. She shrugged as best she could.
you know.
Cthulhu chuckled again.
You see, Durko, I told you these Lankas were easy pickings.
I wouldn't be too sure about that,
Durko rumbled. Durko was Cthulhu's lieutenant, or second in command, or something. He was a Grotto, big and wide. His body was covered in red armored plates. Anita had heard their nobles engraved their carapace with gold, but Durko didn't have anything like that. Being a commoner didn't make him any less dangerous. She'd felt the Grotto's grip. He could squish her skull without even trying. Cthulhu's mandibles clacked.
Why not?
Don't play dumb, Cthulhu,
Durko chided.
You heard the rumors same as me.
Then let dealer.
Cthulhu's antennae wiggled in irritation.
You really believe that dumb story?
That's a stupid name,
Glod spoke up. Glod was a Rondar. He was big, almost as big as Durko. His body was wide and blocky, and he didn't have a head. What he did have was a too large mouth in the center of his abdomen, with a trio of nostrils and a single large eye above it. There were a lot of Rondars in the gang, and they were all the same, big, stupid, and hungry. Anita thanked her lucky stars Cthulhu never left her alone with one. Not that her stars were that lucky.
Who's the lead dealer?
It's just a story,
Cthulhu told him.
a rumor going around. They say some human lunker took up as a vigilante, started hitting gangs all by his lonesome. A man in black with a big black hat.
They say he ain't got a name,
Durko added.
Word is he's going around the frontier in a stolen ship. killing every soul he finds. He shows up, and everyone who sees him gets ganked. They say he can't die, can't be tracked, and can't be stopped. He shows up out of nowhere, and the only things he leaves are broken bodies and the sound of thunder. They say a human does that?
Glod scoffed. One of his meaty hands clamped down on Anita. The Rondar lifted her in the air.
A puny primitive human? Like this boy?
Anita was definitely not a boy, but Rondar were stupid and had no concept of gender.
That's a girl, Glod.
Durko rolled his eyes.
Put her down. Look at him, Durko.
Glod shook Anita for emphasis.
He's soft and weak and tiny. How could a human kill anything?
Put her down, Glod.
Thune clacked menacingly.
What did I say about touching the merchandise?
All right.
Glod dropped Anita. She couldn't scramble away from him, tied up as she was, but she wriggled and rolled as far as she could.
I'm just saying, humies ain't that tough.
I told you it's just a story,
Thune reminded him.
I ain't so sure,
Durko told him.
A bunch of gangs gone missing in the last few months. Big gangs, serious players.
The Grotto's voice was grave.
The Hiffles, the Clonks, even the Brill gang.
The Brill gang?
Thune cocked his antennae.
Ain't that run by a Grotto noble?
Sure was, said Durko. Brill Azur of House Azur. Word is he got bored living the high life and came out here to stomp all over the Prims.
And he's missing?
Thune sounded concerned.
He ain't missing, Durko told him. Brill's as dead can be. House Azur's all up in arms about it.
And you think a human did it?
Thune gave a contemptuous hiss.
A human killing a Grotto noble?
Don't know,
Durko shrugged.
Could be.
Nonsense.
Well, something killed him, Durko was sure. I seen 2 Azure strike teams this month. They ain't gonna talk to a commoner, but they wouldn't be out here if Brill was among the living.
Nonsense,
Thune repeated.
If something took out Brill, it sure as scat wasn't a human. Maybe he done pissed off one of the syndicates. I don't know anyone else having the juice to take out him or the Hiffles.
Could be, Durko admitted. I'm just saying we should be careful is all. Whatever's ganking the other gangs might decide to come at us too. How could a human even kill a Grotto?
Glod asked.
How would I know?
Durko scowled at the Rondar.
It's just a rumor. A stupid rumor,
Glod agreed.
What if it ain't?
Friven spoke up. Friven was Phylaxian. He was short, smaller than Anita. He had 3 eyes, and his body was covered in long orange fur. The Phylaxian had compensated for his size by strapping over a dozen blasters to himself. Anita thought he looked ridiculous, but she wasn't dumb enough to say so out loud.
What? You think the lead dealer is real?
Thune chuckled.
It's a ghost story, Friven. You know how rumors fly on the frontier. But what if he is?
Friven's eyes darted around nervously, like he expected a human in a big black hat to appear at any moment.
What if there's a human out there, hunting outlaws? Then he's an idiot,
Thune replied.
A dead idiot if he's dumb enough to show his face.
If he is real, he ain't gonna be doing much,
Durko pointed out.
If some human killed a Grotto noble, he'd have strike teams after him and a bounty on his head. Ain't no one gonna look for more trouble when they got that kind of heat.
True.
Friven nodded nervously.
True, but what about the guns?
What guns?
Durko folded his massive arms across his even more massive chest.
The rock throwers?
Firearms,
Friven agreed.
Everyone says the lead dealer used human weapons. Chunks of lead propelled by chemical explosives. That's why they call him the lead dealer.
Stupid name,
Glod yelled.
I didn't pick it,
Durko muttered. He thought for a moment.
I'll tell you what, Friven. If you're such a cowardly lunker that you're scared of a bunch of rock-throwing prims, you can call it quits. Ain't no place in the gang for weaklings and chumps. Oh, is Priven out? Glod asked eagerly. Can I eat him?
Friven pulled 2 blasters out and pointed them at Glod.
Try it and I'll turn you into chunks.
He looked up at Durko.
I'm not scared, Durko. I just think we should be careful.
Like the prims are going to do anything but run and hide,
Cthulhu muttered. He slapped a comm badge attached to a strap on his thorax.
Hey, Skaz, are we landed yet? I got things to do.
We're in, boss.
The voice crackled over the comm.
The docking bay just repressurized. I'm lowering the ramp now. About time,
Thune complained.
You stay in the hot seat, Skaz. You know the drill.
He slapped his communicator again. He pointed a pincer at Anita.
Durko, grab the prim, will you? I don't want her running off.
You don't have to do this, you know.
Anita knew she wasn't going to talk her way out of this, but she couldn't help but try.
I told you everything, didn't I? You should let me stay. I can help.
You are helping,
Thune told her.
We're going to be hitting a human colony in a couple days. Little town called Far Away. The thing is, you humans are a new species. I don't know the going rate, so we're taking you to a dealer. If he pays a good price for your scrawny hide, we'll set up to take some slaves.
If you don't, we're gonna feed you to Glod,
Durko said seriously.
So you best not put a kink in the deal.
But I can help you,
Anita pleaded.
I can do stuff, get into places.
Be sure to tell Bonvi that,
said Thune.
Might help your price a bit.
He watched the door detach and lower into a ramp, then turned to the rest of the crew. 15 aliens, all armed, all jerks.
Durko, Glod, and Friven are with me. We're going to go sell this little prim. The rest of you stay with the ship. I got a supply delivery coming in the next hour. I expect you lunkers to load up the stuff.
Some of the crew muttered complaints. Thune clacked.
And no whining. You stock up today or we don't eat tomorrow.
Or drink, Durko added. Be careful with the booze, lunkers. Last time you broke a whole crate.
He reached down and grabbed the metal cable that was wrapped around Anita. He tucked the human under one massive arm like a bag of groceries.
We'll be back in a bit.
It was an awkward trip. Kentel Station was crowded. Various species cast curious glances at the bandits and their human cargo. Anita noticed that every single one of them had a gun. Armed or not, no one gave Cthulhu's crew and their captive human so much as a glance. Anita's vague plan of calling for help evaporated in the face of their indifference. The group boarded a transit tube. Kentel Station was big, too big to walk. The tubes were a quick way to get from place to place. Anita had been expecting something like a subway train, or maybe a turbo lift, but it was just a platform in a big empty tube. She was tempted to ask about it, but decided not to tell slaving bandits just how little she knew about the world. Cthulhu pressed a button on the control panel and told it where he wanted to go. The tube filled with blue light. Then everyone fell upwards. Anita's stomach dropped. She stared around her, but all she could see was the wide metal tube whizzing by at a terrifying rate. The gang didn't appear concerned. Durko's expression was what Anita would expect when someone was standing in an elevator. Anita wondered what would happen if she threw up. Nothing good, probably. After several minutes, Anita felt herself slow down. The group was reoriented in midair by the tube, then deposited gently on a platform. The door opened, and the gang strolled casually out into the station. A few minutes of brisk walking brought them to a storefront. There was a sign on the door that said, Bonvi's Bonafides. The gang went in. It was a pawn shop. At least, Anita thought it was. Alien knickknacks lined the shelves. Trinkets and tools and a few bits she thought were clothing. There was a glass case behind the counter filled with weapons. Disruptors and plasma casters mostly. Anita thought the store was empty at first. Then she saw the bodies. There were 4 of them, Rondars like Glod.
Phaser rifles lay next to the corpses. Blood pooled around them. Anita gagged. She'd never seen a dead person before. If she'd had anything to eat in the last few days, she was sure she would blow chunks. Fortunately, Durko was too preoccupied to notice her dry heaving.
What the?
Durko shifted Anita to his other arm and pulled his piece, a mean-looking disruptor cannon. The rest of the gang whipped their weapons out too.
Maybe we should go.
Friven suggested.
I don't think Bonvi's gonna be taking customers.
Shut it, Friven.
Thune clacked. He stalked forward. He stopped when the door behind the counter hissed open. A man walked in. Tall. Dark. Human. Stores closed, the human said. His voice was deep and smooth. Anita stopped gagging long enough to goggle at the man. He was dressed all in black, with a long black coat and a wide-brimmed black hat. He had a jaw like a lantern lined with stubble. The sight of him made Anita's breath catch. Not with desire. He wasn't particularly handsome. Anita froze for the same reason a mouse freezes when it sees a panther. Anita had met some scary people in her life. The gang holding her were only the latest in a long line of predators she'd had to deal with. Some she'd outsmarted, some she'd escaped. None of them scared her the way the man in black did. He moved with deadly grace. His eyes were colder than the void. Everything about him screamed death. The man looked at the gang as he walked around the counter. They were all pointing guns at him. He didn't seem to care. Stores closed, he said. His eyes flicked to Anita, then back to Thune.
Where's Bonvi?
Thune demanded. Stores closed, the human repeated. A hand slid his long black coat back, revealing the revolver on his hip. Thune sized the human up. He didn't like what he saw.
You killed him, didn't you?
The man in black said nothing.
Boss?
Friven spoke up.
Boss? I think that's him. That's the lead dealer.
I told you to shut it, Friven,
Thune growled.
There ain't no such thing.
He pulled 2 more guns to point at the human.
I got business with Bonvi. If you ain't killed him, I'd like a word.
I told you the store's closed, said the man in black. You can leave, or I can make you leave.
Make us leave?
Durko smirked.
You got gigs, Prim. We're 4-1, and we got you dead to rights.
The man in black said nothing.
You hear me, Lunka?
Durko demanded.
Forget him, Durko, Thune clacked. It's not worth it. We're leaving.
The gang backed away from the man, weapons steady. Anita finally stopped staring long enough to panic. Scary as the man in black looked, he was human, a dangerous human. He might be the only person on the station able and willing to help her. Anita needed help. She'd spent 2 days trying to wriggle out of her bonds or convince the bandits to let her go. It was nothing doing. She'd hoped to have better luck with Bonvi, but Bonvi was dead. No Bonvi meant no sale, and Anita was going to be fed to Glod.
Wait!
Anita called.
Help me! You have to!
Durko thumped Anita on the head. The Grodo pulled the punch, but it still knocked her senseless. Anita went limp. Dimly, she heard Thune say,
The name's Thune. Tell Bonvi we stopped by.
I'll do you one better, said the man in black. Leave the kid. I'll make sure you get what's coming. Anita blearily looked up. The man in black wore an annoyed grimace. Thune had stopped backing away.
We'll get what's coming? I don't like the sound of that, Lunka.
Good. There was a boom. Loud. Thune fell over. The man in black had a pistol in each hand. Anita hadn't seen him draw. She lolled her head to the side. Friven and Glod were on the ground, dead or dying. A quick draw? Did the man in black shoot so fast it only sounded like one shot? Durko pulled the trigger on his cannon. Nothing happened. The human holstered his pistols. Durko pulled the trigger again. He stared at his disruptor, then glared at the human.
You've got a nullifier.
Yep. The man in black reached into his coat. He pulled out a pump-action shotgun. He clunked around into the chamber. Set the kid down and you can walk.
Let me guess,
said Grodo.
them primitive metal slingers don't got a power source. A nullification field won't stop them.
Put her down, said the human.
There's just one problem, Lunka.
The Grodo threw his cannon.
Metal slingers won't hurt me.
The man in black dodged. A strong hand clamped around Anita.
And I don't need no guns.
He threw Anita at the human too. The man in black dropped. Anita flew past him, crashing into the glass case behind the counter. The glass held. The girl bounced off to smack against the counter. She heard the boom of the shotgun as she tumbled to the floor. The shotgun boomed again. She should probably be doing something. She couldn't. The impact had knocked the air out of her. Anita lay there. Her head hurt. Her back hurt. Her ribs hurt. She'd taken beatings before. She was pretty sure she wasn't dying. She wasn't sure if she'd be able to move. Not that she could do much anyway. She was still tied up. A minute later, the man in black came back around the counter. He hoisted Anita upright. She gasped. Her ribs were definitely bruised, maybe broken. The man examined the cables wrapped around her. Restraining coil, he remarked. You know the code?
1387.
She'd seen Durko use it when he let her out to use the bathroom. The other human reached behind her, tapping into the device at the upper center of her back. The coils retracted. Anita slumped back to the ground. Oh God, she stretched her arms. That was so much better. The man left without another word. He went back through the door behind the counter. Anita rubbed her arms, then her legs. The metal coils had chafed her skin, but the device hadn't been tight enough to cut off her circulation. That was good. Anita could stand. Now what? Anita glanced at the door the man had entered. Then she looked at the men he had killed. The Grodo's head was a spattered, bloody mess. The other three were just as dead. Anita hesitated, then went for the bodies. It was gross, but Anita searched them anyway. She didn't find a single gudong. The man in black must have looted them already. She did take some of the smaller guns off of Friven. She took a gun strap too, looping it around herself like a belt. She'd never shot a gun in her life, but having them made her feel a little better. Anita considered her options. She could just leave. The gang might try to hunt her down, but she was guessing they wouldn't bother. If the man in black was who she thought he was, they'd have bigger problems anyway. On the other hand, wandering an alien station with no money was what had gotten her nabbed in the first place. The man could help her. There was even a chance that he would. He was a cold-blooded killer, but if he meant her harm, he wouldn't have untied her. He wasn't a pervert either. He hadn't regarded Anita with anything resembling interest. If anything, he'd seen her as an annoyance. Anita wasn't sure she liked that, but it meant he wasn't a danger. Probably. Decision made, Anita went through the door the man had entered. She found a room full of junk. At the other end of the storeroom was another door, bigger. She went in that one too. She found another storeroom. This one was full of cages. The man in black stood at the center of the room. He held a tiny furred creature by the scruff of its neck. The creature had 8 limbs, and 3 of them were dancing over a set of restraints. The restraints were attached to a bugman. A Zist? Anita thought that was the name. The restraints bound all 4 of the bugman's arms together. A thick cable attached to another set of restraints that bound the legs of the Zist. The little furry thing finished its work, and the restraints opened. There were 9 more people in the room. 6 of them were Zist. 3 of them were human. A man and a woman and a little boy. Slaves, Anita guessed. The little furry thing must be Bonvi the slaver. She noticed a metal suit on the floor. No, not just a suit. A mech suit. The little furry thing must be a gizmodi. They used mechs to interact with species that were bigger than them, which was everyone. The Zist tore off its restraints. Another one stepped forward and held out its bound arms. The gizmodi unlocked them with a huff.
There, that's the last of them. Satisfied?
The man in black lifted the gizmodi and turned him so they were face to face. Their belongings? He inquired.
In the shop.
The Gizmodi snarled.
Oh, I sold them. I held up my end of the deal, human. I released the merchandise.
The human grimaced. I guess you did.
So, you'll let me go now?
Bonvi's eyes flicked to his mech suit.
Like you promised?
Yup. The man in black tossed Bonvi up in the air. One of the Zist snatched him. You're free to go. The Gizmodi squealed.
Human! Human! This wasn't the deal!
Sure it was, said the man in black. I said I'd let you go, and I did. What happens after ain't my concern.
Human! You son of a...
Bonvi was unable to finish his sentence, mostly on account of the Zist crushing the life out of him. The bug man wrung the Gizmodi like a dish rag and tossed his corpse into one of the cages.
Thank you, human,
said the bug.
That was satisfying.
The man in black tipped his hat. You're welcome. He looked around at the group. All right, let's get a move on. He turned and walked past Anita and back into the shop. Anita and the slaves followed. The human walked around the counter. One of the Zist asked, How are things? Bonvi said they're here. The human moved to the center of the counter, dumping gudongs out of his pocket. Take what you can. Bonvi won't be needing it. The Zist and the human male looted the place. The woman and her kid stayed near the man in black. The kid asked,
Are you him?
The man in black started separating the gudongs into piles. Am I who?
The lead dealer.
The boy's eyes shone with excitement.
The famous outlaw.
The man grunted, focused on his task. I'm called that by some.
I knew it.
The kid was almost jumping up and down. Anita smiled while she sorted through a clothes rack. She needed new duds.
I'm Max. Did you kill all the bad guys?
The boy's mother shushed him, apologizing to the man in black. The lead dealer waved them off, still counting. When he'd finished, he called out, 2 minutes, then we're leaving. Anita gave up on the clothes. There was nothing that would fit her. She was picking through the electronics when the storefront door burst open. A wave of aliens in station security armor rushed in. They shouted and waved their guns. Everyone but the lead dealer froze. The security people stopped short of rushing the Zist, probably because the bug men were known to lift 20 times their own weight. Instead, they pointed guns and yelled at the bugs to get on the ground. Some of the slaves complied. Some got ready to fight. A pair of Phylaxians ran at Anita. She bolted, sprinting to where the lead dealer was. The Phylaxians followed, but skidded to a halt when they saw the man in black. The lead dealer regarded the Phylaxians coldly. He swept his eyes across the storefront, assessing the yelling guards and the angry Zist. He drew a pistol and aimed it into the storeroom behind the counter. He pulled the trigger. Everyone froze at the boom. The lead dealer holstered his pistol and spoke into the silence. Looks like you boys just uncovered an illegal slave operation. Good work. Why don't you let these folks finish retrieving their belongings and we'll be on our way? The guards looked at each other. The leader stepped forward. He was a Gizmodi with security stamped across the chest piece of his 2-meter mech suit.
Bonvi Virana is a legitimate businessman. All I see are a bunch of murderers looting his shop.
Anita's eyes narrowed. The guard hadn't skipped a beat at his accusation. He knew damned well what Bonvi had been doing. He was probably taking a cut. Space wasn't much different from Earth, really. Cops were the same, the universe over. That's so. The lead dealer was cold as the grave. You might want to check the room behind me. Look at the cages.
We'll sort that out later,
the Gizmodi told him.
We're taking you in for murder.
The lead dealer shifted his coat away from his pistols. You sure that's how you want to play this?
Are you stupid?
One of the other guards yelled.
There's 20 of us. Bill free, you idiot.
Another guard yelled.
That's the lead dealer.
Several more guards cursed in fear. The man in black ignored them all. He kept his eyes on the leader. The Gizmodi stared at the human through the hole in its chest plate. The human stared back. The Gizmodi swallowed.
You're free to go, human. I
I expect these others to make a statement. They'll be coming with us.
They won't, said the lead dealer. There were several moments of silence. The guard said,
They can come by the station later. Make a statement.
I'm sure they'll do just that. The human said, You gonna holster them pieces? They won't work anyway. The leader snarled, but all he said was,
Stand down, officers. Let these people leave in peace.
The rest of the guards put their guns away. The lead dealer nudged Anita. Grab the money. Anita grabbed a shopping bag and dumped the gudongs into it. The man spoke up. You heard security. It's time to go. He pointed at the outlaws he'd killed earlier. Don't forget the guns them scoundrels took off you. In less than 20 seconds, Anita and the slaves were following the lead dealer out of Bonvi's establishment. Station security had watched them with murder in their eyes, but none dared cross the lead dealer. Anita skipped ahead of the others to ask the lead dealer a question.
Where are we going now?
The Cosmic Cantina, said the man. He held out his hand. Anita gave him the bag of money.
What's that?
It's a bar. The lead dealer ignored the rest of Anita's questions. He led the group to a transit tube. The tube was less scary the second time, but she didn't like it nearly as much as the little boy. The kid had screamed with joy the whole way. Anita wasn't sure if she should laugh or yell at the kid. She ended up doing neither. The Cosmic Cantina turned out to be a pretty nice bar. Fancy furniture, good lighting, and it had an earthy plant smell. The place seemed popular too. A bunch of people looked up when the lead dealer walked in. Most of them looked right back down. 2 old Philaxians up at the bar waved. The lead dealer ignored them. The group went straight up to the bar. There was a lavender zist going from table to table. The man in black tipped his hat to her and said, Ma'am, as he passed. She waved at him happily. The human tipped his hat at the bartender next. Farlow, appreciate the tip. Farlow was also a zist, a green one. He had 4 guns and 4 tungsten rods strapped to his person. His antennae wriggled cordially.
Human, the pleasure was mine. I hate slavers more than you do.
He looked over the slaves.
You were successful, I take it?
The lead dealer grunted affirmatively. He fished some gudongs out of his pocket and placed them in front of the barkeep. I got some business to take care of. Can you look after these folks for a bit? Maybe get some food in them?
The famous lead dealer springing for a meal?
One of the old Philaxians grinned at the man.
You're going to ruin your reputation, human. He only has the reputation because you wouldn't shut up, Hyla.
The barkeep reminded him. He turned back to the lead dealer.
I can feed them, but I can't protect them for long. I'm just a bartender.
A few hours will be enough. The lead dealer tipped his hat again. I appreciate it. He turned to the slaves. All right, folks. Get yourselves a seat. I gotta take care of something. But Farlow and Gilia will look out for you till I get back. He handed the bag of money to one of the zist. Here, parcel this out. Get yourselves some grub. Anita moved towards the zist with the money, but the lead dealer pulled her aside. The men that took you, he asked. Are there more? Anita nodded.
13 more. Still on the ship.
The man nodded. Which dock?
C-17.
The lead dealer turned and walked away.
Wait!
Anita called.
Take me with you.
No. The man in black kept walking. Stay here. Eat a burrito. Anita wanted to argue with the man, but the thought of burritos stopped her. She hadn't eaten in 2 days. She let the man walk and got her share of gudongs from the zist. The lavender zist took her order, and the food came quick. It was good, too. Things were finally looking up. The lead dealer returned 2 hours later. By then, Anita had downed 2 burritos and half a pitcher of water. She'd tried for whiskey, but the human couple told Farlow human teenagers shouldn't have booze. Anita was gracious enough to forgive them. She was free. She had guns and money. Her stomach was so full it hurt. This was probably the best day she'd had since she left Earth. The human thanked the barkeep and addressed the human family. Where were you headed?
New bounty,
Said the woman.
I've got an uncle there.
The lead dealer nodded. He turned to Anita. And you?
I've got my own plans,
She told him. The man nodded. He turned to the Zist. Any of you know how to fly a ship? All 6 of the Zist raised their hands. There's one in Dock C-17. It's yours. Only stipulation is you gotta get these folk. He pointed at the family, the new bounty. Any takers? The Zists looked at each other. One of the purple ones spoke. The voice was female.
We will gladly take it. Thank you, human.
Just see that they get there, said the man. The ship's stocked. I'll walk you down there if you're all ready to go. It was another walk and another transit tube. The station was still crowded, but the crowd parted around the lead dealer like he was a walking bomb. Soon the group was in front of Cthulhu's ship. Anita watched the others heap praise and thanks on the man in black, something he tolerated with barely restrained annoyance. When the last of them had boarded, the lead dealer frowned down at Anita. You sure you don't want to go with them?
Nope,
Anita smiled.
I'm coming with you.
No,
Sure I am.
she said.
You're famous. You need someone that can do things for you. Incognito-like.
No. The lead dealer's glare could freeze a star.
You'll come around.
Anita was sure.
Hey, what's your name anyway?
The lead dealer glared harder.
I'm going to call you Jack.
Anita decided. No, you won't. The lead dealer's hand drifted towards his gun. Anita smiled at him. She had him pegged now. The lead dealer was as cold as they came, but he had a code. He wouldn't hurt Anita. She'd figured out something else too. Seen it when he was talking with the barkeep. He was awkward. The lead dealer was terse and gruff because he didn't know how to talk to people. The poor guy. He needed Anita. She would take care of him. It was the least she could do. Anita beamed at the man in black.
I'm glad you found me, Jack. This will be the start of a beautiful relationship.
The lead dealer paled. Hell no.
We have no choice. Hive leader Dilt said gravely, we must unleash the humans. Unleash the humans? Riven folded all 4 of his arms across his chest. You say that like there's some weapon we can wield. The humans are weaker than we are, and they aren't on our side. The humans are pariahs, the Hive leader told him. Outcasts with no rights in the eyes of the Federal Union of Worlds, like us. If anyone will help, it will be them. What can the humans do? Riven's antenna twitched. Riven was a Zist, a biped with 4 arms, 2 wings, and a green exoskeleton. They can't even protect themselves from bandits. Roving gangs of outlaws were a constant problem in the frontier. The frontier was a stretch of space on the edges of civilization. It was far from the core worlds of the Fed. There was no law here, no order. Just a handful of barely habitable worlds colonized by the outcasts and the desperate. No bandit has dared attack the humans in half a revolution. Dilt disagreed. Why do you think our colonies are being hit so often? The bandits are afraid of the humans now. They fear the lead dealer. There is no such person. Riven's wings fluttered. The lead dealer was a myth, a lone human dressed all in black. It was said he traveled the frontier in a ghost ship, killing all who dared to attack his species. The lead dealer was taller than a grotto, stronger than a Zist, and meaner than a Scarlac. He had no name, no origin, and no weakness. It was said he could not die, that he could summon thunder from his hands. It was said he'd killed 1,000 men with tiny bits of metal. Maybe not, the Hive leader admitted, but the weapon he's rumored to use, the lead throwers, those are real, kinetic weapons, chemically propelled, powerful enough to kill a Grodo noble, and they have no power source. The nullifiers of the feds can't shut them down. Riven cocked his head. If these human weapons are so good, why aren't we getting some ourselves? We're working on it, Hive leader Dilt assured him. The human planet is far away and they travel slowly. There's a Phylaxian weapon dealer selling lead throwers on the black market, but stock is limited and the syndicate has claimed most of them. Zoldar is trying to get some to us, but it will take time. We don't have time. Two of Riven's hands tightened on the braking sticks at his belt. Braking sticks were rods of tungsten. Each of them weighed over 300 kilograms. Only Zitst and Grodos were strong enough to wield them. The syndicate is coming. We have to flee. Flee where? Dilt demanded. If we go back to the Fed's space, we will be taken. If we go to another colony, the syndicate will follow. He shook his head. No, Riven, we must fight. We have to show the syndicate that taking us is not worth the cost. We can't do that. Riven's antenna lashed in frustration. I wish we could, Hive Leader, but we can't. The feds are working with the syndicate. They are too many, and they have warships and nullifiers. If we stay here, it will be the culling all over again. They will kill our leaders and enslave the rest. The males will wear explosive collars and work as miners or mercenaries. The females will be forced to lay, and their eggs will be eaten. I know. The elder Zitz laid a hand on Riven's shoulder. That's why we need the humans. Riven's mandibles clacked. They cannot and will not help us. They can. The Hive leader spoke firmly. I know they can. Whether they will or not is another question. I need someone to convince them, Riven. Riven scented the Hive leader. His pheromones spoke of desperation and apology? Oh no. Riven had wondered why Dilt had summoned him to his private chambers. He had wondered why Dilt had insisted on speaking with him alone. Hive leader. Riven's antenna quivered anxiously. You don't mean... Yes. Hive leader Dilt's hand tightened on Riven's shoulder. We need someone to unleash the humans on our enemies. I am assigning the task to you. Hive leader, Riven objected. Father, you've got the wrong guy. I don't know anything about humans. You've never failed a mission, Riven. Hive leader Dilt reminded him. I need the best, and the best is you. I'm the best soldier, Hive leader, Riven argued. That's got nothing to do with convincing people to do things. I'm not diplomatic. You should choose someone else. You only think that because you don't know humans, Dilt told him. Trust me, you're the right Zitz for the job. Riven cocked his head at the elder Zitz. I know that smell, Father. There's something you're not telling me. Many things, the Hive leader admitted, most of which you won't believe. You'll understand when you meet our contact. 2 weeks later, Riven stood in front of a bar on a space station far from his colony. A sign above the entrance read, The Cosmic Cantina, in glowing pink letters. Riven squeezed all 4 of his braking sticks for luck, then stepped inside. The bar was crowded. Locals mostly. A few outlaws. Riven's cybernetics could always pick out outlaws because they didn't use ident badges. Humans and Zitz didn't use them because they weren't citizens, but everyone else without one was trying to hide their identity. Everyone was armed, but that was no surprise. Kentel Station was close to the frontier. You went armed, or you died. A female Zitz was flitting around the bar delivering food and drink. Very pretty, very close to the fertile cycle. Ryvan had to work to keep his antenna to himself. Ryvan's contact was the bartender, a fellow Zit, male. The barkeep was a veteran. There weren't many veteran Zit left, but Ryvan always knew his own. He carried himself with quiet confidence and had 4 different gun types strapped to himself in addition to his breaking sticks. An additional 4 gun-like objects were holstered next to his regular weapons. They didn't have a power source. Lead throwers, it seemed likely. The barkeep looked up at Ryvan's approach. He pointed at a stool and said, "Have a seat. The human will be here soon." He poured Ryvan a drink. 10 minutes later, a pair of humans entered the cantina. One was female, a juvenile or a young adult. Blue pants, a red shirt, a long brown coat, a white hat with a wide brim. The girl was packing a plasma caster on one hip and a lead thrower on the other. Her eyes were bright, but there was an edge to her. She moved like someone who knew how to fight. The other human was the scariest thing Ryvan had ever seen. Eyes colder than the void and almost as dead. A long, lean frame. He dressed all in black, with a long black coat and a black hat with a wide brim. This one moved with lethal grace. Ryvan's cybernetics detected no weapons, but they did find a nullifier in the man's coat pocket. Not good. Nullifiers were restricted tech, usually only wielded by high-ranking feds. In recent years, some had appeared on the black market, but they were rare. A nullifier shut down every form of powered weaponry. Ryvan's guns were now useless. Some of the newer versions could be selective, letting the wielder exclude certain guns so his weapons still work. The Zitz wasn't sure if the human had the newer model, but it didn't matter. Ryvan could see the lead throwers on the man's hips. The way his jacket moved suggested he had another larger weapon hidden within. Everything about this human set Ryvan's instincts to screaming. The 2 humans strolled up to the bar. The tall male tipped his hat at the female Zit along the way. They were only a few meters away by the time Ryvan realized he'd been frozen motionless during the man's approach. The man in black tipped his hat at the barkeep. "Farlow. Human? Is this not a back? Whiskey?" The man in black gave an affirmative grunt. The barkeep poured brown liquid into a tiny glass. The human downed it. "So what's this about, Farlow?" the female asked. "It's not like you to ask for favors." "There is a man who wanted to meet you." Farlow nodded towards Ryvan. The man in black's eyes narrowed. "His hive leader is a friend." "Only his hive leader?" The female human frowned at the barkeep. "You don't know this guy yourself?" "He is the hive leader's son," Farlow told her. "I assure you he's trustworthy." "Okay." The girl nodded. Then she frowned. "You sure we should be talking about this here? In front of..." She gestured at a pair of Phylaxians sitting nearby. Short, hairy bipeds with 3 eyes and long fur. They were old. One of them had gray fur. The other had dyed his fur orange. Badly. The Phylaxians turned to look at the girl. One of them huffed. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You're gossips, Drago," the girl told him. "Don't even try to deny it." "Yeah," the other Phylaxian laughed. "You ain't wrong, Anita. We do like to talk." "You won't talk about this," Farlow said firmly. He cut Drago off before he could speak. "I mean it. If you spoil the deal, I'll let the human take you." "What deal?" the other Phylaxian demanded. "All we know is you got some Zitz meeting with..." "Shut it." The tall human's voice was deep, rich, and cold. The Phylaxians fell silent. Farlow pointed at an empty table. "I've set up a privacy field at that table. The man can explain the situation there." He pointed at the female Zitz delivering drinks. "Gilia will be by to take her order." Ryvan followed the girl and the man in black to the table. The man in black took the chair Riven had been aiming for, the one that put his back to the wall and gave him a view of the whole bar. Riven's antenna twitched, but he made himself settle for the chair across from the man. He would just have to trust Farlow the barkeep to watch his back. The girl scooted one of the other chairs so she could sit next to the taller, scarier human. The girl looked over the small remote in the center of the table. She picked it up and pressed a button. A ring of transparent yellow light shimmered into being around them. A privacy screen. "All right," said the girl. "First, introductions. I'm Anita. Who are you?" "My name is Riven," said the Zist. "I come from the Many Eggs colony on planet Turvan." "Turvan?" Anita nodded. "I know that place. That's where the Faraway colony is." "Yes," said Riven. "We trade with them sometimes." "Okay." Anita clasped her hands and leaned forward. "What's going on, Riven from Many Eggs? Why do you have Farlow call us here?" "The human protocol," said Riven. "The what now?" The girl frowned. Riven sighed. "Hive Leader Dilt is very impressed with your species. He's convinced the other Hive Leaders. The protocol states that we should turn to you when there is an emergency we can't deal with ourselves." "What kind of emergency?" Anita asked. "The Syndicate." Riven paused as Gilia walked through the privacy screen. Anita and the man in black asked for burritos. Riven asked for another drink. When the woman left, he continued, "The Syndicate is coming for us. We need the humans to help us fight them off." "The Syndicate?" Anita frowned. "Mr. Riven, I think you're misunderstanding what it is we do here." "What do you mean?" Riven said impatiently. "Do you not represent the human colonies?" "Represent?" Anita looked at the man in black. Then she looked at Riven. "Oh, God, you don't know who he is, do you?" "No." Riven's wings buzzed with irritation. "You didn't tell me his name." "I don't know his name," the girl admitted. "I call him Jack." "Stop calling me that," said the man in black. "You are trying my patience, girl." Riven's wings buzzed. All right. Anita held up her hands in a soothing gesture. "I can't believe you didn't know." She grinned and gestured dramatically at the man in black. "Riven from Many Eggs, meet the Lead Dealer, killer of outlaws, savior of humans, and the fastest gun on the frontier." The man in black's eyes tightened in annoyance. He said nothing. Riven looked at the two of them. He seriously considered going home and punching his father in the head. "You can't be serious." "We get that a lot," Anita admitted. She picked up the remote and deactivated the privacy screen. "Hey, Farlow, come here a second." The barkeep wandered over. "What is it?" "Tell this guy who we are." Anita folded her arms. "Dilt didn't tell you?" Farlow's antenna stood straight up. He grabbed the remote from Anita and reactivated the privacy screen. "That's the Lead Dealer." "There's no such person," Riven informed him. "It's him," Farlow insisted. "I saw it with my own eyes." The man in black spoke. "Who I am isn't important. Stop wasting our time, Riven." Riven's mandibles clacked. Anita turned to the man. "I thought talking to clients was my job." "Your job is to deal with things that I don't want to deal with," the man told her, "which you failed to do." He turned to Riven. "You're here because you need someone who can contact the human colonies in the frontier. I can do that. Now tell me about the Syndicate." Farlow shook his head and laughed. Riven clacked his mandibles. It was possible this human was who Farlow said he was. He certainly looked the part. Either way, the man had a point. "The Syndicate is a multi-species confederation of organized crime. Very powerful, very connected. They usually don't come to the frontier." "I know who they are," said the human. "Get to the point." "My people were uplifted by the Federal Union," said Riven. "They made us sapient, but we weren't granted citizenship. They wanted us to be slaves. strong backs, and a food source. We revolted some 20 revolutions ago. We lost. To them it was the bug hunt, but we call it the culling. Most of us that survived fled to the frontier. We're not slaves by default, Riven continued, but the syndicate makes a lot of money capturing and selling Zist. The problem is, there aren't many of us left in Fed space. The Hive Elders got word a few days ago that they're sending a force to the frontier. They're going to hit many eggs and take who they can. The Feds are helping them. The human grunted. What kind of force? Warships, said Riven. 3 of them. Olgon-class battle cruisers bought from the Feds. Each of them will have 20 smaller craft for landing operations and 2,000 syndicate operatives. They've got nullifiers and cutting-edge weaponry. They plan to strip many eggs first, then work their way through the frontier until they've enslaved as many as they can hold. Farlow's wife came back. She handed burritos to the humans. The man in black got a beer to go with his. The girl got some kind of fruit juice. Riven got his drink. The female Zis left. The man in black leaned forward. So that's what they've got. What do you got? Not enough. Riven shook his head. Many Eggs has a population of 8,000, but most of them are hatchlings. We have maybe 50 veterans, another few hundred Zits old enough to fight. If the other colonies pitch in, we might get 1,000 fighters. The nullifiers will make our guns useless, too. The human was silent for a moment. Any big guns? None that matter. Riven's antenna drooped. We have a few spaceships with weapons, but the Syndicate warships have in-volume armor. We can't even scratch them. The man in black bit into his burrito. After he swallowed, he asked, "What makes you think the human colonies can help?" "I don't think they can," Riven said honestly. "My hive leader insisted I come to you." "All right." The human sipped his beer. "In that case, what makes you think the human colonies would help if they could?" "They won't," said Riven. "Why would they?" Anita spoke up. "You suck at this, Riven." "I'm a soldier, Anita." Riven was going to need another drink. Maybe a lot of drinks. If the hive leader wanted someone diplomatic, he shouldn't have sent me. "You don't have to flatter us or anything," Anita told him. "You just have to come up with a reason we should help you." "I'm willing to pass on the message," the man in black added, "but I'm not going to argue on your behalf. I ain't a diplomat either. If you want the colonies to step in, you'd best come up with something good." "A good reason?" Riven snorted. "The Syndicate's worse than bandits. A lot worse, and a lot more dangerous. They're mostly after Zis right now, but they're already dabbling in human slaves. When they're done with us, you'll be next." "It's a start." The man took another bite of his burrito. "What else?" "What do you mean, what else?" Riven demanded. "The Feds don't recognize your species either. It's only a matter of time before they do to you what they did to us. If you want the Feds and the Syndicate to stay out of the frontier, we have to make it more trouble than we're worth. The Zits can't do that alone, and neither can you." "I don't think that's gonna work, Riven." Anita shook her head. "If you want the colonies to help, you've got to make it worth the while. Do you guys have money, supplies?" "Some," said Riven. "Not much. If we had enough to hire an army, I would have led with that." "It wouldn't matter anyway," said the man in black. "We've got guns the nullifiers can't stop. But we don't have the numbers to defend your town. Even if we did, there's nothing stopping those warships from blowing all of us to hell." His tone was matter-of-fact. "I'll pass on your message, but I wouldn't expect anything to come of it." Riven nodded. "I figured. Dealt in a stupid human protocol." Riven sighed into his booze. "I told the hive leader this was a waste of time. Even if the humans came, none of us have the numbers or the technology to stop another culling." He twitched his antenna towards the human. "Do I need to pay you for your time?" "No," said the human. I'm a gun hand. I'm not going to charge you for passing on a message. It's not like we need the money anyway, said Anita. Jack's got enough goodongs to buy this whole station. I told you to stop calling me that, Jack chided, and stop telling people what we have. You do, though. Anita squinted at the man. You've taken so much money off dead bandits we could start a bank, not to mention all the spaceships. How come we don't call it quits and set ourselves up in style? A man needs something to do with his hands, said the human. Now shut up. He turned back to Riven. How long before the syndicate gets here? 4 months. Riven finished his drink. They're on their way from the core worlds. I'd suggest you and your people get gone before they show up. The man in black finished his beer. There's nowhere for us to go. Riven stood. Thank you for your time, humans. When the colonies give their answer, you can pass it along through Farlow. He turned to go. Wait! Anita's shout made him reach for his guns. He turned to look at her. He noticed the other human had a lead thrower pointed in his direction. Riven took his hands off his weapons. Jack holstered his gun so fast Riven barely registered the movement. Both of you are dumb. The girl pointed at his chair. Sit down, Riven. Riven sat. Anita leaned forward, excited. You said they're coming from the core worlds, right? Yes, Riven replied. Jack's eyes narrowed. 4 months is a long trip. Anita noisily sipped her juice through a straw. What are the chances they're not going to stop along the way? Riven's antenna swiveled towards the girl. Stop? We can't fight warships, the girl continued. In volume armor and stuff, we can't protect your town in a fight. What we can do, Anita's smile was smug, is board their ships when they stop to refuel. Jack and I are good at that. We've done it a lot. Call me Jack one more time and you're fired, said the man in black. He leaned back, wiping a hand along his jaw. Might not be a bad idea, though. 1,000 of you and a couple thousand of us would be enough, assuming we get the colonies to go along. That's easy, said Anita. The colonies are always bugging us to try and rent out our ships. If we tell them there's 2 battle cruisers and 40 more ships for the taking, they'll probably kiss our feet. There are 3 cruisers, Riven corrected. Yeah, Anita snarked. But you guys are gonna have to fight too. It's only fair you get one of them, right? Yeah. The man in black shot her a look. Anita swallowed. I mean, Mr. Lead Dealer, sir. The kid's right, the man in black decided. You find the syndicate's last stop and the colonies will pitch in. I think we can do that. Riven nodded slowly. A faint stirring of hope welled up within him. Huh, this might actually work. His antenna pointed at the man in black. Are you really the lead dealer? I don't care what you call me, the lead dealer told him. He frowned. As long as it's not Jack. The next 4 months were a logistical nightmare. The Hive Elders put Riven in charge of getting the Zits organized for the assault. The jerks. Riven had to coordinate with the humans, too. The human colonies had been leery of working with him, but their resistance caved once the lead dealer vouched for him. His word carried a lot of weight. The lead dealer didn't talk to the other humans much himself. He made Anita do it. Riven didn't think the humans would listen to a youngling without military training, but she spoke for the lead dealer and that seemed to be enough. It helped that the lead dealer was providing most of the materials they needed. He sent 15 spacecraft to pick up Zits, and those spacecraft were filled with lead thrower guns. When Riven had tried to express gratitude, the lead dealer had stopped him and said, "Don't thank me till you get the bill. I don't work for cheap." The Syndicate would be refueling at Benva Station, about 3 weeks spaceflight from Many Eggs. Riven didn't know how Dilt got the information, and he didn't care. It was nearly all he could do to get their forces in place before the Syndicate arrived. Of course, getting there was only the start of the problems. Benva Station was not a friendly place. They wouldn't let any of Riven's ships dock. They started denying the human ships as well once they realized how many there were. The problem disappeared an hour after Riven talked to the lead dealer. The new voices at station control sounded suspiciously human. Riven decided not to ask. The Syndicate ships arrived on schedule. Riven didn't get to see them, but he knew what they would look like. 2-kilometer cylinders bristling with guns. Their hulls were lined with lead. In volume, armor was nearly indestructible, but it was also highly radioactive. The inner hull would be lead-lined as well. The ships were ugly, imposing, and impervious, just like the Fed itself. The Syndicate vessels had been docked for just over an hour when Riven got the comm. It was the lead dealer. All he said was, "Security station secure. I'm locking down comms. Go." Zitst and humans spilled out of their ships, guns in hand. Station security might have been subdued, but they still needed to move quickly. If the Syndicate caught on before Riven's people boarded, the whole operation was a bust. The warships would pull away, and there wouldn't be a damn thing Riven could do about it. The attackers were split into 3 groups. Riven led one, the other 2 were led by humans. Not the lead dealer, different humans. They seemed competent enough. Each group had about 300 zits and twice that many humans. Riven had his doubts about mixing humans and zits on an operation, especially since they hadn't had time to drill or train together. The humans had more veterans than Riven, but most of their forces were untrained civilians. The whole op was going to be a mess. Riven sprinted into the bay that led to a warship's airlock. The airlock was guarded. 3 Phylaxians armed with pulse rifles. 2 hulking one-eyed Rondars. 1 Grotto. The Grotto might be a problem. It was a blue biped 3 meters tall and nearly as wide. Armor plates formed a thick carapace around the creature. Grottos were nearly as strong as the Zits, and their armor was resistant to small arms fire. Most weapons couldn't so much as scratch one. The Grotto reacted to Riven's presence with professional quickness. One hand brought up a plasma caster while the other spoke into a communicator. Neither action would do any good. The lead dealer was jamming all comms on the station, and he'd given Riven a nullifier. The Syndicate Grotto pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. Riven raised his lead throwers. The 2 in his lower hands were pistols. The one in his upper hands was a 50 caliber sniper rifle named Barrett. The sights on the weapons were useless to Riven's multifaceted eyes, but his cybernetics made up the difference. The Barrett boomed first, punching right through the Grotto and launching the pulped remains of its heart out of the hole in its back. Pistol fire dropped the other 5 in just a few seconds. Riven hadn't bothered to stop. He reached the airlock before the Grotto finished falling. There was no one on the other side of the airlock. Riven split off 30 people to guard it. He didn't want any Syndicate slavers getting away. There were 2 airlocks and 3 loading bays to deal with. Riven headed for the nearest at a brisk jog. Once he'd cut off all escape, he could go hunting. They started to run into resistance. Sort of. It was less organized attacks and more Syndicate goons wandering out to see what all the noise was. Riven was going to have his Zits use their breaking sticks to conserve ammunition, but the humans gunned the goons down on sight, whooping and hollering, which attracted more goons, which they shot. Riven went out the next airlock and shot the people guarding it. He went back in, posted more humans, and moved on to the next. The process repeated smoothly at the next one. The loading bays were more of a problem, but not by much. There were a lot more Syndicate hard cases, and they'd heard Riven's strike group coming through. They didn't know he had a nullifier until it was too late. The goons found themselves unarmed against a much larger force. A few managed to escape out of the loading bay, but most just died. With the exits covered, Riven headed for the armory. Gunshots and hollering humans still drew the occasional gangster, but most of them were hiding or grouping up. The ship's captain was on the intercom, yelling that the ship was under attack and demanding that someone kill the intruders. Ryvan snorted. Amateur. Not that his own people were much better. Twice he had to stop folks from breaking into groups to go off on their own. The Syndicate outnumbered Ryvan's forces 3-1, and he only had the one nullifier. It was a miracle he had one at all. Apparently the lead dealer owned 4 of the things. The armory was empty. Well, empty of people. There were a lot of guns. It was a very defensible position, so Ryvan left 20 people and moved on. The bridge was next. The bridge was barricaded. Someone had welded the door shut. Ryvan turned off his nullifier and pulled out a plasma caster. It wouldn't activate. Someone on the bridge had a nullifier of their own. Unfortunate, but not unexpected. He turned his nullifier back on. A pair of humans placed shaped charges on the door. Everyone cleared out while the timers wound down. The explosion rang Ryvan's eardrums through his hearing protection. He charged anyway, finding the bridge doors had been blown open. There were a lot of people on the bridge pointing guns at him. There was a lot of shouting when they realized their guns didn't work. Lead throwers thundered. Bandits died. Ryvan had asked his people not to shoot the captain, but several of them were shooting him anyway. The captain was a Grotto noble. His armored carapace was engraved with gold and glowing sigils. Bullets sparked off his armor at first, but one of the humans unloaded a shotgun full of sabot rounds at the creature. The captain fell, armor full of holes. Ryvan had to yell for several seconds to get everyone to cease fire. To Ryvan's mild relief, the Syndicate captain was alive. He had 5 sizable holes in his carapace, but Grottos were tough. Ryvan's cybernetics told him the captain would live as long as he got medical attention in the next few hours.
You stupid lunkers, the captain spat. Oh, do you know who you're messing with?
We do, said Ryvan. The captain wasn't referring to the Syndicate. Grotto nobles were very entitled and very vengeful. If you killed a noble, you could expect strike teams and assassins to hunt you for the rest of your short life. Not that this one's family would be able to find out who killed him.
Then you know what happens next,
the Grotto noble growled.
My family will...
Spare me your threats. Your family won't need to avenge you. Ryvan squatted next to the noble. We're letting you live. You're going to deliver a message to the Syndicate.
Are you out of your mind, lunker?
The noble growled.
What makes you think...
Ryvan brought 2 of his breaking sticks down on the Grotto's knee. The Grotto hollered. As I was saying, you're going to deliver a message to the Syndicate.
You stupid bug,
the Grotto started. Ryvan raised his breaking sticks again.
Stop, I'll tell them for scat's sake.
The noble's glower was full of hate.
Not that it matters. The Syndicate's gonna hunt you all down.
We'll see. Ryvan leaned over the Grotto. The first is a message from my hive leader. He says stay away from the frontier. If the Syndicate comes back, they won't just face the Zits. The hives will unleash the humans.
Unleash the humans?
The Grotto snorted.
That's stupid.
The second message is from the lead dealer. The Grotto froze. Ah, so you already know he's real. Ryvan lowered his voice in a conspiratorial whisper. I didn't at first.
What's the message?
The noble demanded. It's a question, Ryvan told him. He pulled out a recording device. The lead dealer's voice came out, cold as the void. Are you sure that's how you want to play this? The human doesn't talk much, Ryvan confided, but I wouldn't take him lightly. Be very sure of that. He pointed at 2 of his Zits. You 2, toss this lunker off the ship. I want another 40 of you to keep this bridge secure. He sheathed his breaking sticks and took up his rifle. The rest of you are with me. We're going hunting. Ryther examined the lead thrower. It was a simple thing. primitive, a near solid mass of metal with a polymer grip. 6 chambers that contained cartridges packed with metal and a small explosive charge. It was barely better than just throwing rocks like a savage. It basically was just throwing rocks. And yet... Ryther sipped his drink as his cybernetics connected with station security. He eyed his target on the security feed. It was a human dressed all in black. He wore a long black coat and a wide-brimmed hat. The hallway was crowded, but the crowd parted for the man like he was made of antimatter. Ryther didn't blame them. The man in the wide-brimmed hat was the single scariest thing he'd ever seen, and Ryther had seen a lot. He moved with lethal grace, and his eyes were as cold and dead as the void itself. Ryther had thought the lead dealer's legend was exaggerated. Now he wondered if they might be underselling the man. Ryther couldn't wait to kill him. Ryther was a Zitz, an insectile biped with 4 arms and a green exoskeleton. Most Zitz were slaves or refugees, but not Ryther. Ryther was a professional murderer, one of the best. Not that anyone would know it. No one had seen his true face. Ryther's image inducer saw to that. It changed his appearance, his voice, even his scent. Ryther was a ghost. His name was only spoken by the most exclusive clientele, and only in whispers. Ryther didn't know what the man in black had done to piss the syndicate off, but they wanted him dead, and they wanted it now. Ryther was only called in for the hardest of targets, Scarlac Queens and Grotto Nobles, people with unlimited resources and unbeatable security. A lone gun hand was beneath him, or would be if the target was anyone else. The lead dealer had no name, no background, no weakness. He was an unstoppable tide of death, hunting all who dared to harm his species. He traveled the frontier in a ghost ship, leaving nothing in his wake but thunder and blood. It was said he'd killed 2,000 men. That last part was an exaggeration. It had to be. 2,000 men in 3 years? Unlikely. The human had to know there was a price on his head. He didn't seem to care. He strolled casually down the hallway, leading a procession of Rondar laborers. Rondar were the same everywhere. Big, stupid, headless brutes. They had brown, leathery skin. A single large eye was centered in their chest above gaping, ugly mouths. They were pushing hover platforms loaded with cargo. Ryther sipped his drink as he watched the strike team approach. The syndicate wasn't the only group to post a bounty on the human. The lead dealer had started his career by murdering Brill Azure, the sole heir of House Azure of the Kingdom of Grotto. The bounty they'd posted was smaller than the syndicate's, but not by much. They'd also been sending strike teams after the man. Strike teams like the one Ryther had tipped off. This strike team consisted of 6 Grotto death dealers. The death dealers were the most lethal combatants known space had to offer. 3 meters tall, covered in blue chitin, and loaded with cybernetic enhancements. The armored plates that covered their bodies had been engraved and inlaid with obsidian sigils. They were experts in all forms of combat, and tough enough to ignore small arms fire. Even Ryther wouldn't dare face a strike team head-on. The strike team pushed through the crowd towards the lead dealer. The crowd tried to part for them, but the Grottos were in a hurry. Those unfortunates too slow to move aside were smashed out of the way. The lead dealer's eyes narrowed at the approach, but he didn't stop or slow down. When they were 10 meters from the human, the lead death dealer reached for his gun. It was a lead thrower, a bigger one than Ryther's, but the principle was the same. Human weapons weren't common yet, but they were getting more popular. They were primitive, but they were the only long-distance weapons that didn't have a power source. Security systems didn't register lead throwers as weapons. More importantly, nullifiers couldn't shut them down. Nullifiers were a nasty piece of Fed tech. The lead dealer was rumored to have one. A nullifier could shut down every gun in a 300-meter radius. Every gun except what it was programmed to exclude. The lead dealer didn't need to program exceptions. His weapons were too primitive to be shut down by a nullifier field. The death dealer bellowed as he drew his pistol.
Lead dealer, House Azure sends its regard.
There was a crack of thunder. The lead grotto started to fall. More thunder followed. The other 5 death dealers were dead before the first one hit the ground. It was so fast Ryther had to replay the security feed in slow motion to understand it. The lead dealer had drawn, fired, and reholstered his pistol in a 1/10 of a second. The bullet had entered the lead grotto's mouth. It ricocheted off the back of the death dealer's skull and up into his brain. While that was happening, the human whipped out a shotgun and pressed the butt to his shoulder. He fired 5 rounds in 8/10 of a second. 5 armor-piercing sabot rounds splattered 5 grotto skulls. The whole exchange had taken a second and a half. 3 of the death dealers had managed to clear leather, but none of them had gotten off a shot. A second replay told Ryther the human had shot the faster grottos first. Ryther's antenna twitched. The man in black had killed 6 enhanced grotto in under 2 seconds. That should not be possible. Ryther forced his antenna to stillness, cursing his unprofessional display. He was in public, and no one should know what he was watching. His target was even more lethal than he'd expected. Attracting attention was a bad idea. The human's gaze flicked around, searching for more targets. Satisfied, he waved his cargo haulers forward. He stepped over the bodies of the strike team, reloading as he walked. His expression never changed. Ryther cut his connection to the security feed. He took a look around. The Cosmic Cantina was probably the nicest establishment he'd seen on the frontier. It was a bar, spacious and homey. The walls were lined with hive stone and the floor with aromatic lichen. Each table had its own light settings, and the chairs were fancy nanotech that conformed to the body. The bar was crowded, but only half the patrons had Federation Iden badges. The rest were outlaws, humans, or fellow Zitz. He flagged down the barmaid and ordered another drink. The barmaid was a Zitz like Ryther. Female. A cute little thing. She had a lavender exoskeleton and brilliant crimson eyes. Her wings fluttered flirtatiously, and her antenna had been modified to glow at the tips. Ryther could smell the female was mated to the barkeep. The barman had 8 different guns strapped to his person, along with 4 tungsten breaking sticks. His antenna swiveled constantly as he scanned for threats. Ryther's cybernetics told him the barman had cybernetics. Military grade. A veteran, most likely. Dangerous, but nothing Ryther hadn't dealt with before. There were 3 people on stools in front of the bar. 2 Phylaxians and a human female. The Phylaxian men were short bipeds with long fur and 3 eyes. They were old. One of them had gray fur, but the other had dyed himself a horrible fluorescent orange.
Let me get this straight,
said the gray Phylaxian.
You cut the tree off at the roots, but you put it in water to keep it alive?
Yep. It was the human that spoke, Ryther's secondary target. The girl was about 17 years old, with long dark hair. She wore a long brown coat and a white hat. On her hip were a plasma caster and 2 lead thrower pistols. A bulge in her coat revealed the presence of another, larger weapon, most likely a shotgun.
Then you put lights all over the tree,
the Phylaxian continued.
Little blinking lights that force photosynthesis and prevent it from going dormant?
The lights are just there to look pretty, said the female, but yeah, basically. The female's name was Anita Williams. She dealt with clients on the lead dealer's behalf. The syndicate believed they were a mated pair, but Ryther knew better. He'd smelled her when she walked in. The girl was untouched. She moved like a dangerous person. It was a faint echo of the lead dealer's lethal grace, but it was there. Ryther figured she was an apprentice. Her bounty wasn't nearly as high as the lead dealer's, but it was still more than most lunkers would make in a lifetime.
Then you put presents under the tree, the old man said, but only after you've wrapped them in the remains of more dead trees.
Wrapping paper, Anita said. Yeah. The gray Phylaxian stared at her in horror.
Humans are monsters.
What? Anita frowned. It's just a tree, Drago.
It's a living thing, Anita.
The fluorescent orange Phylaxian cut in.
Plants don't talk, but they can smell and feel pain. You humans cut them up, keep them alive, and force them to stay awake for weeks smelling their dead kin. That's hardcore, Anita,
Drago pointed out.
I can't imagine what sins trees committed against your ancestors to deserve such a fate.
Come on, guys, Anita complained. Don't ruin Christmas trees for me. This is gonna be my first one. Ryther checked the security feeds again. The lead dealer was still a minute away from the docking bay that held his ship. One more minute. Then he'd be a pile of bloody chunks. Ryther regretted he wouldn't be able to watch the explosion. The camera for that particular bay door was down. Not his doing. He suspected the lead dealer had disabled it himself.
I thought the lead dealer dealt in lead,
Drago reminded the human.
How'd you get him to do a cargo run?
I told him I wanted a Christmas tree. Anita shrugged. He can be really sweet sometimes.
Sweet? Drago sputtered. The lead dealer?
Panic flashed across the girl's face. Don't tell him I said that, she frowned. Sweet's not the right word, anyway. He's not... She tilted her head, thinking. He's not affectionate. Doesn't say how he feels, but he pays attention, and he does things.
He does things?
The hideously orange Phylaxian waggled his eyebrows. Don't be gross, Hylar, the girl chided. He found out when my birthday is, and he surprised me with a cake. Gave me a machine gun as a present.
A machine gun?
The bartender spoke. His antenna twitched in mild amusement. That sounds like him. Yeah, Anita chuckled. I tried to be cool about it, but I think he noticed I wasn't excited. Then for Christmas, he got me stuffed animals, a whole passel of them.
Stuffed animals?
Hylar's face twisted.
Drago's right, you're all monsters.
They're not actual animals, Hylar, Anita explained, exasperated. They're just toys made to look like animals.
Toys?
Drago cocked two eyebrows.
Aren't you a little over toys, Anita?
Maybe, Anita admitted, but I loved them. I never had a teddy bear as a kid. I only ever mentioned it once, but he remembered. He does stuff like that. It's how I know he cares. Ryther readied himself. Any second now. The docking bay wasn't next to the cantina, but it was close enough he'd feel the explosion through the deck. The moment he did, he'd take his lead-thrower pistol and blow Anita's brains out. Then the barkeep. The two Phylaxians after. It would take 2 seconds. 3 at most. He could have killed them already. Ryther was still tempted. He could gun them down now and let the lead dealer come for him. It would be a mistake. Glorious showdowns were for amateurs. Ryther was far too professional to allow a fair fight, especially after seeing how easily the human had dealt with the Grotto. Better to kill him from a safe distance, preferably before the human knew Ryther was there.
You right, Anita,
Hylar grinned.
He is sweet.
Don't you dare, Anita hissed at him. You say a word about this and I'll shoot you. The lead dealer walked through the last section covered by the cameras. 10 seconds, maybe 20. Ryther gave no outward sign, but his cybernetics perked up. He calculated a firing solution.
So what are the other trees for?
Drago asked.
Are you giving the colonies Christmas trees too?
Sort of, said Anita. Some people in New Bounty want to plant a small grove, a little piece of earth on an alien world, you know? They got a sciencey guy that says the soil's good for it, and pine trees are useful for a whole lot of stuff besides Christmas. Ryther braced himself for the thump of explosives. He'd stopped fiddling with his little human pistol, but his fingers were in position to snatch it and fire.
That still don't explain why you came out here to meet the shipment,
Hylar told her.
You paid a lot of goodongs to get 'em this far. It wouldn't have cost much more to have them shipped all the way.
Maybe I just wanted to see you guys, Anita smiled at him, and eat more of Farlow's famous burritos.
They're not famous yet, the barkeep admitted, but they should be. You don't need a cargo run to do that,
Drago pointed out. True, Anita admitted. She sighed. We're going fishing.
Fishing?
Hylar asked.
Is that another barbaric human tradition?
A metaphor for one, said Anita. The explosion should have happened by now. Ryther checked the camera feeds near the lead dealer's docking bay. He could see the tail end of the Rondar cargo procession. They were shuffling around. We're trying to drum up some business, Anita continued. The bandits have been quiet all month. We can't find anyone to kill. It's making him surly.
So you got yourselves a cargo manifest,
Drago guessed.
A public delivery to make yourselves easy to find.
Basically. Anita might have said more, but a musical whistling noise came out of her pocket. Hold on a sec. She pulled a comm device out of her pocket and pressed a button. What's up, boss? The lead dealer's voice was as grim and cold as the rest of him.
Some jackass rigged the bay door with explosives. I'm gonna come have a burrito while security deals with it.
Ryther carefully kept his antenna from twitching. The human had found his bomb? How? How did he even know how to look? Security? Anita frowned. Do they know how to deal with something like that?
Not my problem, said the lead dealer. They'll figure it out, or they'll have to get a new door.
Anita shrugged. Okay, boss, I'll see you in a minute. Ryther should leave. Soon. He holstered his pistol. Where was the barmaid? He needed to pay his tab and get out. He saw her taking an order from a trio of Zist. He resisted the urge to wave impatiently at the woman. Then he registered what the girl had been saying. His antenna froze. The lead dealer wasn't here to pick up trees. He was hunting for people like Ryther. The cargo run wasn't an opportunity, it was a trap. Ryther's blood ran cold. Then his antenna twitched with excitement. This might be the most dangerous contract he'd ever taken. A challenge worthy of a Galaxy-class assassin. The human wanted to play? Ryther would play. The barmaid finally finished with the other Zist. She caught Ryther's wave and came over, promised to come back with the bill.
Are you gonna buy him a burrito?
Hylar asked Anita. He was grinning again.
You know, 'cause he's so sweet.
The girl's glare was cold as ice. Her hand dropped to her pistol. I really will shoot you.
No, you won't,
the fluorescent Phylaxian said smugly.
I'm too pretty to kill.
Anita gave up the glare in favor of a scowl. You're not too pretty to tattle on. I'll tell your wives about Loria. Hylar gasped.
You wouldn't. Try me,
Anita growled. The barmaid came back. Ryther paid. He checked the camera feeds. The bill had taken too much time. The lead dealer was almost here. He couldn't leave without brushing past the man. Rather forced himself to stay seated, sip a little more booze. Not too much. He wanted to finish the drink and leave a minute or so after the lead dealer arrived. Leaving too soon would risk attention. The lead dealer entered the cantina. He paused just inside the door, letting his eyes adjust. Ryther almost drew and fired, but decided the sudden motion would get him killed. He'd seen how quickly the human could move. The lead dealer had been scary on camera. He was much worse in person. 2 meters tall with thick bones and lean muscle and a jaw like a lantern. Dark eyes darted around the cantina, taking in everything. Ryther almost shivered when those cold eyes swept over him. The lead dealer started forward. He walked past Ryther's table close enough to touch. Humans were fragile things. Ryther could lift 2 tons. A punch from him would cave in the lead dealer's skull or knock his head clean off. The moment of shock that followed would be more than enough time to kill his allies. Ryther could end this right now. He would if he thought he'd survive the attempt. Ryther was fast, but he was also sitting. He would need to stand to reach the man's head, and any blow that didn't instantly kill the man would be the assassin's end. Not that Ryther thought the blow would land. The lead dealer was on alert. He'd fill Ryther full of holes before the punch made it halfway. The man in black tipped his hat at the barmaid. He scooted a stool to the corner of the bar near the wall, sitting with the rest of the cantina in view. Paranoid. Smart. Ryther took another swig. He'd wait a little longer, finish his bottle, and go. Explosives, huh? Asked Anita. I guess we caught something. The lead dealer grunted. Got a Grotto strike team. House Azure? Anita guessed. Don't they ever give up? The lead dealer grunted. The barkeep poured him a shot of whiskey. He downed it. Do you think they planted the bomb? Anita asked. No. The man in black asked the barkeep for a burrito and a beer. Then he turned back to the girl. Grotto come at you head on. This was someone else. Would it be suspicious to leave now? Would it be more suspicious to stay? Ryther finished his drink. He was afraid. Fascinating. Ryther was no stranger to fear. Violence was a fearful profession. It had been a long time since he'd been as afraid as he was now. Even longer since he'd been afraid of just one man. He was really going to enjoy this. Ryther stood. The dead dealer's eyes flicked to him. Ryther caught the look and flicked his antenna in the opposite direction. The Zit's equivalent of looking quickly away from danger. Something the average Zit's lunker would do. Ryther shuffled away. Just another Zit's heading home after a drink. He maintained his mundane plod until he was well away from the cantina. Ryther made straight for the nearest restroom. He doubted the humans were tapped into the station's security feeds, but he didn't become one of the galaxy's highest paid assassins by taking stupid chances. He tapped into the cameras and watched himself open the restroom door. The moment line of sight was blocked, his cybernetics sent a command to his image inducer, stealth mode. Ryther disappeared. The inducer was bending the light around him. It was masking his scent and muffling his sound. Ryther darted out of the restroom before the door closed. The cameras registered a faint ripple in the air. Ryther forced himself to slow down. Ryther switched to one of the cameras in the cantina. The lead dealer and the girl were talking with the barkeep. The bar cameras didn't have audio, but it didn't matter. They were still in the bar and still in range of Ryther's surprise. He left a little present attached to the underside of his table. The present was small, about the size of a bullet. It contained a highly pressurized nerve gas. The gas would kill all known sapient species on contact. Ryther could trigger its release with his cybernetics, but he needed more distance first. He didn't want the embarrassment of being killed by his own gas. Since he needed distance anyway, Ryther decided to make the most of it. His gas capsule was designed for a smaller space than the cantina, but there was a small chance the targets could escape before the nerve gas filled the room. Ryther needed a vantage point from which he could pick off survivors. The corridor that housed the Cosmic Cantina was one of the main thoroughfares of Kental Station. It was 8 meters wide and the ceiling was 8 meters high. It stretched for nearly a kilometer in either direction. Crowds and cargo wove their way through the space. Beings of all descriptions visited shops and restaurants, or were simply heading to and from the docks. There were no balconies or high windows in sight, but Ryther didn't need one. Ryther leapt. Magnetic mesh in his feet and the tips of his fingers activated. The mesh let him cling to the wall just below the corridor ceiling. Ryther spared a moment to check if anyone had seen him. The inducer couldn't keep up with sudden movements. His outline would have been noticeable if anyone had been looking. No one had. Good. Ryther crawled along the wall. He took his time. Every few seconds he checked the cantina's cameras. The lead dealer had sat down. The girl sat next to him, fiddling with a comm device. The bartender was cooking something. Ryther kept going until he was half a kilometer away from the cantina. This would be far enough. The human's nullifier would keep him from firing a gun within 300 meters of the man, but it wouldn't do scat to stop a gun from farther away. Ryther transitioned from the wall to the ceiling. He pulled out his favorite gun. It was an XSV-37 shortwave radiation sniper beam, the absolute pinnacle of silent, long-distance murder. The weapon was functionally a laser, but instead of light, it used microwaves. The microwave radiation would excite the water molecules in whatever they hit. One pulse from the XSV-37 would flash boil the lead dealer's brain with enough force to burst his skull. The microwaves were soundless and invisible. They wouldn't give away Ryther's position. Ryther was ready. He tapped back into the cantina's cameras. The lead dealer was eating a burrito. The girl was still on her comm. The barkeep was pouring drinks for the cute barmaid to take. Ryther triggered the gas capsule. The capsule would make a loud popping noise when it ruptured. Ryther couldn't hear it, but the lead dealer's head jerked up. So did the barkeep's. The girl ignored the noise, still playing with her compad. Ryther's antenna wriggled in anticipation. Then they tilted in confusion. No one was dead. The nerve gas should kill instantly. There should be a flood of lunkers keeling over, the lead dealer included. Did the activation fail? Had he been given a faulty gas capsule? Anita looked up at the camera. She smirked, then pointed at a bottle on the bar. She tipped her hat like she knew Ryther was watching. A chill swept through him. Had his connection been compromised? It shouldn't be possible. Ryther had the most advanced electronic warfare programs known to sapiens. He should be untraceable. The Zits watched in confusion a moment longer, then had his cybernetics split the feed. He kept one eye on what was happening now and had the other review footage of what had happened when he left the cantina. The news was not good. 10 seconds after Ryther had walked out of the cantina, the lead dealer had stood. He'd strode over to Ryther's table, looked under it, and found the gas capsule. Without a moment's hesitation, the crazy human had plucked it from its position. He'd calmly walked back to the bar and dropped the thing into a half-empty bottle of whiskey. He'd screwed the lid back on and went back to look over Ryther's chair and the other nearby furniture. Then he moseyed back to the bar to ask for a burrito. The lead dealer had a reputation for extreme violence, but the rumors never said anything about intelligence. The man was good. He'd seen through 2 of Ryther's attempts on his life. It was disconcerting, but not a deal-breaker. Ryther had been stymied before. Not often, but it happened. That was why he always set up multiple ways to kill a target. The human and his allies had only seen his fake face. They didn't know who he was or what he could do. They wouldn't guess he was half a kilometer away with an XSV-37. All he had to do was wait. Ryther waited. It was a hard thing, staying motionless for hours, but the Zitz was a professional. He didn't move, he just watched. The 2 humans stayed at the bar, conversing with the barkeep and the 2 Phylaxians. For 3 hours they sat there. Eventually the lead dealer pulled a comm device out of his pocket and answered it. He hung up and said something to Anita. They followed the barkeep through the door behind the bar. They didn't come out. Ryther waited. They still didn't come out. Ryther cursed to himself. The station schematics hadn't shown it, but there must be a back way out of the bar. The targets were gone. Ryther switched his view to the cameras next to the lead dealer's docking bay. He saw Rondar leaving with empty cargo platforms. Ryther holstered his sniper beam. Screw this. He didn't have to play the lead dealer's game. He would go back to his vessel. He'd already learned what ship the human used. It was fast and heavily armed, but Ryther's was better. He would wait for the human to leave the station. He would follow and blast the son of a grotch out of the sky. It took half an hour of crawling invisibly along the walls before he found an empty corridor. He dropped down and gave himself a new face. Then he changed his mind and had the image inducer make him look like a new species. He was a gizmodo now, A 2-meter-tall bipedal mech suit with 2 arms, controlled by a small furry creature peeking out of the hole in his chest plate. Using the Gizmodo image meant he had to keep his lower arms wrapped around himself, but mild discomfort was a small price to pay. Comfortably anonymous, Ryther made his way back to the docking bays. He punched in the access code for his bay door. The door hissed open. The lead dealer was standing behind it. Ryther froze. The human's eyes bored into him. His long leather jacket was peeled back, revealing a pair of lead-thrower revolvers. For a long moment, the lead dealer just stared. Then, in a voice colder than the grave, he asked, "Where's your partner?" "Partner?" asked Ryther. He didn't have a partner. Why would... Oh, of course. The lead dealer was looking for his zits. Ryther looked like a Gizmodo. He kept his voice confused. "I don't know what you're talking about." "You do." The lead dealer was certain. "There's only 4 ships on this station with zits pilots. I know the other 3. Where is he?" "I don't have a zits pilot," Ryther said in a fearful voice. He didn't have to fake it. The human was terrifying. There has to be some mistake. As he spoke, one of Ryther's lower hands grasped the handle of his lead thrower. His other lower hand grabbed a braking stick. He did it slow, so the image inducer wouldn't give him away. "There isn't," the lead dealer said firmly. "I'm going to ask you one more time, all polite-like. Then things are going to get..." Ryther drew and fired. His other hand whipped out his braking stick and flung it. At least, that was the idea. There was a crack of thunder. Ryther's shot missed the human. His braking stick clattered to the deck, just barely missing the man's foot. His pistol hit the ground half a heartbeat later. "Ugly," the lead dealer finished. Ryther looked down at his hands. He couldn't see them. Right, the inducer. Ryther turned it off. He'd been shot. Twice. His right hand was a pulped mess. His left wrist had a hole through it. "What?" he gurgled. Gurgled? Oh. Ryther hadn't been shot twice. He'd been shot 3 times. Both hands in the space the image inducer had shown as the face of a Gizmodo. That space happened to be the lower center of Ryther's chest. Scat. Ryther's legs gave out. He found himself sitting, staring down at the green blood leaking out of his thorax. He looked up at the lead dealer. "Ow!" He wanted to elaborate, but all he got out was another gurgle and some blood. The human regarded him for a moment. He seemed to understand what Ryther was asking. He spoke. "That pea shooter." He indicated Ryther's lead thrower with the hand that wasn't holding a gun. "It's a snub-nosed 38. Saturday night special. The syndicate's the only ones that can buy them. Some kind of deal with the black market." The lead thrower? Ryther had asked for one when he learned who the target was. He hadn't known they were exclusive. He tried to curse. Instead, he started coughing. "I guess you didn't lie," said the human. "You don't have a partner." He grimaced. "Farlow didn't appreciate you trying to poison his bar, by the way." Ryther considered one last attempt. His other guns were useless against a man with a nullifier, but he could try throwing another braking stick. His braking sticks were pure tungsten and weighed 300 kilograms apiece. If he could just hit the man with one. No, Ryther decided, it was no use. He was dying. Even if he had the strength to hurl a braking stick, the lead dealer was too quick. He'd shoot Ryther's arms to pieces. "Eat dirt, human," he wheezed. "It was a nice piece of tech," the lead dealer continued. His gaze flicked to Ryther's guns. The assassin's weapons were among the most advanced and versatile ordnance known to sapiens. Not that they'd done him any good. "You got some real fancy toys." The human's eyes glittered. "But that's all they are. Toys." Ryther tried to curse the man again. He coughed up more blood. An idea sparked one last hope. Ryther was a dead man. He couldn't change that, but that didn't mean he had to die alone. He fumbled at his belt pouch. He had 2 more gas capsules. If he could crush one, he was too slow. The lead dealer leveled his pistol towards his head and said, "Let me show you what a real gun can do." There was a crack of thunder, then nothing. Finally, the humans would pay. The fleet would reach Earth within the hour. Primox Grell snorted. Earth. It was their word for dirt. Primitive lunkers. How had such a worthless species caused so much trouble? "You're making a mistake, Grell." Primox Grazen glared at Grell through the view screen. Grazen was a Phylaxian, a short biped with long fur and 3 eyes. Most Phylaxians were orange, but Grazen was so old his fur had turned silver. Grell hated Grazen. Grell hated most of the other Primoxes, but Grazen especially. The old Phylaxian had a way of looking down his snout at everyone. It pissed Grell off. "It's not a mistake, Graxon." Primox Grell growled. Grell Azure was a Grotto, a noble of the House Azure. Like Grazen, he was a 2-armed biped, but Grell only had 2 eyes. He was 3 meters tall. His body was covered in blue armored plates. The chitin had been enhanced with ceramic coatings and nanotechnology. All of them had. Primox Grell was an unstoppable force. He could lift 3 tons and he was immune to small arms fire. Even his eyes were protected. Not that Grell would be fighting anyone anytime soon. War was a job for the pores. "The humans have caused enough trouble. This ends today." Grell's fleet would see to that. 12 Olgan battle cruisers, 2 kilometers long and half a kilometer wide. Blunt cylinders coated in lead. Heavy weapons protruded from their holes like pustules. They were ugly things. Ugly and implacable and impervious. Just like Grell himself. Involium armor was the densest, strongest substance ever produced by sapiens. A millimeter's worth would make a ship nigh indestructible. The battle cruisers had armor over half a meter thick. Another 2 meters of insulating lead covered the involium on the inside and outside of the hull. It was necessary. Involium was extremely radioactive. Plutonium was harmless in comparison. "You're right," said Grazen. "It's not one mistake." His expression somehow became even loftier than it was before. "It's several mistakes all at once. I always knew you were a fool, Grell, but even I didn't think you were this stupid." "Stupid?" Grell snarled. "Watch your tongue, old friend." Grell and Grazen were not friends. Claiming friendship with an enemy was a grave insult among Grell's people. Grazen knew that. Grell enjoyed watching him scowl. "The humans have allied with the Zitst. They're giving the damned bugs lead-thrower weapons. We need to cut off their support before we have another bug hunt." "The Zitst?" Grazen snorted. "You're worried about a few thousand bugs hiding in the frontier?" He shook his head. "No, Grell, there's no reason to lie. This isn't about the Zitst. The other Primoxes all agree with me," Grell told him. It wasn't true. Grazen and 5 other Primoxes had objected, but it was a small minority. Not enough to stop the plan. "The humans are a threat." "A threat?" Grazen nodded gravely. "Yes, I suppose they are. The Prims are far more dangerous than we first believed." His look turned sly. "But you would know all about that, wouldn't you, old friend? Tell me, is your house still trying to kill the lead dealer?" Grell scowled. The lead dealer. That bastard had killed Grell's nephew. Brill Azure had been House Azure's most prominent heir, but the human had gunned him down like a bug. Grottos were a vengeful people, their nobility more so. House Azure had put a bounty on the Prim's head, sent strike teams and assassins. Instead of hiding and dying like he was supposed to, the lead dealer had killed every death dealer sent his way. The lead dealer was the source of Grail's troubles. House Azure's failure to kill the lunker had brought nothing but shame and ridicule. Azure used to be the greatest house in the kingdom of Grotto, but now they were a laughingstock.
Don't change the subject, Grayson, Grail chided. We both know you only want to stop me to protect your pocketbook. You've been making a fortune selling lead throwers on the black market.
Not as far as anyone can prove, Grayson denied. He folded his arms. But this isn't about money. You haven't dealt with the humans like I have, Grail. You don't know what they're capable of.
I know enough, Grail growled. They're primitives, Grayson. They're barely spacefaring, and their weapons are barely better than throwing rocks. They don't even have a unified government for scat's sake.
The most dangerous man in the galaxy is a human, Grayson reminded him, and all he does is throw rocks. The Phylaxian's eyes narrowed. I know that's why you're doing this, Grail. You failed to take revenge on the lead dealer, so you're going after his species instead.
So what if I am?
Grail sneered at the little Primox.
There's nothing you can do to stop me.
It's not me you should be worried about, the Phylaxian said coldly. The humans are divided now, but they'll band together if you attack their world. You've seen what a single human accomplished on the frontier. What will 15 billion of them do once we declare war?
They won't do a damned thing, said Grell. They'll be too busy being dead.
Dead from what? Grayson scoffed. You have, what, a dozen warships at your disposal?
One would be enough,
Grell assured him. With in-volume armor and hundreds of highly advanced weapons, a single Olgan-class battlecruiser could wipe out an entire sector's worth of ships. Lone battlecruisers had sterilized planets more than once. The indestructible behemoths were what had let the kingdom of Grotto conquer so many species and create the Federal Union of Worlds in the first place. If you knew anything about humans, Grayson warned, you'd never send less than 1,000.
1,000?
Grell scoffed.
There are only 1,000 Olgan battlecruisers in the whole Federal Union.
Fabricating in volume was an incredibly involved and expensive process. Outfitting a single battlecruiser cost nearly 30 times his homeworld's GDP. Between the expense and their invincibility, the Feds hadn't bothered to make very many of the things.
And you should send them all,
Grayson said firmly.
The humans are a sleeping Kurzog, Grell. They must be crushed immediately and completely, or you'd best not mess with them at all.
Tell your fleet to turn back, while they still can.
You're an idiot, Grayson.
Grell was back to sneering.
We'll take Earth from those primitive lunkers just like we have every other world. We'll clear their skies and spend a few pleasant months bombarding the Prims until our forces arrive to set up slave camps.
Slave camps? The Phylaxian's 3 eyes widened, then narrowed. Oh, you old fool. You're not just doing this for spite, are you? You're working with the Syndicate.
Slaves have to come from somewhere, Grell shrugged. We're having trouble getting the bugs to breed in captivity, and taking them from the frontier has proved difficult.
You mean the lead dealer killed the Syndicate slavers and took their entire fleet of battlecruisers? Grayson snorted. There's a lesson there, Grell. The humans are not to be trifled with. All the more reason to wipe them out now, Grell countered. Stop wasting my time, Grayson. You were outvoted. We're doing this. You're going to regret this, Grell. Primox Grayson shook his head. We all are. I don't think so. Grell replied. The only thing that can take on an Olgan battlecruiser is another Olgan battlecruiser. The humans can't even make Involium. There's not a damn thing they can do to stop us. If you really thought that, Grayson said quietly, you'd be on one of those ships, not hiding in your office and watching through an Ansible. His voice dripped with disdain. You're a fool and a coward, and you're dooming us all. He cut the transmission. Primox Grell snorted. Prick. What did he know? The Grotto leaned back in his reinforced chair. His office was lavish. It was big enough to be a house by itself. Priceless artifacts and glass cases were spaced every few feet, creating a walkway that led to a massive platinum desk. The floors, the walls, and tasteful columns were all sheathed in Huda pearl, shimmering like rainbows as they reflected artificial sunlight from the glowing ball in the center of the ceiling. It was big and gaudy and tasteless, just the way Grell liked it. He checked the time. 23 minutes before the fleet exited hyperspace. Just enough time for a snack and a small bottle of Felga wine. The Grotto enjoyed his repast, then reactivated his Ansible. He passed into the sensor feed from the unbreakable Resolve. The Resolve was the flagship for Grell's fleet. It wasn't really any better than the other cruisers, but someone had to be in charge. Grell watched his warships exit hyperspace and got his first look at the solar system that spawned the humans. It didn't look like much. A single star with 8 planets, 1 asteroid belt, a handful of primitive space stations. Grell wondered if they even had artificial gravity. There were more ships in the system than he expected. Nearly 2,000. Most of them were Federal Union vessels, traders. A few dozen clunky human ships patrolled near the space stations, and another small fleet orbited the little blue planet they called home. The human vessels were small, barely fit to fight a landing craft. Pathetic. Grell's fleet had entered real space at the edge of the solar system. Hyperspace didn't play well with gravity. Trying to enter or leave hyperspace near a gravity well was a one-way trip to molecular disassembly. Even Involium couldn't withstand it. As such, it would take most of a day before Grell's warships could attack in earnest. Satisfied with what he was seeing, Grell used the Ansible to open a comm channel. Admiral Throm, status report. Throm Azure was a Grotto, a lesser noble and a distant cousin. The man was competent but uptight. Not that Grell minded. He liked a bit of formality now and then. All ships show systems green, Great Primox. We are beginning our approach. Grell smiled. Very good, Admiral. Keep me posted. The Grotto closed the comm, but left the Ansible connection open. He wanted Throm to be able to contact him if something came up. Grell rose and stretched. Then he had a thought and sat back down. He reopened the comm channel. Oh, an Admiral? Yes, Great Primox. I see a lot of lunkers trading with the enemy. Grell's smile turned vicious. Kill as many as you can. Grell could hear Throm's answering grin. It will be a pleasure, sir. The next day was tedious. As a Federal Primox, Grell was responsible for governing 3 solar systems, one of which contained a habitable world. The world had a sizable Grotto colony and a few smaller communities of Scarlax and Gizmodo. Grell didn't have to do much, really. He had hired a competent staff and left them to take care of the details. He spent most of his time watching his fleet close in on the humans.
The warships managed to blast a few traitors out of the sky, but most of the ships were smart enough to avoid his cruisers and fast enough to make chasing them a waste of time. There was one interesting development. A single human vessel had detached from one of the space stations and plotted an intercept course for his fleet. It was small compared to Grell's cruisers, but much bigger than the other human ships. A 300-meter rectangle made sleek with curved edges. Kinetic weapons and missile ports stuck out from the ship, giving it a fearsome appearance. A gun barrel traversed the entire spine of the ship and protruded an extra 10 meters. It was the first thing the humans had shown that resembled a proper warship. As time went on, Grell realized it was the only warship the humans had. Grell wasn't even sure he could call it a warship. The damn thing might as well have been made of paper, missiles, kinetics. It was laughable. Scans showed the frame of the ship was made of tungsten alloys and more tungsten-formed armor nearly a meter thick. It was worthless. A single hit from Grell's warships would spatter that ship like an egg. It didn't even have a proper reactor. It was using nuclear fission for power. Sloppy fission. Why would it need so many generators otherwise? Grell's workday was nearly done before the humans hailed the unbreakable resolve. Admiral Throm opened a channel. A human voice spoke. "Attention, Federal vessels. This is Captain James Waters of the USS Glorious Purpose. You are in violation of our territory and you have attacked several vessels unlawfully. Stand down now." Admiral Throm opened a channel to Grell. "Do you want to answer, Great Primox?" His grin was eager. "Or should I?" "By all means, Admiral." Grell said graciously, "It's your show." Admiral Throm nodded appreciatively and responded to the humans. "Glorious Purpose, this is Admiral Throm Azure of the Unbreakable Resolve. You have no territory to violate and no laws to break. We are here to kill you and take your planet in the name of the Federation Union of Worlds. Surrender now and your crew will be spared." The Admiral sneered. "Or you can try to resist. I hope you do. It's more fun that way." The Admiral ended the transmission. The Glorious Purpose started transmitting again, talking to one of the space stations, or maybe Earth itself. Grell could have arranged to listen in, but he didn't bother. A few minutes later, the humans hailed Admiral Throm again. "Unbreakable Resolve, this is Captain Waters again." The human's voice was brisk, businesslike. "Be advised, continuing on your current course will be seen as an act of war by the European Union and our allied nations. Stand down now or you will be fired upon." Grell snorted. The human had gigs. Grell would give him that much. Most species would be pissing their pants at the sight of even one Olgan battlecruiser. Captain Waters was threatening to take on 12 of them. 12 invincible ships, and he wanted to fight them with rocks. Did he not know what involium was? Was he stupid? Admiral Throm answered. "I was hoping you'd say that, human. Try to stop us if you think you've got the gigs." The Admiral switched off the comms and ordered, "Battle stations, charge weapons and prepare a firing solution. Let's blast those primitive lunkers out of the sky." Primox Grell relished the sight of his flagship preparing for battle. The Unbreakable Resolve thrummed with the power of charging plasma cannons and molecular disintegration arrays. 10 seconds after Throm's transmission, one of his officers reported, "All weapons charged," and the feed cut out. Grell blinked in confusion. He tried to reconnect to the Unbreakable Resolve. The connection failed. What in the lowest? Grell tried to connect to a different ship. He found the crew of the Implacable Fury in a panic. The captain, a Scarlac named Cthorn, was screaming orders. Scarlacs were yellow, six-legged insects. Their upper bodies resembled a small, scrawny grotto, but their heads were all bug eyes and mandibles. Captain Cthorn was so caught up in bellowing commands he took a moment to notice Grell's call. "Cthorn!
Grell hollered. What in the lowest dimension just happened?
The unbreakable resolve!
Cthorn shouted back.
It just exploded! The whole ship's gone!
What? Grell stared at his view screen.
How? We don't know, Great Primox!
Scarlac's antennas were waving violently. He was terrified.
We're taking evasive maneuvers, but, Captain?
One of the officers interrupted.
The unstoppable force is gone. I can't tell what hit it.
The Scarlac swore. Normally, Grell would chastise the creature for losing decorum like that, but he was busy swearing himself.
Patch me into the sensors,
the Primox ordered. One of the bridge officers complied. Primox Grell scrolled through the sensor feeds, trying to suss out what was happening. The USS Glorious Purpose was 7,000 kilometers away from the fleet. It was strafing away at an angle, trying to circle Grell's ships and keep its distance. Shrapnel and debris were flying in all directions from where two of the battlecruisers used to be. The sight made Grell stop and stare for a moment. That should not be possible. He'd never heard of a weapon that could pierce in-volume armor in one shot. He couldn't imagine what kind of force you need to shatter an Olgan battlecruiser to pieces. The remaining 10 warships were scrambling. Lances of red and green light pulsed from them. Molecular disintegration beams and heavy disruptor cannons. Spheres of white antimatter spat from the oil guns in rapid barrage. Useless. At 7,000 kilometers, the Glorious Purpose had more than enough time for a leisurely dodge. None of it would touch the human ship. The plasma casters might do better. The fiery balls of ionized gas were slower than disruptor cannons, almost as slow as the antimatter. They were still fast enough to catch the Glorious Purpose. More importantly, they were guided. The plasma was held together by an ionic field projected by the warships, and that ionic field would lead the burning projectiles wherever they needed to go. The human ship wouldn't be able to dodge them. Primox Grell opened a channel to the remaining warship.
Increase power to the plasma casters,
he ordered.
Those lunkers are too far away for anything else. Cut power to the other weapons and redirect it to the engines. We need to close in.
9 of the remaining 10 battlecruisers acknowledged his orders. The last one didn't answer. Primox Grell considered shouting at them, but decided it would be a waste of time. Instead, he watched the balls of searing plasma home in on the humans. The Glorious Purpose moved with surprising grace for such a primitive ship. It easily outmaneuvered the incoming fire. The plasma spheres would present more of a challenge, but they wouldn't reach the humans for another minute. Grell noticed a large buildup of energy in the enemy vessel. Very large. The energy was cycling through the back of the oversized gun that ran the length of the ship. As Grell watched, all the energy discharged at once in a massive electromagnetic flare. The Glorious Purpose bucked, thrown backwards from the recoil of its massive gun. The projectile was so fast Grell barely got a scan. The damn thing had been launched at 612 kilometers per second. It was heading for
inexorable fate,
Grell shouted at the warship.
Dodge! Dodge now!
The inexorable fate was already trying to move. It was too slow. The warship would have been large and unwieldy even without the involume. With the armor, it was far too massive to overcome its inertia in the time it had. The round struck the battlecruiser. It punched through the armor and out the other side. The inexorable fate blew into fragments 2 seconds later.
What the lower?
Grell breathed. He pulled up the scan of the human projectile. It was a simple thing. 1 ton of carbonated steel, shaped like a bullet. The bullet was tipped with a large diamond. In the center of the projectile was a large canister. Grell recognized the canister. It was an antimatter containment module. Each of his warships had a module exactly like it. The canister would be filled with compressed antimatter. Gods below, Grell could see what had happened now. The projectile had ruptured when it punched through the involume. The canister had breached, ejecting 2 tons of compressed antimatter into the battlecruiser. The antimatter had mixed with the atmosphere and materials of the ship. Matter and antimatter had annihilated each other, releasing enough energy to destroy a moon.
Those goddamned crazy prims.
Grell muttered to himself. What kind of idiot would try to launch an entire canister of antimatter at such speeds? How had those primitives managed such a thing without blowing themselves to the lowest dimension? Grell shook his head. It didn't matter now. The humans had a weapon that could destroy an Olgan battlecruiser with a single shot. It was impossible, ridiculous, but there it was. Grayson had been right. Grell should have sent every ship the Fed could muster. The glorious purpose continued to strafe and dodge. It was charging its electromagnetic slug thrower again. How much time before it could fire? 10 seconds? 30? It couldn't be much over a minute. The fight had started 3 minutes ago, and 3 of Grell's Olgans were clouds of expanding molten debris. 1 minute, Grell decided. It would take them 1 minute to fire again. The human cannon had been charging for 20 seconds when the first of the plasma spheres reached it. The glorious purpose tried to dodge, but the plasma changed course to follow it. Good. The humans might be able to dish out some damage, but their little warship couldn't take it. 1 hit was all it would take. The plasma spheres started to explode. Grell leaned forward, eager to examine the wreckage of his enemy. He frowned. It was too soon. The closest sphere should still be 10 seconds from the humans.
What the?
Another sphere exploded. Grell zoomed the sensors in. Was that? Grell swore. Missiles. The humans were launching missiles at the plasma spheres. The primitive explosives would have been useless against Fed warships, but they had no problem disrupting the ionic fields that held the plasma spheres together. The spheres were bursting, releasing ionized gas in all directions. The glorious purpose moved out of the plasma's path. Some of it would splash against the vessel, but not enough to eat through its tungsten armor. The human ship would be fine. God damn it. Grell's fist slammed through the top of his platinum desk. How many missiles did those lunkers have? Would they run out before they managed to kill the rest of his fleet? Grell doubted it. He only had 9 ships left. 9 ships, 9 minutes. What could he do? He had to kill that ship. Once the glorious purpose was dead, there would be nothing left to stop him. All he had to do was kill it within the next 8 minutes. As long as a single Olgan battlecruiser survived, he would win. But how? The human ship was too fast, too mobile. His warships would never land a hit in time. The solution hit the Primox like a bolt of lightning. He got back on the comms.
All ships, he ordered. Launch your fighters. Launch all your fighters. The human ship is unarmored. Your fighters can blast them out of the sky.
It took a minute for his fleet to comply. By the time they did, the implacable fury was an expanding cloud of debris. Primox Grell had to connect to a different ship. He chose the overwhelming force. When he got a good look at the sensor feeds, he smiled. Each of the battle cruisers had carried 20 smaller fighter craft. Smaller was a relative term. The ships were between 40 and 100 meters long. There were now 180 fighter craft speeding towards the glorious purpose. The fighters were fast, much faster than the human ship. Their cannons were not as powerful as those wielded by Grell's battle cruisers, but they would be more than enough for a barely armored flying gun. The humans saw their death coming. They reacted with professional efficiency. Their big gun fired again, destroying another battlecruiser. The lunkers kept launching missiles to destroy plasmaspheres. The other 60 guns protruding from the ship opened fire as well. They were smaller versions of the big gun. Steel slugs fired at extreme velocity by magnetic accelerators. The slugs were much smaller and slower, a mere 10 kilograms launched at 60 kilometers per second. They didn't contain antimatter. There were an awful lot of them, though. The fighters took evasive maneuvers. They were far enough away that dodging should be trivial, but the steel slugs were fast and numerous and hard to track. A few of them hit their marks. The fighter ships were not armored with Involium. The steel slingers of the humans would tear through them like paper. Primox Grell smiled. It didn't matter. It would take 5 whole minutes for the slugs to reach his fighters. In 4 minutes, the fighters would be too close for the glorious purpose to dodge. Disruptor cannons and antimatter would tear it apart, and there was nothing the Prims could do to stop it.
What the scat?
The voice of the overwhelming forces captain cut through the Primox's glee.
What's doing that?
What was doing what? Grell didn't waste time asking the question out loud. He scrolled back through the sensor feed. Fighter ships were shutting down. No, they were being disabled. It wasn't the steel slugs of the glorious purpose doing it. Grell looked closer. Something was boring holes in his ships, putting holes in the reactors. As he watched, a hole punched into an antimatter module, blowing the entire ship to dust. What the scat was putting holes in his ships? More projectiles? Grell didn't see any. Grell looked closer. The area around the holes was hot, very hot, like they'd been hit by a thin stream of plasma. Only it couldn't be plasma. Grell would have seen it.
Lasers!
One of the crewmen shouted.
They're using lasers!
Lasers? Grell snarled. Focus light, of course. The Prims didn't have the technology for proper energy weapons, but any idiot could make a laser. They were crap weapons. A laser's energy requirements far exceeded their damage output. No one in the Fed bothered with the things. It made sense, Grell supposed. The humans were dung-sniffing primitives. Their primary method of combat was throwing rocks at people. Of course they'd resort to lasers. It's not like they had the know-how to build proper guns. The question was, where were the lasers coming from? Not the glorious purpose. It didn't have enough power to fire a laser and charge its big gun at the same time. Grell panned the sensors out. He looked for an energy source. There, ships, 20 of them. Each of the human vessels was 100 meters long. They were thin, triangular things like the glorious purpose. They were powered by nuclear fission. Each had 4 reactors, and they were all running hot. The energy the reactors produced was harnessed into an array that spanned most of the interior of the ships. The array focused the energy into a single point, producing a focused beam of light. Grell checked the distance. The enemy ships were 300,000 kilometers away, a full light second, much too far to hit with the weapons he had. The 1-second delay would not be enough to let Grell's fighters dodge the laser beams. Federal Union fighters were agile, but not that agile. Still, it was worth a try.
All fighters, full evasives!
Primox Grell shouted into the comms.
Full evasives! The Prims are using laser weapons from 1 light second away. You have to survive long enough to kill those human pricks, damn you!
Most of the fighters heeded the Primox's orders. It didn't help. One after another, Grell's ships were disabled or destroyed. They tried to shoot down the human warship. Some of the idiots even tried to shoot at the laser ships so far away. It was all pointless. It would have taken 4 minutes to get close enough to prevent the glorious purpose from evading their fire. The last fighter was destroyed in just under 3. The glorious purpose fired again. Another of Grell's precious battle cruisers was blasted out of the sky. Primox Grell slumped. His warships were still throwing everything they had at the glorious purpose, but the damned humans were too far away. Only the guided plasma spheres were coming close, but missiles were detonating them too soon. There was nothing he could do. That prick Grayson had been right. He should have sent more ships. He should have sent all of them. When there were only 2 battle cruisers left, the glorious purpose buckled. The human ship tore open as it fired the big gun. Primox Grell bolted upright. A surge of hope flashed through him. It must be the recoil, he realized. The electromagnetic accelerator was launching slugs with terrific force. The backlash must be tearing apart the ship's frame. By the low gods, Grell might win after all. The antimatter-packed slug hit 11 seconds later. Grell lost his connection yet again. He had the Ansible connect him to his very last warship, the everlasting Triumph. He passed into the sensors and gazed with glee at the listing human vessel. The glorious Purpose had lost 2 reactors. There were hull breaches throughout the ship. Several of its missile ports were inoperative, along with half of its smaller magnetic accelerator cannons. It was still trying to charge its big gun. It wouldn't get the chance. Primox Grell spoke eagerly into the comms. "Keep firing and close in. Kill those humans before they get that gun working again." The captain of the everlasting Triumph was a Phylaxian. Grell didn't remember his name. The captain acknowledged the order, too polite to point out he'd already been doing everything Grell had just said. The Triumph moved in for the kill. The glorious Purpose was too damaged to move. Just a few seconds more, and a disruptor or molecular disintegration beam would tear it to pieces. Primox Grell tapped into the everlasting Triumph's comms. He hailed the glorious Purpose. "It was a good fight, lunkers. You've got gigs for days. Too bad you only got the one ship," Grell smiled. "Best of luck in the next dimension." The glorious Purpose replied, "This is Captain Waters. One ship is enough. I'll see you in hell." Then the glorious Purpose exploded. Primox Grell smiled. He'd done it. Half a second later, a molecular disintegration beam tore through the shattered hull of the human vessel. Grell frowned. Wait, if the beam was only hitting now... He checked the sensors. The glorious Purpose had fired its big gun one last time. Grell's last battle cruiser was desperately trying to dodge. It was pointless. The Primox spent 10 despairing seconds watching the antimatter-packed slug approach. Then the feed cut out. All of his ships were gone. Grell stared at his blank screen. 12 Olgan battle cruisers. The Federal Union had never lost so many ships at once. It shouldn't be possible. How had everything gone so wrong? 30 seconds later, Primox Grell received a call. It was Gregson again. The old Phylaxian stared at the Grotto with disdain. "I warned you what would happen, Grell." "Shut up, Gregson," the Grotto said wearily. "We lost the fleet, but the human ship is dead. They don't have another. We'll send more ships. They won't stop us next time." "Grell, you idiot," Primox Grayson hissed. "Did you look at the sensor feed? At the stations?" The stations. Grell pulled up the recordings on his console. He looked at one of the human stations. It was big and clunky and primitive. What was he... Oh, scat. The station was a shipyard. There were 3 ships under construction. They were almost complete. They were almost identical to the glorious Purpose. "The glorious Purpose was a prototype," Grayson explained. "A successful prototype. The humans are building more. 3 will be complete within a month. 20 more 6 months after that. Planet Earth's a long ways away, Grell. Can you get another fleet in position before the humans are ready?" No, he couldn't. It would take 2 months for the closest fleet to get there, and that force would only have 8 ships. Grell glared at the silver Phylaxian. "You warned them we were coming, didn't you?" "I didn't have to warn them, you goddamned moron," Grayson snapped. "That warship was built 4 years ago. It won first place at my weapons exposition. Did you even read the files I sent?" Primox Grell had not. He sneered at Grayson. I've never been interested in anything you had to say. Grell had ignored similar correspondence from Primox Frel Viridian. Frel was another Grotto, but his house had been an enemy of House Azure for decades. He deleted both sets of files on principle. He knew now that it had been a mistake, but he'd never admit such a thing out loud. You still don't understand, do you, Grell? The old Phylaxian glared through the screen with weary disgust. You thought the lead dealer was an outlier, a random act of the gods. He's not. The lead dealer is a cautionary tale, a warning. Grayson made a fist. Humans are dangerous. They look stupid and primitive and weak. Most of them probably are, but they're the most dangerous species the Federal Union has ever encountered, and you just declared war on them.
Don't be so dramatic, Grayson.
Primox Grell glowered right back.
They're primitives, barely spacefaring. There are only 15 billion of the Lungers. We'll crush them just like we've crushed everyone else.
That's the point you're missing, Grell. Primox Grayson lowered his fist and slumped in his chair. The humans aren't like everyone else. They'll come for us now, and they'll make the bug hunt look like a harmless slap fight. He let out a sigh. I tried to warn you. I tried to warn everybody. You didn't listen, and now you've doomed us all. Primox Grayson hung up. Primox Grell sat back in his fancy reinforced chair. He looked around his silent, gaudy office, took in his platinum desk with a hole punched through it. His fleet was gone, enough naval power to destroy 10 star systems, lost to a single human vessel. This was madness. The humans would be coming. Grell might hate Grayson's guts, but he had to admit the other Primox was rarely wrong. The humans were coming, and they might be as dangerous as the Phylaxian said. Primox Grell sat in his chair for a long time, pondering a single, searing question. The humans were coming. What was he supposed to do now?
They took the kid. They shouldn't have done that. A lot of people were gonna have to die. The lead dealer had no name. He didn't need one. A man was what he did. It was enough. He was a tall man, built of grit and gristle. His hair was short and black as a moonless night. His eyes were brown, dark brown, and as cold and dead as the void itself. The lead dealer dressed in all black. He wore a black hat with a wide brim. A pair of revolvers hung from his hips, and a shotgun hid in the folds of his long leather jacket. He moved with liquid, lethal grace. There was an air of death about him that would give a Grotto pause. The lead dealer surveyed the scene. The meeting place had been a bar. Ryven had suggested it. Ryven had a fondness for bars. This particular bar wouldn't be seeing any more business. The bartender and his staff were dead. So were most of the customers. Most, but not all. The human delegations from far away, Dorado and New Bounty, were missing. So were Ryven and his fellows east. Most importantly, the kid was gone. The bar was a hole-in-the-wall sort of place. Cheap metal bar stools and aluminum tables. The light was dim. The scent of unwashed bodies and spilled booze mingled with the death smells of blood and feces. There were a few overturned chairs and a lot of bodies, but no sign of the chaos a gunfight would have caused. The lead dealer smelled the ozone of plasma casters, but no cordite, no gun smoke. The kid would not have gone without a fight. She'd been trained by the lead dealer himself. She wasn't as good as him, not yet, but she was more than enough for most folk. She'd give a Grotto strike team trouble. Ryven was no slouch either, and the other human colonists were experienced gun hands. How could they have been taken without a struggle? The lead dealer's gaze settled on an air vent. Gas. They must have used gas. Something fast-acting, too. Non-lethal, too, or the bastards wouldn't have bothered shooting everyone else. The lead dealer reached into his jacket and withdrew a black bandana. He tied it over his face. It was nanotech. The bandana would filter out toxins and even recycle oxygen for him if it had to. For a few minutes, at least. The lead dealer checked over the bodies. They were still warm. Hadn't been dead for an hour. Each had been killed with a single shot to the head at close range. Plasma had burned a hole right through their brains. They were all armed, and none of their valuables had been taken, and that ruled out bandits. It didn't rule out station security, but the lead dealer doubted those lunkers would pull a stunt like this on their own. No, this was syndicate work. Speaking of station security, the lead dealer heard the tramp of running feet. At least 20 pairs. The door to the bar hissed open, and security officers spilled inside. The lead dealer took a quick count. 22. Most of the group were Rondar. Big, stupid, and ugly. They were brown, blocky bipeds with 2 arms and no head. A single big eye and an oversized mouth were centered in their torsos. Rondars didn't wear clothes, but each of them had a weapon harness and the copper star that signaled their status as security. There were 8 of them. Then there were 6 Phylaxians, short, hairy orange bipeds with 3 eyes. They reminded the lead dealer of chimpanzees. The Phylaxians had helmets and armor made out of a reflective substance that looked like metal but wasn't. The armor wouldn't do a damn thing to stop a bullet, but it was decent protection against the energy weapons most aliens used. There were 4 gizmodos. A gizmodo was a little ugly furry thing, like a rat with 10 extra legs. They used 2-meter-tall steel mech suits to interact with the world. Their beady eyes glittered as they stared at the lead dealer through the hole in the chest of their mechs. There were 3 Skarlax. Skarlax looked like what happens when a man and a scorpion make a baby. They had 6 legs, 2 pincers, and a long tail with a stinger. A humanoid upper body rose out of their thorax, but they had the head and mandibles of a bug. Their exoskeletons were a sickly yellow. Like the Rondar, Skarlax didn't bother with clothes, but they wore the copper star same as everyone else. Last but not least, there was the Grotto. There was only one. He was a 3-meter-tall, 400-kilogram tank of a creature, covered in armored plates and green chitin. Grotto were the most dangerous species the lead dealer dealt with. They were fast, strong, and smarter than they looked. They were also immune to most small arms fire. Grottos wore clothes, but only shorts, and those shorts were always dyed to match the color of their chitin. The security folk were shouting and pointing guns. Most of the guns were fancy alien tech, useless things. The lead dealer had a nullifier in his pocket. It was active. No gun fancy enough to use a power source would work. They might as well be threatening them with sticks. 5 of the officers had real guns, snub-nosed .38s. Cheap, low-caliber crap, but they'd work just fine. The presence of the .38s told the lead dealer that these bastards were working with the Syndicate. The Syndicate had a deal to buy up every low-caliber weapon, then hit the black market. There was no way some station rent-a-cop would have one without their say-so. The Syndicate was a loose collection of the most powerful criminal organizations in the galaxy. They had their fingers in a lot of pies, but they mostly came to the frontier looking for slaves. The frontier was a stretch of space on the far edges of civilization. There was no law here, no order, just a few barely habitable planets and a fistful of space stations. The Syndicate hadn't bothered with the frontier much until recently, but there weren't many Zist left in Fed space, and no humans. If they wanted more slaves, they had to come here to get them. The smart play would be to talk the security officers down, intimidate them a little. The lead dealer might even get some information out of it. Station security was as crooked as a Phylaxian's teeth, but they weren't nearly the hard cases that they pretended to be. They'd fold if the lead dealer pressed. There were 2 problems with that. First, those idiots were already pointing their guns at him. Real guns that might do him harm. Second, these lunkers were working with the Syndicate. They'd help the people who took the kid. The lead dealer could not let that slide. The lead dealer's hands dipped to his revolvers in that old practice movement. He drew and fired in a single motion. Thousands of hours of training and experience backed his play. He shot from his hip. His aim was perfect. He fired 3 rounds from each gun, but it was so quick it sounded like a single shot. Everyone holding a .38 fell dead. Started to fall dead. The lead dealer didn't give anyone a chance to react. He emptied his revolvers into the rest of the crowd. Then they were back in his holsters as he whipped out his shotgun. The shotgun was loaded with sabot rounds, tungsten. It held 5 shots plus 1 in the chamber. The first shot splattered the Grotto's skull. Grottos were the reason he had sabot rounds. Nothing less would kill one. He went for the Scarlax next, then 3 of the Gizmodo. By the time all 3 guns were empty, 2 whole seconds had passed. The survivors were starting to react, but there were only 4 of them left. 3 Phylaxians and a Gizmodo. 2 of the Phylaxians were stupid. They wasted time pulling the trigger on their useless fancy disruptor pistols. The Gizmodo was a little smarter. He tried to charge the lead dealer. The last Phylaxian was the smartest of all. He tried to run. None of it would save them. The lead dealer let the shotgun drop, trusting his 3-point sling to keep it out of his way. He reached back under his coat, pulling up his backup revolvers from a pair of back holsters. The backup guns were a new addition. He wasn't used to them yet. It took him a full second and a half to draw and fire. 3 Phylaxians and a Gizmodo died. The lead dealer kept his guns out, checking the area. He noticed 2 of the Rondars were still alive. Sloppy. The lead dealer almost allowed himself to grimace. He shot them again, and he did it right this time. There were no other threats. The lead dealer set his mind to work while he reloaded. He supposed it would be no surprise the Syndicate had made a move. The people meeting in this bar had represented every colony on the frontier, be they Zist or human. The frontier had gotten a lot safer in the past few years. Part of it was the lead dealer's continuing mission to kill every goddamn bandit he could find. Part of it was the kid's fault. Anita had helped organize a response when the Syndicate had come calling the first time. She got humans and Zist to work together, and they'd captured 3 nigh-indestructible warships and a plethora of smaller vessels. If that wasn't enough, Anita had spent a considerable amount of the lead dealer's money getting guns and equipment into the frontier. Now all 3 habitable worlds had guns, defense fleets, and a bunch of other stuff they'd previously had to do without. The towns were self-sufficient and heavily armed. Bandits weren't coming to the frontier much anymore. It was becoming downright civilized. The lead dealer hated it. He was not a man that was built for civilization. He was a killer. It was all he was good for. What would he do when the bandits were all gone? What good was he when there was no one left to kill? It was the kid's fault. Damn it, Anita. She was always causing trouble. She reminded him of... No, don't think about that. The past was dead. He'd best not unbury it. What mattered was that they had taken her alive. He could get her back. And the delegates too, he supposed. He needed to work fast. The Syndicate were a lot more dangerous than bandits, and a lot more methodical. They'd be working towards a specific goal. The most likely scenario was that they'd find the exact information from Anita, then kill her. The lead dealer couldn't allow that. He had to find her first. But how? The lead dealer's gaze fell upon the copper star worn by one of the dead Rondars. That would do. The lead dealer didn't usually mess with security. He didn't consider himself a good person, but he did have rules. A man without rules was just a bandit. The lead dealer killed bandits, but he wouldn't touch anyone else without cause. These lunkers had given him cause. He could take what he wanted. The lead dealer marched for the nearest security station, Brundle Station. Brundle Station was a dingy, dirty place. The folks who ran the station didn't bother much with cleaning or maintenance. The walls and floors were grimy, and half the lights flickered. The main hallway was spacious, but littered with garbage. It was full of aliens, all armed, all surly. All of them scrambled to stay out of the lead dealer's way. He'd developed a bit of a reputation over the years. He didn't much like being famous, but there were times when it came in useful. The lead dealer reached the security station in short order. There was a customer service window with a bored-looking Gizmodo behind thick glass. The door leading into the station was locked, so the lead dealer pulled out a shotgun. He didn't point it at anyone, but he gave the rent-a-cop a meaningful look. Opened the door. The Gizmodo shied deeper into the chest plate of its mech suit. The lead dealer didn't say anything else. He just stared. After a moment, the creature pushed a button on its station. The door hissed open. The lead dealer stepped inside. The Gizmodo backed away. The lead dealer ignored it at first, then changed his mind. He slipped the shotgun back into his jacket and asked, "Where's your supervisor?" The gizmodo gave him directions. It was a female, judging by the voice. The lead dealer let her be, walking through another door and down an open space full of cubicles. There were a dozen security officers monitoring screens or doing paperwork. Some of them jerked upright when they saw the lead dealer. He ignored them, walking to an office door in the far corner of the room. He didn't bother to knock. Inside the office was a Phylaxian, male, older. His fur was going gray. He wore the same uniform as the others, but the star on his chest was silver. The supervisor looked up with a scowl and then jumped backwards out of his chair, reaching for his useless fancy disruptor pistol. "Don't," said the lead dealer. His eyes froze the alien in place. He calmly closed the door behind him. "Some of your boys just made a play for me, with syndicate guns." What? The Phylaxian stammered. "How?" "They're dead now," the lead dealer continued. "I'm willing to leave it at that, if you give me what I want." The Phylaxian was still staring. The lead dealer leaned in closer. "I know you helped them take the kid." His voice was cold as a grave in the Arctic. "You're gonna help me get her back." The Phylaxian's eyes widened even further. I can't do that. If they found out." "They ain't here," the lead dealer told him. His eyes bored into the creature. Damn it. The lead dealer was not a people person. He hated talking with folk. That's why he hadn't been at the meeting. Dealing with crap like this was the kid's job. "I am. What's your name?" "Gruso." The alien stammered. "Well, Gruso," said the lead dealer, "you got two choices. The smart play is to help me track those lunkers down. They'll be too dead to find out a damn thing." His eyes narrowed. "Or you can say no. Die screaming, after which I'll hunt down your wives, your kids, everyone you know." The lead dealer would do no such thing, but the Phylaxian didn't know that. "I will set your quarters on fire. Hell, I'll burn this whole damn station down if my kid dies because of you. You understand?" Gruso stared for several seconds. He looked like he might have soiled himself. In the end, he made the only choice he could. He nodded slowly. He swallowed. He asked, "What do you need?" The lead dealer came around the desk. He looked over the Phylaxian's shoulder, keeping one hand near his piece. Phylaxians weren't much stronger than humans, but there was no sense taking chances. "The bar. Show me who took them." The Phylaxian didn't insult the lead dealer's intelligence by pretending not to know which bar. He pulled up the security feed from an hour ago. It was blank. Someone had wiped the footage. The lead dealer made the little supervisor check all the cameras in the area. It took a few minutes, but a pattern emerged. The cameras had only been wiped in places the syndicate operatives were. The lead dealer followed the pattern to a docking bay. That must be where their ship was. "Is that ship still docked?" he asked. Gruso checked. "No, sir. The ship left at..." The computer didn't know when the ship left. "Destination was..." The computer came up blank again. The Phylaxian's legs were starting to shake. "I'm sorry, I don't know where they're going, Mr. Lead Dealer. I don't know what ship was parked there. It's all been erased." The lead dealer looked down at Gruso. The Phylaxian quailed. Good. Gruso had been working with the syndicate. The lead dealer wanted to blow this little scat's brains out. He couldn't do that now. He'd implied he would let Gruso go if he helped. He was a man of his word. Gruso would cough up the information if he could. The Phylaxian didn't have it. Still, there was one more thing he could do. The lead dealer leaned just a little bit closer and growled, "I want to talk to your boss." A few calls, and several minutes later, Gruso fell over. It was not the lead dealer's doing. The lead dealer checked his pulse. The Phylaxian was alive, sleeping. Someone had pumped the office full of anesthetic gas. The lead dealer's nanotech bandana kept him from breathing it in, but the move confirmed his suspicions. It was station security that had knocked out Anita and the delegates. They were the ones who'd pumped gas through the HVAC system. The lead dealer left Gruso to his nap. He stepped out of the workspace full of cubicles. It was empty, not a rent-a-cop in sight. The lead dealer kept walking. He strolled out of the security station to find a large number of officers waiting. 57. A few of them had Syndicate .38 caliber pistols, but none of them were pointing guns in his direction. Their leader was a Grotto. Big one, almost 3.5 meters tall. His carapace was green, and on his chest was a gold star. He was the only one carrying a serious gun. It was a double-barrel shotgun with a very nice walnut stock. He looked at the lead dealer the way a man looks at the turds on the bottom of his boot.
The famous lead dealer.
The Grotto sneered.
The human known as Jack.
The lead dealer bristled.
That ain't my name.
Damn it, Anita. The kid didn't like that the lead dealer didn't have a name. She'd been calling him Jack. He'd done his damnedest to make her stop, but it looked like the name was starting to spread.
Don't care.
The Grotto growled.
You killed 22 good men today. Give me one good reason not to put you down right here.
There ain't enough of you, the lead dealer said simply. It was a lie. He only had enough bullets to kill 30 of them. The rest could be on him before he reloaded. If they had the gigs to try. The lead dealer was pretty sure this bunch would break and run once he killed half of them, but they could kill him if they wanted it bad enough. The Grotto turned to look at his officers. They were scared. He scowled and turned back to the lead dealer.
You're a monster, human. All you bring is blood and death.
Yep. The lead dealer shifted his coat back to reveal his revolvers. You sure that's how you want to play this? The Grotto's grip tightened on a shotgun, but he didn't make a play.
I want you off my station.
Yeah? The lead dealer regarded him coldly. Then give me what I came for. The Grotto glanced back at his posse. He shifted his grip on his shotgun, then grimaced. The Grotto let the scattergun drop, holding it loosely in one hand while he opened a compartment in his chest plate. He pulled out a data pad. He tossed it to the lead dealer. The lead dealer caught it with his left. He kept his right hand hovering near his pistol. He kept half an eye on the Grotto while he perused the data. It was the flight log and transponder frequency of a ship. The ship was a newer model. Top of the line, fast and heavily armed. 2 more fancy ships had left with it. Smaller, but packing just as much heat. Escorts.
They're headed to Joe Lug's station,
the Grotto told him.
They're gonna rendezvous with the Syndicate warship and take prisoners back to the core worlds.
The lead dealer nodded. He tucked the data pad into his pocket.
You step foot on this station again and I'll kill you,
the Grotto warned. The lead dealer barely stopped himself from killing the Grotto on the spot. You helped take the kid, the lead dealer told him. If she dies, I'll come back here and kill every single one of you. The lead dealer started forward. He headed towards the Grotto like he meant to walk through him. The Grotto snarled, but he wasn't stupid. He moved out of the way. All of them moved out of the way. The lead dealer made his way back to his ship as quick as he could without actually running. His ship was originally a Grotto vessel, but he'd made some changes. It was a sleek triangle covered in guns. It was 50 meters long and 3 decks high. It was too much space for just him and Anita, but he hadn't found anything smaller that could match its utility. He'd made the mistake of not naming the thing, Anita had noticed. She'd dubbed his ship the Leadmobile and painted the name in 2-meter-tall neon pink letters. The thought made the lead dealer sigh. The lead dealer didn't waste any time. He was out of the station the moment the bay doors opened. He immediately pushed the Leadmobile to max acceleration. Brundle Station orbited a sizable moon. The moon orbited a gas giant. Ugly thing. All orange and swirling browns. It wasn't possible to enter hyperspace near a gravity well. At least, not without it tearing your ship to pieces. The Syndicate ships had a 90-minute head start, but the lead dealer would catch them before they left the solar system. Long-range sensors picked up the Syndicate ships. The lead dealer set an intercept course. It would take the Syndicate 9 hours to get far enough away to enter hyperspace. He'd catch up in 6. The ships were fast, but they had nothing on the Leadmobile. Leadmobile. Ugh. Even thinking the name made him grimace. The lead dealer checked the rest of his system. There were a few hundred ships traveling between Brundle Station and the hyperspace lanes. None of them had changed course towards the Leadmobile. Good. Plenty of lunkers had tried to kill the lead dealer ship to ship. He didn't have time to deal with that nonsense today. The lead dealer looked back at Brundle Station. It was a squat, flat cylinder, over 60 kilometers across and 2 kilometers from top to bottom. Even from space, it looked like a rat hole. There were patches where the steel hull had been replaced with some darker, cheaper material. Only half the lights worked. The lead dealer didn't care that Brundle Station was an equal distance from all 3 colony planets and was a lousy place to set up a meeting. The lead dealer stayed on the bridge for most of the chase. He did take time to restock on ammo and set up a few things, but he didn't dare take his eyes off the sensors for long. He needed to be ready, in case some lunker tried to take a run at him. He needed to make sure his targets didn't find some way to escape. When the lead dealer was 20 minutes from weapons range, 2 escort ships peeled away from the main syndicate vessel. They headed straight for him, powering weapons. Idiots. All 3 ships should have attacked together. The lead dealer wasn't nearly as good a pilot as he was a gun hand, but he was no slouch. Dividing their forces would just make his day easier. The dumb bastards weren't even taking evasives. They should have. The Leadmobile was packing a railgun. Human tech. Primitive by Fed standards, but it could launch a 2-pound steel slug at 20 kilometers an hour. The energy it used was nothing compared to the disruptor cannons and antimatter launchers most ships used. Most of the ships he'd fought didn't even notice when he fired the damn thing. The lead dealer cut his acceleration and had the computer spin up a firing solution. The escort ship stayed on course. The lead dealer fired, then powered up the Leadmobile's conventional weapons. He itched to take evasive maneuvers, but he needed the escorts to stay on course. The Wait was nervous. If one of those lunkers got smart, he'd be in for a real fight. Or if they got excited and started shooting early. Energy weapons travel a long way. Range was more of a matter of reaction time than how far the blasts could actually travel. He needn't have worried. 18 minutes after he fired the railgun, the slugs made impact. Both escort ships stopped accelerating. The railgun slugs had taken out their main reactor and both backups. The lead dealer would have liked to kill them outright, but he couldn't take the risk Anita was on board. Once she was safe, he could come back and blow those bandits out of the sky. Cutting his acceleration let the main syndicate ships pull further away. It took the lead dealer another hour to make up the distance. The enemy ship hailed him. He answered.
"We've got your girl."
The kid stealer growled.
"Back off before we start sending her back in pieces."
Of course they'd use the kid as a hostage. Syndicate operatives were ruthless professionals. They'd have no qualms about cutting Anita to pieces and launching those pieces out of an airlock for the lead dealer to see. If he kept coming, Anita would die. If he let them go, she would die. Fortunately, the lead dealer had plenty of time to think of an alternative. He answered immediately. He allowed cold fury to leak into his voice.
"You're going to die. If the kid's unharmed, it'll be quick. If she's hurt, it will be slow. And if she's dead, you don't want to know what happens if she's dead. Make your choice, Lunker. It don't make no difference to me."
He cut the transmission and refused to answer further hails. The syndicate were vicious, but they were professionals. If hurting Anita wouldn't help, they wouldn't do it, he hoped. In the privacy of the Leadmobile's bridge, he allowed himself to look worried. His shoulders bunched up, his fists clenched. He eyed the sensors, dreading the moment pieces of her would be ejected into the void. It didn't happen. The syndicate ships turned to fight. The lead dealer wasn't relieved, not yet. He did force himself to relax. Tense muscles would slow him down. The target was a Phylaxian vessel. It was crescent-shaped, with 6 forward-mounted heavy disruptor cannons and 4 antimatter launchers on turrets. It had a lot of firepower, but the real problem was the armor. The ship's hull was lined in lead, and there was only one reason to do that: inviolium. Inviolium armor was nearly indestructible. Most of the lead dealer's weapons couldn't pierce it. Worse, inviolium was radioactive, lethally so. The ship's interior was lead-lined, but piercing that lead would fatally irradiate everyone on it. There was no point in stopping the bastards if Anita died in the process. The lead dealer started evasives the moment the enemy turned. They were still far enough that he'd have time to dodge, but who knew what kind of fancy ordnance they might have that the lead dealer didn't know about? Or they might just have their own railgun. Every few seconds, he changed the Leadmobile's speed and vector. His weapons were charged, but he didn't bother shooting. Not yet. He needed precision. He needed to get in closer. The Syndicate had no such compunctions. They cut loose, launching green lances of disruptor fire and little white balls of antimatter. They were trivial to dodge at this range, but the lead dealer didn't get complacent. The leadmobile didn't have inviolium armor. A direct hit would blast him out of the sky. The lead dealer fired the railgun again. He aimed for weapons and thrusters, things the inviolium didn't cover. It was a long shot, and it didn't pay off. The Syndicate vessel started to maneuver a moment before the slugs hit. They bounced off, gouging away bits of lead from the outer hull. When the Syndicate was 2,000 kilometers away, the lead dealer reversed course. He wanted to be close, but not too close. He opened up with his disruptor cannons, strafing erratically to avoid antimatter and beams of light. The Syndicate pilot didn't bother to dodge. The lunkers just bowled in, trying to get close enough for an easy kill shot. The lead dealer disapproved. A pilot playing it smart would dogfight, try to avoid getting hit. Relying on the inviolium was a mistake, and the lead dealer punished it. His disruptor cannon struck true. Beams of light struck all 4 antimatter launchers. More importantly, they struck the projectiles coming out of the damn things. Charged particles mixed with antimatter. The explosion wrecked the guns. The whole ship would have shattered if it didn't have the armor. The lead dealer targeted the heavy disruptors next. The pilot had wised up and they were dodging now. It took several hits from the lead dealer's guns to penetrate the armor and disable the disruptors. The lead dealer had his teeth clenched the whole time, worried he'd use one shot too many and irradiate the interior of the ship. A lucky shot hit the leadmobile. Disruptor fire bored right through it. The lead dealer had sealed all sections of the ship before combat, but the cannon tore a hole through the entire bottom of the ship. He lost a third of his air. It was only dumb luck he didn't lose any of his systems. 30 seconds later, the lead dealer knocked out the last Syndicate gun. The thrusters were next. The lead dealer didn't bother with disruptor cannons. He didn't need to risk such a penetrating weapon against parts that were already exposed. Nor did he want to risk a railgun slug ricocheting through the interior of the ship. No, it was time for something less fancy. The leadmobile had originally had antimatter turrets of his own. The lead dealer had removed them on the grounds that antimatter was a stupid weapon that could accidentally blow up his ship. He'd replaced them with 1 railgun, 1 magnetic grapple cannon, and 2 50 caliber machine gun turrets. He'd never used the 50s in space. He put them in for dealing with bandits trying to board a ship on planets or stations. Now, he found another job they'd be perfect for. He flew in close. The Syndicate vessel tried to ram him. He dodged, spraying bullets as he circled the slightly slower ship. Bullets ripped up some of the outer lead shielding, but didn't do scat to the armor. The thrusters were less durable. One by one, he took them out. And when the target couldn't move anymore, he deployed the magnetic grapple. It took several minutes to get ships aligned so the lead dealer could sync up the airlocks. It took another several minutes to force his way in. The operatives were waiting for him. A hail of gunfire ripped through the airlock the moment the door was open. Low-caliber bullets bounced and ricocheted through the airlock. The lead dealer waited in the corridor, hoping he didn't get hit by a stray. The lead dealer pulled the device out of his pocket, and was an image inducer. He didn't have the fancy cybernetics to control the thing, but he figured out it would turn him invisible if he pushed the right button. Sort of, as long as he moved slow. He waited with his hands near his revolvers, but he didn't pull. Oddly enough, he was slower if the guns were already in his hands. It only took a few seconds for the operatives to run out of bullets. He could hear them reloading, and wasn't fooled. At least a few of them hadn't shot yet. They'd riddle him with holes the moment he stepped into view, or they would if they could see him.
Come out, Lunker!
Someone shouted.
Unless you want to see what this girl's...
The lead dealer stepped into the airlock. He saw 9 operatives, 4 Phylaxians, 3 Scarlax, 2 Grottos. The Phylaxians and the Scarlax each had a human in front of them. The humans were wrapped with steel cables, restraining coils. The lead dealer didn't see Riven or any of the Zist. The operatives must not have figured they'd make good hostages. He did see Anita. She was in front with the Phylaxian hiding behind her. Anita was 17. Average height. She had pale skin, her hair was a shiny dark black. Her eyes were dark and shiny too, full of life and mischief. She was wearing blue jeans, a white blouse, and a long brown leather coat. She was tied up and angry and missing her hat, but she looked none the worse for wear. The Grottos had machine guns. They were ready to shoot. He'd better make this quick. The lead dealer drew and fired. He didn't wait to see if he'd hit the mark. He dived back out of the airlock. Machine guns thundered. The lead dealer hunkered against a bulkhead. Something jerked his leg out from under him. He'd been shot. The lead dealer forced himself back up. He had a hole in his calf. Would it bear his weight? He gritted his teeth. Sort of. He drew his shotgun. The Grottos were still yelling and shooting, but they stopped after a few more seconds. The lead dealer made his move. He leaned around the corner, shotgun leading the way. The Grottos were peering around the airlock trying to see if they got him. The other operatives were all dead. The lead dealer unloaded on the Grottos, 2 headshots and 2 more to each body. They didn't get the chance to fire back. The lead dealer slipped back around the corner and drew his backup pistols. He kept them out as he hobbled onto the syndicate ship. All operatives were dead. Some of the humans had fallen over, Anita included. They were breathing, but it was hard for them to stay upright in a restraining coil. The lead dealer holstered his left gun, but kept the other out, just in case. He pulled another device out of his pocket and deactivated Anita's restraining coil. The metal cords fell away. Anita jumped up and gave the lead dealer a hug. "Jack!" she yelled. She slammed into him so hard his wounded leg almost dropped him. "I knew you'd come!" A small part of the lead dealer reveled in the warmth and closeness and love. It felt like family. The rest of him was annoyed. If the lead dealer wanted to feel warm and fuzzy, he'd get himself a dog. He hugged her back anyway. She was a good kid, and she'd had a hard day. Of course I did. Against his better judgment, the lead dealer reached up and patted the kid's head. Then he realized what she'd called him. He scowled. "And stop calling me Jack." Damn kid. She was nothing but trouble. For as long as I've been alive, my people have been hunted. Ryven raised his glass. Mocked. Enslaved. The males wore expensive collars, working as miners and bodyguards. Our females were forced to lay, and their eggs were eaten. The few of us that escaped came here. We hid in this lawless place, struggling to eke out a living on barely habitable worlds. Bandits plagued us. Slavers picked us off. A few more decades, and I was sure that we would be wiped from the galaxy. Ryven was a Zeist. He had 2 legs, 4 arms, and a green exoskeleton. His multifaceted eyes were bulging and crimson. His wings were sheathed under a folding carapace. He didn't wear clothes, but his weapon harness was lined with pouches. And guns, of course. Ryven had a plasma caster, a disruptor pistol, and a dozen grenades of various types. He also carried 4 breaking sticks, meter-long rods of pure tungsten. The rest of his weapons were of human make. 2 .44 Magnum pistols, a shotgun, and a 50 caliber sniper rifle named Barrett. And that all changed because of you. 2 of Ryven's hands pointed at the humans at the table. The female had long, dark hair and pale skin. She wore blue pants, a red shirt, and a long brown coat and a white cowboy hat. Ryven could see a plasma caster and a pair of human pistols on her belt. She was a cheerful, lively thing. Her name was Anita. The other human was the scariest creature Ryven had ever encountered. Tall, lean, and murderous. He dressed in all black. He had no less than 4 pistols on his belt, and at least 2 other guns hid in the folds of his long leather duster. Dark eyes glittered under a wide-brimmed hat, as cold and dead as the void. "Don't look at me," said the male human. Ryven didn't know his name. He wasn't sure the human had one. Folks called him the lead dealer. The human had appeared out of nowhere 4 years ago, and began a one-man campaign to kill every outlaw on the frontier. He had been frighteningly efficient. The stories told about the lead dealer were so outlandish, Ryven hadn't believed he was a real person at first. Now, he thought the stories were underselling the man. The lead dealer nodded at the human woman. "Most of that's the kid's doing." Ryven supposed that was true. The lead dealer was a force of nature, but he hated dealing with people. He usually made Anita do it for him. When the syndicate had come for Ryven's people, it was Anita that had convinced the other humans to help fight them off. Ryven suspected the influx of supplies that came after was her doing as well. She had been pivotal in convincing the human colonies to join with the Zeist and form their own nation. The girl in question frowned at the lead dealer. "Stop calling me a kid, Jack," The lead dealer glowered. Stop calling me Jack, kid. Anita giggled. She saw Riven's confusion and explained. My birthday was 2 weeks ago. I am a grown-up now. She waggled a beer bottle at the other human. See? I can have beer and everything. They were in the Cosmic Cantina. It was Riven's favorite bar. A wide space with hivestone walls and lichen on the floors. The seats were comfy, and the drinks were reasonably priced. And the food was excellent. The place was so homey, Riven could almost forget he was on a space station. Riven fluttered his wings, the Zist equivalent of a shrug. I don't know much about the human life cycle. We're considered independent adults after 18 years. The lead dealer told him. He took a swig of beer and then eyed the woman. Speaking of which, you're fired. Anita laughed again. Okay, all right. I'll stop calling you Jack. I'm serious, said the lead dealer. It's time we parted ways. Anita stared at him. What? You said it yourself, the lead dealer explained. You're a grown woman now. It's time for you to head out on your own. Find your place in the world. My place is here, Anita insisted. With you. It ain't. The lead dealer was firm. He placed a hand on her shoulder. You're a respectable gun hand, but you ain't like me. You don't gotta live this life. His eyes flicked to Riven. They tightened. Killing is all I know, Anita. It's all I'm good for. But you can be more. What if I don't want to be more? Anita asked. What if I just want to be with you? Well, that'd be the easy thing, said the lead dealer. What did that teach you about taking the easy way? Work smarter, Anita quoted, not harder. The lead dealer grimaced. That ain't the lesson I meant. He smiled. Her eyes were wet. I know. For just a moment, the lead dealer's cold visage cracked. He looked human, sad, and he covered it with a swig of beer. And then he said, Don't misrepresent it, Anita. I ain't abandoning you. You are literally abandoning me, Anita argued. I ain't. The lead dealer said it quietly. You're still one of mine, and if you call for me, I'll come. I taught you what I could, and you've grown into a fine woman. I'm prouder of you than I can say. He stared at her for a moment. It's just time for you to be out on your own. You gotta go out there and choose your life. Decide the kind of person you're gonna be. You deserve... He shook his head. It doesn't matter. There's a ship waiting in docking bay D-37. It's yours. We'll move your stuff in the morning, and you can be on your merry way. You don't need me to take care of you no more. Anita sniffled. She grabbed the lead dealer's arms, staring up at him with wide, tearful eyes. But who's going to take care of you? The lead dealer stared back. A noise came out of him. Was he? He was. The lead dealer was chuckling. The chuckle grew into a laugh. Riven had never heard him do that before. He didn't know the man could. The lead dealer's arms snaked around Anita, pulling her close. Her hat fell off as she burrowed into his chest. He held her with a small, fond smile. I'm gonna miss you too, Anita. Riven watched the galaxy's deadliest being hold a crying girl. She didn't cry for long. When she withdrew with the last sniffle, the Zist spoke. You guys... Wait, what was the human word for it? Suck? Yeah, that was the word. You guys suck, he repeated. Anita blinked at Riven. What? The lead dealer's smile disappeared. Is there a problem, Riven? I was doing a speech, Riven explained. A good speech. My hive leader made me memorize it. And then you lunkers interrupted me so you could have... He waved his hand in a confused gesture. Whatever this is. The lead dealer's brows rose in mild surprise. A speech? Dilt didn't trust you to explain on your own? Of course not, Anita cut in. Riven's awful at that stuff. Remember how it was when we met? He was all, you can't and shouldn't help us. That was terrible. It all worked out fine, Riven said defensively. You agreed to help, didn't you? No thanks to you, Anita pointed out. If I hadn't been there... She turned back to the lead dealer. Whatever he wants, you're gonna need me. He's even worse at talking to people than you are. I talk to folk just fine, the lead dealer objected. Threaten folk just fine, Anita corrected. It's not the same thing. The lead dealer shrugged. Guess the job done. Seriously, boss. Anita started. No. The lead dealer cut her off. You're fired, and that's final. I'll find a way to make do. Seeing her expression, the lead dealer quickly changed the subject. Skip the speech, Ryvan. Just tell us what's going on the normal way. Ryvan's antennae crooked toward the human in annoyance. Fine, he huffed. He sipped his drink while he considered his words. All right, you know how it was before. Things were bad. Now they're better because of you and the Hive leader Dilt's stupid human protocol. And he's still smug about that, by the way. Dilt's like that sometimes, Anita agreed. For the first time ever, Zist have a safe place, and more than they need. By the uplift, we've got our own country, the Grand Alliance. His antenna flattened against his head, the Zist version of a frown. I'm not sure declaring ourselves a nation was a good idea. I'm still not sure the Grand Alliance is a good name, Anita quipped. Beats yours. The lead dealer snorted. You wanted to call it the Lead Republic. Anyway, Ryvan continued before Anita could launch into another spiel about the name. He'd heard it 3 times already. We don't have to worry about bandits anymore, but the feds can still crush us if they get the mind. The Hive leaders think the Syndicate will push to have them do just that. I didn't think there was much we could do about it, but now... Now what? Asked the lead dealer. Ryvan leaned forward. We got word a few days ago the feds launched an attack on Earth. They did what? Anita gasped. They sent 12 Olgan battlecruisers. Ryvan explained. Enough firepower to wipe the Grand Alliance off the map 3 times over. He leaned back and sipped his drink. And the humans blasted them out of the sky. Earth blew up 12 Olgan battlecruisers? Anita leaned closer. How? Some kind of new ship. Ryvan fluttered his wings with another shrug. What matters is that the feds declared war on your species, and they're already losing. My Hive leader thinks that this is an opportunity. You want to get humans to overthrow the feds, the lead dealer guessed. Probably, Ryvan admitted, but that's not what I've been asked to do. He flattened his antenna again. I've been asked to start a rising. A rising? Anita prompted. A slave revolt. Ryvan elaborated. The Hive leaders want me to go into the core worlds, free as many Zist as I can, and set them to freeing the rest of us. Are you serious? Anita stared at him. The feds will come down on you like the wrath of God, and then they'll come for the Alliance. Maybe not, said the lead dealer. Sounds like the feds are already spooked. They might not send a force out there if they gotta worry about Earth and a slave revolt at the same time. He cocked an eyebrow at Ryvan. It's damn risky play, though. I'm guessing nobody told the human colonies about this plan? I don't know. Ryvan's antenna twitched. I hadn't thought about that. Anita shook her head. You suck, Ryvan. I'm a soldier, Anita, Ryvan reminded her. I don't do politics. You really don't, Anita agreed. What makes you think you can convince the other Zist to rebel? Convincing them won't be a problem, Ryvan assured her. The problem will be getting the slave collars off. No one's gonna fight back with a bomb attached to their neck. You got a plan for that? I have. Ryvan sighed. No idea. I'll have a small team of Zist to help, but... He fluttered his wings. That's why I'm talking to you. No one's dumb enough to let a Zist like me on a slave station without a collar, and I don't have enough people to mount an assault. Humans aren't going to be allowed in either, but if anyone can find a way to do this, it'll be you. I might have something, the lead dealer allowed. You got any of them fancy cybernetics? He nodded towards the Zist tending bar. Like Farlow's got? You mean a cybernetic war suite? Ryvan nodded. Yeah, I got one. Why? You'll see, said the lead dealer. He finished his beer. I was already heading for the core worlds. I was planning to go after the Syndicate, but, slavers will do. Anita's eyes widened. You were already... Her eyes narrowed. Is that why you're getting rid of me? You think I can't handle myself? What you can't do is listen. The lead dealer chided. I'm sending you out on your lonesome because that's how you finish growing up. You gotta be your own woman. You can't do that if you're working as an extension of me. He picked her hat up off the floor and put it on her head. If you don't leave, you'll be less, and
I love you too much to let that happen, you understand?
She stared at him. You love me? Raven got the impression she'd never heard him say it before.
Of course I do.
The lead dealer scowled.
You think I kept you around for your social graces?
Kinda, Anita admitted.
Kid. Anita, you are the biggest pain in the ass I have ever experienced. I wouldn't have.
He looked at Raven and grimaced.
You know what? We'll talk later.
Don't mind me. Raven fluttered his wings in amusement. I like a good show. The lead dealer glared.
You do know I can riddle you with holes, right?
You would gun down an innocent man?
Raven pretended to be shocked.
In front of your beloved hatchling?
I am not his hatchling, Anita protested. Sure seems that way to me. Raven disagreed.
Keep pushing it, Raven.
The lead dealer's voice was so cold it could freeze oxygen.
And I'll leave you to set up your slave revolt by yourself.
Assuming I don't shoot you first, Anita added. Her glare was almost as cold as the lead dealer's. 3 months later, Raven stood at the bridge of the lead dealer's ship. The Leadmobile had been named by Anita. It was a grotto vessel, a sleek triangle 50 meters long and 3 decks high. The bridge was spacious, with 9 different console stations arranged in a V shape under a trio of wide viewports. The lead dealer sat at one of the stations. Raven was behind him, staring out the viewports at a red moon orbiting a gas giant. Are you sure that this is the best plan we could come up with? Raven asked. The moon ahead of him contained several stations, but the 2 he cared about were a mine and an egg farm. The mine was full of male Zist. The egg farm was full of females. And the lead dealer had a plan to get himself into the mine, but it was iffy.
Well, if you got a better idea, the human answered, now's the time.
Raven looked at the mine again. It was a large metal structure. A steel dome 30 kilometers across, set into the rock of the moon. Shafts and tunnels branched out below the dome, leading down into the mines proper. Here, 5,000 Zist toiled, digging up and processing iridium ore. The mine was unarmored, but Raven did note several defense turrets. A 9-kilometer hangar was attached to the main dome. The hangar contained several dozen super freighters, with a sizable fleet of heavily armed fighters to serve as escort ships.
They're gonna blast us out of the sky,
Raven remarked. They won't, said the lead dealer. He stood. Do the thing. Raven's antenna twitched. 3 months traveling with the lead dealer hadn't made him much more comfortable with the man. The human was cold and quiet. The traces of warmth and empathy he'd shown around Anita had disappeared in her absence. Raven was pretty sure the lead dealer meant him no harm. He might even like Raven. The human still made him nervous. Raven activated his cybernetics. One of his implants digitally connected to a device in the lead dealer's pocket. It was an image inducer, a highly advanced and damn near mythical piece of technology. Raven had heard rumors, but he'd never seen one of those things until the lead dealer showed it to him. Raven still didn't know where the human had gotten his hands on it. Raven's implant selected the preset he and the human had agreed upon. He activated the image inducer. The lead dealer disappeared. In his place was a 3-meter-tall armored tank of a grotto noble. The grotto was covered in armor plates and green chitin. The plates had been engraved with stylized symbols in gold. The illusion was perfect. The image inducer even made the human smell like a grotto.
Testing,
said the lead dealer.
Testing.
His voice came out like a rock slide. He turned to look at Raven. His expression was still cold and borderline murderous, but it was oddly less frightening on the face of a grotto.
Can you tell it's human speaking?
No, Raven assured him. The translators make it so we always hear our own language. The lead dealer nodded and turned back to the console.
Here we go.
He activated the ship's comms and hailed the mining station. He asked,
What's the boss's name?
Kveen, Raven supplied. The fake grotto nodded. The station answered the hail. A gizmodo appeared on the screen. It was a little furry thing with lots of legs piloting a 2-meter-tall steel mech suit. The creature started speaking with a bored tone. This is Hugra Station. Please state your... Then he gasped. Great Primax?
You know who I am,
said the fake grotto.
Don't waste my time. I'm coming aboard, and I expect Kveen waiting in his office when I get there.
The lead dealer moved to cut the transmission, then changed his mind.
And keep it quiet. I was never here.
He glowered for a moment before cutting off the call. Riven's antennae tilted towards the lead dealer in annoyance. You could have at least made sure they'll let us in. He still half expected them to be blasted out of the sky. The lead dealer's ship didn't have an IFF transponder, and Fed Primexes weren't known for traveling unannounced. More concerning was the fact that the leadmobile was painted on the side of the ship in meter-high, bright pink letters, if anyone bothered to look.
Groto nobles are rude bastards, the lead dealer rumbled. A federal Primex would be worse.
A transmission appeared on the console screen. Docking clearance.
See? Told you it would work.
The lead dealer sat back down in his chair. The back of the chair disappeared into the illusionary back of the fake grotto. Riven's anxiety increased. Are you sure that we can get to Kaveen before they figure it out?
Who cares?
The fake grotto shrugged.
We'll be on the station already. If they get wise, we'll just kill them all.
Riven sighed. The human sounded way too casual about the two of them fighting a whole moon base on their own. More and more, he was wishing they'd brought Anita along. She probably would have come up with a better plan.
The others heading for the egg farm?
The lead dealer asked. Riven checked. An armored Phylaxian ship with a Syndicate transponder was making its way towards the moon. 2 heavily armed escort ships followed in its wake. They're on the way. They'll be there in 2 hours. The lead dealer nodded.
The warship?
The warship had not been a part of the plan. It was an Ulgan-class battlecruiser, a 2-kilometer-long indestructible cylinder. Riven had no idea what the Fed ship was doing in this solar system, or what he could do about it. Fed battlecruisers carried enough firepower to destroy worlds, and their Inviolium armor made them damn near indestructible. The good news is that the Fed ship wasn't close. It's still on course for Juka, but it'll be on us in 6 hours if someone sounds the alarm. The lead dealer grunted, and then he said,
We're docking.
The lead dealer's ship eased into the hangar. The human and Zist made their way back down to the cargo bay. The lead dealer typed into a console, and the big door at the back of the cargo bay folded down, converting to a ramp that led down to the hangar. Without another word, the human clomped down the ramp, still disguised as a Grotto noble. Riven followed, trying to keep his antenna still. There was a security team waiting for them. Most of them were Gizmodos, but there were 3 hulking Rondars and a pair of Phylaxians as well. Rondars were the same everywhere. Big, brown, blocky creatures with no head. Each of them had a large eye and a gaping, toothy mouth in the center of their abdomens. The Phylaxians were short, furry bipeds with orange fur and 3 eyes. They wore reflective armor and helmets with clear plastisteel visors. Standing in front of the security team was a Scarlac. The Scarlac had 6 legs and a segmented abdomen. It had 2 pincers and a long tail with a venomous sting. Sticking out of the abdomen was the upper body that wasn't much different from Riven's, except it only had 2 arms. The head was mostly mandibles, with large, multifaceted eyes and a pair of spiky antennae. This one was a female, judging by the pheromones. Her exoskeleton was a sickly yellow.
Primox Frel Viridian.
The Scarlac greeted the lead dealer with antennae lowered.
I'm Christine. Welcome to Hugra Station.
The lead dealer glowered down at the Scarlac.
Don't waste my time. I'm here for Queen.
Christine nodded.
Of course, Great Primax.
She hesitated.
Great Primax, we don't allow free Zist on Hugra Station. Or weapons.
The lead dealer's Grotto disguise stomped closer, looming over the Scarlac with cold fury.
Kveen,
he growled.
Now.
Kveen's antennae twitched wildly. She nodded quickly.
Of course, Great Primax, of course. Right this way.
She turned and scurried off. Riven and the lead dealer followed. The security team trailed behind them. The interior of Hugra Station was surprisingly clean. The steel walls and corridors were the same as most space stations Riven had been to. He noticed a few cleaning droids polishing the bulkheads as he passed. The upper levels of the moon base were administrative. Riven saw offices full of aliens typing on consoles. He imagined the lower decks would be grimier and less well lit. Kveen's office was not a long walk. 5 minutes or so? A quartet of armed Rondar stood guard at the door. Kveen bowed and gestured at the entrance. The lead dealer stomped towards the door. He meant to walk through whether it opened or not. One of the Rondar hurriedly typed into a wall panel. The door opened. Kveen's office was large, but messy. The walls were lined with shelves full of knickknacks. There were several filing cabinets with their drawers open. Papers, chunks of iridium ore, and plates of half-eaten food covered several small tables. Ryvan barely kept his antennae still when he noticed a bowl filled with zist eggs. Kveen himself didn't look much different from the other Skarlak. He was a little bigger than Kstine, and his posture and pheromones reeked of arrogance. Kveen stood behind a very expensive-looking desk made of grug shell. He looked up when the lead dealer walked in, then immediately lowered his head and antennae.
Great Primax, the Skarlak intoned. What can I do for you? Close the door.
The lead dealer rumbled at Ryvan. Ryvan complied. The lead dealer waited for the hatch to hiss closed, then stomped around the desk to loom over Kveen. He pointed at the Skarlak's console.
Log in. I want full access.
You want... Kveen's antennae twitched. He skittered a few steps away, stinger raised.
You're not the Primax?
The fake Grotto gave a questioning grunt. Kveen continued.
I've met Frel before. You don't smell like him.
Panels opened in the walls and ceilings of the office. Turrets extended, pointing at the lead dealer and Ryvan.
Who are you? Someone you don't want to cross.
The fake Grotto rumbled. Kveen let out a nasty, chittering laugh.
Whoever you are, you've got gigs. Do you know what happens to Grottos that impersonate a noble? You'll be better off if I kill you right now.
Yeah, the lead dealer rumbled.
Take your shot.
Kveen laughed again. Then he stopped laughing. What the... The lead dealer glanced up at one of the turrets. Ryvan realized Kveen had just tried to shoot them. He must be controlling the turrets with a neural implant. The fake Grotto glared down at the Skarlak.
Those won't work.
That's a nullifier.
The Skarlak hissed. He raised his pincers. His stinger weaved in threatening, sinuous circles.
Who are you?
Ryvan took that as his cue. The nullifier in the lead dealer's pocket was emitting a field that would prevent any energy-based weapon from firing. Nothing with a power source would work. Despite that, Kveen wasn't scared. Some unknown Grotto impersonating a Primax wasn't enough to frighten the Skarlak. Ryvan would fix that. He reached out with his cybernetics and turned off the human's image inducer. The fake Grotto disappeared. In its place was a human in a wide-brimmed hat.
A human?
Kveen hissed, his antennae cocked in confusion. Why the hell would you do that? The lead dealer asked, annoyed.
That's not just any human,
Ryvan told Kveen.
That is the famous lead dealer.
The lead dealer?
Kveen's antennae twitched in rigid disdain.
Really? You expect me to believe that thing?
He pointed a pincer at the lead dealer.
Is an unstoppable killing machine.
That a squishy human killed 2,000 men by his lonesome.
The Skarlak snorted.
You're terrible liars.
The lead dealer's a myth. The office door opened. 4 Rondar stormed in, guns out. They were packing plasma casters, useless as long as the human had his nullifier. The fact that they'd come in was the problem, though. It meant Kveen had triggered some kind of alarm, probably with his neural implant. Damn it. The lead dealer's reaction was immediate and vicious. One moment, 4 Rondar were running toward him. The next, there was a loud boom, and the human was holding revolvers. The moment after that, all 4 Rondar fell dead. Ryvan didn't bother to replay the scene with the cybernetics. He had seen the human fight before. The human had fired 4 shots so quickly they sounded like one. The lead dealer waited a beat, but no one else came to the door. He holstered his pistol so fast Ryvan couldn't track the movement. Ryvan could taste a hint of fear in the Skarlak's pheromones now. Good. Who we are doesn't matter, the lead dealer told Kveen. His voice was as cold as the grave. What matters is that you're alone with the 2 of us. Now, you got 2 choices. You can give us what we want. He gestured at the console. Or you can die. The Skarlak clacked his mandibles.
Fine.
He scuttled toward the console. The lead dealer shifted to get out of the way. Kveen struck. His stinger whipped forward almost too fast to see. Ryvan dove forward, whipping out a braking stick and swinging as fast as he could. He needn't have bothered. There was a boom. Riven's braking stick splattered the Scarlag's head, but the creature was already riddled with holes. Riven's antennae crooked down at the corpse that was supposed to grant them system access. Then they turned towards the lead dealer. He was unharmed. His hat was missing.
Are all humans that fast?
He asked. Riven had fought alongside humans before, but he had never seen one move the way the lead dealer did. The lead dealer didn't answer the question. He grimaced, retrieving his hat from the dead Scarlag's stinger.
There's a hole in my hat,
he complained.
We've got bigger problems,
Riven told him.
Kveen was supposed to log us into the system. We can't free the slaves if we can't log in.
The lead dealer grunted. He peered at Kveen's console. About that. He gestured. Riven came around the desk to look. The console was still active.
He was logged in the whole time?
Riven should have been happy. It was a lucky break. Still, it annoyed him somehow. Do your thing, said the lead dealer. He stepped back around the desk, reloading his pistols. I'll keep us covered. Riven nodded and got to work. He started by trying to connect the console with his cybernetics. No joy. Kveen must have only used his implant for turrets and alarms. Oh well, slow way it was. Riven got to typing. He found the menu easily enough. Riven was in luck. Kveen had set up his office console with priority access. He had full control over every function on the station. The first thing Riven did was activate the automated defenses. Turrets whirred to life all over the station, blasting station personnel. Riven had set them to kill anything that wasn't a Zist or a human. The tramping and running of feet gave him pause, but Riven dismissed the sound and got back to work. The next step was locking down the hangar. He didn't want those ships to leave. 5,000 Zist were about to need transport.
Come out, lunkers!
A voice shouted.
We've got you surrounded!
The voice was coming from the corridor. Station security, no doubt. None of them were dumb enough to appear in the doorway, but it sounded like there were a lot of them.
Won't help!
The lead dealer shouted back.
You should be running!
The hangar was locked down. Clamps had been applied to the ships, and turrets would kill anyone dumb enough to go out and try and unhook them. The doors were also sealed. Next would come the hard part.
Go, go, go!
The voice shouted. Phylaxians and Gizmodos spilled through the door. The lead dealer gunned them down. A pair of Grotto came in next. The lead dealer holstered his pistol and whipped out his shotgun. Sabo rounds splattered the Grotto's heads.
Nullifier!
Someone shouted.
He's got a nullifier!
Riven found a pleasant surprise. The Kotler control program wasn't just for Hugra Station. Cleva Station was on the same system. The egg farm. Riven could free all of his people at once. It stood to reason, he supposed. Clava Corporation owned both stations. Big companies had a tendency to cut corners and do things on the cheap. Security stopped trying to force their way into the office. Riven couldn't blame them. There were over a dozen bodies on the floor already. Heated whispering could be heard from the corridor. And then someone yelled,
Eat this, lunkers!
A metal sphere was lobbed into the room. A grenade. The lead dealer dived, caught it, and threw it back. There were startled cries, and then a wave of plasma washed through the corridor. The lead dealer rose to his feet and calmly walked out into the corridor. Riven heard more gunfire. He ignored it. He grouped all the slave callers into the command queue so he could deactivate them all at once. He sent the command, and pulled up a security feed of one of the mine sections. He saw collars falling off his fellow Zist. The lead dealer walked back in. All right, we're clear for now, he reported. Good. Here. He slid a comm device across the desk. I got the collars off. I need you to talk to the miners. The lead dealer grimaced. Why don't you do it? I'm busy. Riven kept typing. This isn't the only console with access. Someone's already locked down station transit. I gotta undo it. The truth was Riven could have talked while he worked, but he really didn't want to try to give a speech again. The lead dealer swore, but took the comm. He pressed the button. Attention Zist. You may have noticed all your slave collars fell off. This is a jailbreak. The lead dealer shook his head. We got ships in the hangar to get you all off this rock, and we took control of... He looked a question at Riven. Riven nodded. The turrets and such, so you only gotta worry about the guards. Kill them. Anyone that ain't a Zist or a human is a slaver. Get yourselves to the hangar, but you make it quick. We'll have the feds on us in a little under 6 hours, and we gotta get to Cleva Station and free the ladies. Riven got the transit tubes working. He scrolled through the security feeds. Zist were running and flying up through the mines. The guards were trying to fight them, but angry slaves swarmed them and tore them apart. Zist were the strongest sapient species, capable of lifting 20 times their own weight. Even the grottos were falling quickly. You about done? The lead dealer asked. Almost. Ryvan typed faster. A minute later, he said, Done. I've locked down the system, but it's temporary. We got 20 minutes before someone figures out an override. Maybe less. Plenty of time, said the human. Let's head back to the hangar. Someone's got to tell your people to raid the foodstuffs. We'll need supplies. His head tilted. Actually, he reached for the comm device. That won't work, Ryvan told him. I just locked down the system. God damn it, Ryvan. The lead dealer scowled. That kid was right. You suck at this. That's what I brought you for, Ryvan pointed out. No one gets things done like a human. The lead dealer ignored the compliment. Once we get this done, we better find some Zist that know how to plan things. He scowled harder. And talk to people. Agreed. Ryvan stepped into the corridor. He unsheathed his wings, taking an assisted leap over 20 or 30 dead slavers. The sight pleased him. The whole day had gone surprisingly well. Yeah, we did pretty good, though. Everything seems to be working out. Don't jinx it, the lead dealer growled. He couldn't fly, so he was stuck up walking on the bodies. They made their way back to the hangar. Only then did Ryvan remember he'd locked the doors. The lead dealer had to deactivate his nullifier so Ryvan could cut their way in with the plasma caster. A few pilots had tried to manually remove the clamps to keep the ships from leaving, but the security turrets had dealt with them. The lead dealer took it upon himself to start killing his way through the ships. As far as he was concerned, every person involved with Hugra Station was a slaver, and slavers don't get mercy. It took another 10 minutes for the first of the freed Zist to arrive. Ryvan sent them back with orders to get as much food, water, and weaponry as they could find and load it onto the ships. It took 3 hours, but soon Ryvan was back on the Leadmobile, surrounded by fellow Zist. The docking clamps had been removed, and a mighty fleet flew at his back. He wouldn't need to trick his way onto the egg farm. If the females hadn't already taken the station, he had the manpower to force his way in. Thank you, he told the lead dealer. None of this would have been possible without the human. The humans had changed everything, but none had done more for Ryvan and the Zist than the lead dealer. Don't mention it, the human shrugged. A man needs something to do with his hands. Ryvan clapped the man on the shoulder. The human's expression didn't change, but he didn't shoot Ryvan either. Ryvan dropped his hand, gazing at the sensor console with satisfaction. With the human's help, he had just struck the first real blow against the Federal Union of Worlds. The rising had begun.